Barney may not have gotten a word about starting early.
Maybe we ought to hold off tonight.
Can't start with. 5:59. Come on, turn over.
We don't have to worry up here since we're spaced out.
This thing won't go to 6. Oh, okay, it's 6 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the March 17th, 2021 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. At this time, I would request that everyone please turn off or mute all cell phones and other electronic devices. At this time, I would invite everyone to stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Applications for temporary fireworks stands heard during tonight's meeting will also be voted on by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The vote on these temporary fireworks stands will be final. Only a recommendation for denial would be heard by the County Council. Applications for conditional use permit request and rezoning request will be heard during tonight's meeting, and the Commission will vote on these applications and make a recommendation to the County Council. The applications then will be scheduled to be introduced before the County Council at the Monday, April 12th, 2021 County Council meeting. Public comment for conditional use permit requests will be taken during tonight's meeting and at the council meeting on Monday, April 12th, 2021. Public comment on conditional use permit applications will not be taken at any meeting of the County Council held thereafter. Applications for preliminary plats heard during tonight's meeting will also be voted on by the Planning and Zoning Commission during the meeting. The vote on preliminary plats is final. Only a recommendation for denial of a preliminary plat will be heard before the County Council. The following documents are introduced as a matter of record for this evening's public hearing and regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those documents are the Unified Development Ordinance of St. Charles County, including zoning maps, and the year 2030 Master Plan for St. Charles County, which includes the year 2030 Future Land Use Plan map. I see that we have a quorum present. Does the chair entertain a motion to open the meeting?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor sign aye.
Aye.
Little instructions of how we run these meetings. I will read the application into the record. We will ask the applicant to come forward, present their application. We will ask the staff for their recommendation. The commission may have questions of the applicant, and then we will have a public hearing where anyone is wishing to come and speak regarding this application. If you are going to speak, we have these little cards. They're right over there on the corner of the table. We ask that you please fill out this card. This way we get your name correct in our minutes. So if you're going to speak, please fill out a card. Once we close the public hearing, we will take no further comments from the public. The commission then may ask the applicant to come back and answer any questions of concerns that came up during the public hearing, and then the commission will discuss the application and take a vote. That's a pretty short synopsis of how we conduct these meetings. I do have one change in our agenda. Excuse me, that's application number RZ 21-04, a rezoning request on East Highway N. This is a request to change current zoning from A agricultural to C2 general commercial district, and I believe it's for the construction of a storage facility, and then a conditional use permit, CUP 21-05, concerning the same property. That has been continued. So if you're here regarding that, the application for rezoning on East Highway N or the conditional use permit on East Highway N, then that's been continued to the April meeting. Okay. Now, the first part of this meeting is our annual firework permit meeting, so we'll be a little bit before we get to the other items in the agenda, but this should go fairly quick. I hope. Okay. The first application is FWK 21-04. This is a temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit at 916 O'Brien Road. The applicant is Wesley J. Godard. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. Locations on the east side of O'Brien Road, approximately 620 feet north of Veterans Memorial Parkway, adjacent to the city of O'Fallon. This is in Council District 4. Staff.
Can I request that you all review and approve? Thank you. Can I request that you all review and approve the 2021 fireworks regulations first before the,
I missed that. Okay.
because each one of these applications would conceivably be contingent upon following those standards that you would adopt.
Do I have that?
Yeah, it's something
Yes, it's
very
the
top,
first one.
above everything.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Yep.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay. In our packet is the 2021 fireworks stand regulations. Staff, has there been any changes?
There have been changes this year. Our Building and Code Enforcement Division has reviewed reviewed and updated the fireworks regulations according to the latest standards for the National Fire Protection Association and also St. Charles County's fire code. So there are some new standards that are included this year. You may remember last year we had comments for they should provide a bathroom. Can people shoot off fireworks there at the fireworks stands? Things like that. They must provide bathroom facilities if it's not already there. No fireworks may be shot off within 300 feet of the fireworks stands. There's any number of setback requirements concerning fireworks stands, including a 20-foot setback from property lines. So fireworks stand operators may want to be aware of that. This year, they may, depending on where they put them in the past, they may need to be farther away from the property line this year.
Okay. Any questions for staff regarding the new fireworks stand regulations?
You only have to be 300 feet from a fireworks stand to shoot it off.
Yes, but elsewhere in the fire code, I think it's section 210 of the county code, there's fireworks standards. And that does not allow fireworks to be sold. That includes fins. Basically, they can't fly up in the air,
I got
the way I
you.
understand it.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Murray, do I have to have a public hearing on this? Or we just vote?
Just vote.
Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the 2021 fireworks stand regulations for St. Charles County, Missouri.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't think I have a sheet for that. Okay. Mr. Clary made the motion, Ms. Bader made the second. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Ms. Sally? She's not with us yet. Mr. Clary?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. So the new fireworks stand regulations are in effect. Okay. Back to where I started. Okay, so we're back to application FWK 21-01. The applicant is Wesley J. Godard. Zoning is C2 General Commercial District. Locations on the east side of O'Brien Road, approximately 620 feet north of Veterans Memorial Parkway, adjacent to the city of O'Fallon, located in Council District 4. Staff.
All right, on all of these applications of the 13, 11 are returning from the previous year. I'm going to go ahead and go through the first one with and read the conditions, but every one after that will have those same conditions. And the things that we look for is whether or not there's been any change from the previous year, and if there's been any complaints. So I'm going to get started with the first one here. This is the same as the previous year. Their tent layout is the same. We've had no complaints, and we are recommending approval with the two conditions. The first one is the 2021 fireworks stand regulations must be met. And the second one is every operator must be in conformance with St. Charles County's public health orders currently in place.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Is the applicant here?
We have two applicants, I don't believe this is one of them, but two applicants that are in quarantine right now, and you do have those letters.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Not seeing the applicant, we will open the public hearing for application FWK 21-01. Anyone wishing to speak? Come on, Arnie.
You need to sit up front.
Yeah.
What?
You need to sit up front.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, sorry, sure.
Do you solemnly swear you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate. My mailing address is P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon, 63366. Some of you are new members of the commission, but last year there was a meeting held at the St. Peter's City Hall because of the coronavirus. This building was closed and locked down, and I had testified at those fireworks hearings. I'm glad that staff took heed of what I asked for and my advisory statements, and so there's some good changes in the 2021 fireworks stand regulations to comply with both the building code and the international building regulations. And Mr. Chairman, if I could testify for all of them, if you would make it a part of the record.
Just like last year.
Yep, exactly. So basically, these requirements are important for the safety of our neighborhoods and our communities. Of utmost concern is the children of our community. We want to make sure that children don't get a hold of these fireworks, that there's always adult supervision, that there's always adult safety measures put into place. Sales to adults of 18 years of 18 years of age or older, I think needs to be a requirement. With this year's regulation, I think it's 16, and I think that you also can employ somebody at 16 to sell fireworks, and I totally disagree with that. I think it should be an adult, somebody of 18 who has good morals and who's mature enough to understand the dangers of fireworks. There's concerns in the past of some of these tents throughout our county of trash and debris, especially when there's been winds and storms, and about picking that up and policing that. There's questions about adequate trash removal, recycling efforts, and then, of course, the tents themselves, that they meet the requirements of windstorm and tornado-type winds can withstand that to protect any customers that are underneath those tents from collapse or endangerment. Last year, I brought up the question about restrooms, and I see this year that that's being taken care of. I believe that each applicant must comply with some type of restroom facilities to the public. However, they have not addressed handicap requirements to meet the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, and our county codified code that deals with specific parking plans for handicap parking and to offer handicap accommodations. The shooting off of the fireworks was my concern last year, and staff had updated that regulation. I'm not exactly sure what the feet was. The director just had mentioned it, if it's 300 feet or what that is, but we don't want shooting of fireworks around the stand, which can cause other issues. And finally, the other issue is restoration. We want to make sure that these facilities, once they remove the tent, that they restore it to its proper found state that all the holes are plugged, that nobody trips and falls from the holes being made by driving those posts into blacktop or into the dirt, and removal of the gravel issues. In the Darting Prairie area and unincorporated lots along Highway N, the gravel remained, and that restoration did not happen. Other municipalities, such as O'Fallon and Darting Prairie, required that the full restoration of those lands be taken care of. My other issue is these fire stands demand a great amount of public services, especially from our police department, our code enforcement, and our planning officials. I don't believe right now that the permit fees are enough to cover those basic county necessities in terms of staff time and staff consumption. Currently, for a stand of 1,000 square feet, the current fee is $2,000. I would ask that the commission entertain amending the firework regulation to $4,000. Maybe too late for this year because you just passed it, but for next year. And moving the above 1,000 square feet tents from $4,000 to $7,500. That will put us in a better alignment of recouping our basic necessity to pay for the increased police services and police patrols, and our planning and code enforcement officials who need to go out and do the inspections. I want to make sure that there's adequate bonding, that we have enough money in case they don't remove the gravel and don't restore the property to what code enforcement officials want to be done to comply with our code, that we have that bonding mechanism to pay for it, and the taxpayers aren't put on the bill for that type of requirement. And then there's another issue about security concerns. I think it should be a requirement in the code that an off-duty police officer or a security company be employed when the owners or when the people are gone from the tents. Just locking it up merely isn't going to protect the public from somebody going in and stealing those type of explosive materials. And so I think there needs to be some type of safeguard and some type of security presented by the applicant. And I don't believe that that's really addressed in the 2021 code. The other thing is we're still in the midst of COVID-19. I think that there should be a requirement or a caveat condition placed on each application that each person should stand at least 6 foot away from each other, and there should be, according to what their square footage is, of how many people that they actually can have under the tent doing their shopping. And that would be the limit of customers. Besides that, Mr. Chairman, those are my comments. I would ask that you add those to each and every permit and they be part of the permanent record.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding application FWK 21-01? Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Bring this back to the commission. Any questions, staff? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve application FWK 21-01.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Clary,
Yes.
Mr. Fromm,
Yes.
Ms. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Hollander,
Yes.
Ms. Bamer,
Yes.
Ms. Sally, is she with us yet? It's not, and I vote yes. Okay, that passes. Next application is FWK 21-02. The applicant is Craig Applegate, Applegate Industries LLC. Property owner is TGL Properties LLC. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. Location is in the northeast corner of the intersection of West Clay and Goffway Street near the city of St. Charles, located in Council District 6. Staff.
All right, the tent layout for this property, located at Gulfway Street and West Clay, will be the same as last year. There's been no complaints, and staff is recommending approval with conditions, the 2 conditions mentioned previously.
Any questions for staff? Is the applicant present?
This is the one of them that's
It's
in quarantine.
Okay. We will open the public hearing for FWK 21-02. Anyone wishing to speak? We'll make Mr. Denoff's comments part of the record. Anyone wishing to speak? If not, we will close the public hearing, bring this back to the commission. Any questions? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve application FWK 21-02.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Cleary. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Fromm makes a second. Ms. Barr, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
I vote yes. That application passes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 5706 Lake St. Louis Boulevard. The application is FWK 21-03. Applicant is Craig Applegate, Applegate Industries LLC. Property owner is the Nursery School of Dance Incorporated. The zoning is C1, Neighborhood Commercial District on the east side of Lake St. Louis Boulevard, 825 feet north of Hawk Ridge Trail near the city of Lake St. Louis. This is located in Council District 2. Staff.
Again, this is the same layout as last year. We've received no complaints, and staff is recommending approval with the 2 conditions.
Any questions for staff? The applicant is not with us, so we'll open the public hearing for application FWK 21-03. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Mr. Denoff's comments will be added to this application. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Bring this back to the commission. Any questions, comments? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve FWK 21-03.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Famer. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Cleary makes the second. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Barr, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 58 West Highway N. Application is FWK 21-12. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. 21-04. The applicant is Jason Collins. The property owner is Stan and Beth Carter. Zoning is C2, General Commercial District on the south side of West Highway N, approximately 350 feet west of Marion Lane, near the city of Wentzville. This is located in Council District 2. Staff.
All right, this is a new stand this year. So we don't have complaints or anything. It's located right there at 58 Highway N. In this situation, I'm going to show you the tent layout. Yeah, I think this is the wrong one. No, this is the correct one. This is FWK 04. We have 2 at this site. This is the first one that came in. Their tent is right here at the entrance, the main entrance. They do have parking right there. The tent is laid out right there. Staff is recommending approval with the 2 conditions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Mr. Collins. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jason Collins, it's 16 Appaloosa in Wentzville, Missouri, 63385.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, first time. This is a tent. I just bought the tent from another fireworks stand. He was at the location about 4 years ago, so I just went to that spot because he was there previously.
Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you, sir. We will now open the public hearing for application FWK 21-04. Is there anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Mr. Denoff's comments will be added to this application as part of the record. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission for consideration. And our chair will entertain a motion to approve FWK 21-04.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Fromm, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hollander made the second. Ms. Bamer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
I vote yes. Next is temporary fireworks stand, conditional use permit located at 58 West Highway N. The application is FWK 21-12. The applicant is Show Me Services LLC. The property owner is Stanley A. Carter and Beth Z. Carter. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. Location is on the south side of the West Highway N, approximately 350 feet west of Barron Lane, near the city of Wentzville, located in Council District 2. Staff.
Okay, and you can see we're out of order on this. I mean, in terms of numerical order, we're
Yeah.
out of order, but these two are on the same property. It's a larger property. But here's the site map for the other one. Here's the main entrance. This tent will be located more towards the east. It'll be at least 300 feet away from the other tent. The only thing that we would like to say on this one is we are recommending approval with the two conditions, but we are adding a third condition, or we're asking for a third condition, not to use the easternmost driveway. It's a very narrow entrance down here. There would be no room for parking or turnaround. So they would also have to use that same parking that's already in existence on this site.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here for Show Me Services LLC?
I believe he's also in
In quarantine?
quarantine. Yes.
Okay. We will add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application as part of the record. We will close the public hearing, bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair entertains a motion to approve application FWK 21-12 with the conditions set forth by staff.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Bamer. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 21 East Highway N. The application is FWK 21-05. The applicant is Merrimack Specialty Company. The property owner is the Baker Family Company. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. Location is in the northeast corner of Highway N and Highway Z near the city of Wentzville. This is located in Council District 2. Staff.
All right, this layout also changed. The applicant, this was a developing property. Since then, they have constructed a convenience store and gas pumps on the southeast corner here of the property. So they are moving their tent behind the convenience store. Other than that, we've had no complaints previously, and staff is recommending approval with the two conditions.
Is there any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here from Merrimack Specialty Company? Seeing no one, we'll open the public hearing for application FWK 21-05. Anyone here wishing to speak? We will add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application as a matter of the record. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair entertains a motion to approve application FWK 21-05.
Motion.
Mr. Hollander makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, there we go. Mr. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit 2301, Upper Bottom Road. This is application FWK 21-06. The applicant is Merrimack Specialty Company. The property owner is Taco Upper Bottom Road LLP. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. The location is on the south corner of Upper Bottom Road and Highway 364 near the city of St. Charles. This is located in Council District 7. Staff.
This is another returning tent, same layout. We have received no complaints, and staff is recommending approval with 2 conditions.
Any questions for staff? Hearing no questions, ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here for Merrimack Specialty Company? Seeing no one, we will open the public hearing for application FWK 21-06. Anyone here wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we'll add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application as part of the record. Close the public hearing, bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair will entertain a motion to approve FWK 21-06.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
And I vote, Mr. Clary?
Yes.
And then I vote yes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 3707 Veterans Memorial Parkway. The application is FWK 21-07. The applicant is Merrimack Specialty Company. Property owner is 3707 Veterans Memorial Parkway Holdings, LLC. The zoning is C2, General Commercial District. The location is on the southeast corner of Arco Drive and Veterans Memorial Parkway, adjoining the city of St. Charles. This is located in Council District 5. Staff.
This is also a returning fireworks stand. We've received no complaints. Staff is recommending approval with the 2 conditions.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here from Merrimack Specialties Company? Seeing no one, we will open the public hearing for FWK 21-07. Anyone here wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application as part of the record and close the public hearing. We'll bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair will entertain a motion to approve application FWK 21-07. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Good, Mr. Jackson. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, there we go. Mr. Hollander, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 1250 Mexico Road. The application is FWK 21-08. The applicant is Merrimack Specialty Company. The property owner is JMZ3 Real LLC. The zoning is I-1 Light Industrial District. Location is on the northwest corner of the intersection of Mexico Road and Highway A, adjacent to the city of Wentzville, located in Council District 1. Staff.
All right, this is also a returning stand. We've received no complaints, and staff is recommending approval with the 2 conditions.
Any questions of staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here from Merrimack Specialties Company? Seeing no one, we will open the public hearing for application FWK 21-08. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application as part of the record. Close the public hearing. Bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair will entertain a motion to approve application FWK 21-08. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion on Ms. Bamer. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hollander, need the second. Mr. Cleary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 2896 Highway K. The application is FWK 21-09. The applicant is Show Me Services LLC. The property owner is Martha A. Keevan Revocable Living Trust. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. It's located on the east side of Highway K, approximately 520 feet south of the intersection of Fallon Parkway and Highway K, adjoining the city of O'Fallon. This is located in Council District 3. Staff.
This is another returning stand. We've had no complaints, and staff is recommending approval with the 2 conditions.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Hearing none, we will open, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here for Show Me Services LLC? Seeing no one, we will open the public hearing for application FWK 21-09. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application to be part of the record, and we will close the public hearing. Bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair will entertain a motion to approve FWK 21-09. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Fromm made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hollander made the second. Mr. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 701 Lukenhaus Boulevard. The application is FWK 21-10. The applicant is Show Me Services LLC. The property owner is Bamer Properties LLC. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. The location is at the intersection of Wall Street and Lukenhaus Boulevard, adjoining the city of Wentzville, located in Council District 1. Staff.
This is also a returning fireworks stand. We've received no complaints. Staff is recommending approval with the 2 conditions.
Any questions of staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here from Show Me Services LLC? Seeing no one, we will open the public hearing for FWK 21-10. Is there anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application to be part of the record and close the public hearing. Bring this back to the commission for consideration.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Clary makes the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Jackson beat you. Mr. Hollander, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit. The location is 1429 Granville Drive. The application is FWK 21-11. The applicant is Show Me Services LLC. The property owner are Gerald L. Bamer and Judy A. Bamer Family Partnership LP. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District. The location is on the east side of Granville Drive, approximately 170 feet from Highway 4061, adjacent to the city of Wentzville, located in Council District 1. Staff.
This is a new application this year. The location is right there on Granville Drive. The applicant did submit a site plan that meets all of our requirements. Staff is recommending approval with the 2 conditions.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we will ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here from Show Me Services LLC?
I believe he's in quarantine.
Seeing no one, we will open the public hearing for FWK 21-11. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will add Mr. Denoff's comments to this application to be part of the record and close the public hearing. Bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair will entertain a motion to approve FWK 21-11.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Alder makes the second. Mr. Cleary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Abstain?
And I vote yes. Application passes. Next is temporary fireworks stand conditional use permit located at 1730 Old Highway 79. The application is FWK 21-13. The applicant is Show Me Services LLC. The property owner is Charles R. Rogers and Marcia M. Rogers. The zoning is C2 General Commercial District, located on the northeast side of Old Highway 79 and Highway 79, located in Council District 1. Staff.
All right, this is also a new application this year. The applicant is meeting all of the requirements with the site plan. On this one, they will have to get a entrance permit from the county the county highway department, and in order to enter. The entrance is, there's a somewhat of an entrance there right now, but it needs to be improved and brought up to conformance. It is right across from the Homefield Ridge Drive. Staff is recommending approval with the two conditions, and also we will require that they obtain the entrance permit from the highway department. We do have one letter of opposition.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we will ask the applicant to come forward. Anyone here from Show Me Services LLC? Seeing no one, we'll open the public hearing for FWK 21-13. Anyone here wishing to speak regarding this application?
Okay. These are some additional comments on this one.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. I'm going to have to oppose this project or this application, and the reason is site distance. I would encourage any of you to go out and look at this site, if you could pull it up on Google Maps. But this is a curved old Highway 79 that goes into 79. It's very busy, especially during rush hour in the mornings, in the afternoons. It's clogged with people coming home to Homefield, which is a subdivision of over 2,000 homes. It's a very populated part of O'Fallon. This is a curved down slope onto 79. There are a number of accidents. If you were to inquire with the O'Fallon Fire Protection District, the St. Charles County Ambulance District, the O'Fallon Police, and the Missouri Highway Patrol, you will find that there are a result of a number of accidents that occur at this intersection. This is a residential property. It may be zoned agricultural, if I recall, but there's it's basically a wooded lot with a one-family home at this property. It would be in the northwest corner of Old 79 and Missouri 79. Because of the constraints, because of the safety issues and curves, and because of the site distance, I would ask the commissioners and staff to take a second close look at this. As the planner had stated on the record, it comes nowhere near meeting our codified code for an entrance off of a public highway onto a private ground. It's a small property. There's a lot of woods. I don't see how they're going to get a tent there. It doesn't make sense. I think it's going to cause some safety issues. Where's the parking is what I'd like to bring to the record. And I would ask you to reconsider, and the recommendation, I would ask that you vote this application down because of the traffic concerns and site distance issues. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Dinoff? Hearing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Steve George, 79 Homefield Hills Court, O'Fallon, Missouri, 63366.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, my property basically is right at the corner of 79 and Old 79. And like the other gentleman said, the traffic is a nightmare there. And where they're wanting to do the entrance and the exit there is exactly where our subdivision dumps into that. I don't see any way that we can get around the traffic issue with it being where it's at. It's a safety hazard. And like the other gentleman said, there's constantly accidents right there at 79 and Old 79. If you would drive up there right now, you could go to right behind my house and see all the tracks from the winter where people have ended up in that field right there at 79 and Old 79 because of that curve. And, I just think it's a bad decision. I think a better place would be going farther north, about a mile up 79. On the right-hand side, there's a lot up there would be a better place, I think, than where they're proposing to do this right now.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding the application RZ 21-04? Or 13, rather. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Glenn Stadowski, 78 Homefield Hills Court, and I'm in the same cul-de-sac with Steve here that just talked. And I'd like to oppose the fireworks stand in this location as well, and for a lot of the same reasons the two gentlemen immediately before me did. I do have the same concerns with safety. Again, living right there, I'm just right near Steve and right at the intersection there of 79 and Old 79. And I hear the traffic, and and there is a history. I've been there about 11 years. There is a history of accidents right there. I'm also concerned just with the fact that it is immediately adjacent to Homefield Subdivision, where I'm a part of there, and the nuisance that it, in all honesty, will be, and the extra traffic and the safety issues. I also have a concern, about my property value and the other people next to me with the property values. I guess that's about all I have to say. Just like for you to consider our concerns.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding application FWK 21-13? And we will make Mr. Dinoff's prior comments part of the record.
I just want to bring to the commission's attention.
Yep.
Did you see the email?
Remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, I just wanted to add another comment. If the commissioners could take a moment to read the letter that was in the packet. There was an email that addressed 5 or 6 safety issues and concerns, so I just want to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing for application FWK 21-13 and bring it back to the commission for consideration.
I happen to agree with the issues discussed. I think it creates some safety problems immediately across the street from the entrance to the subdivision. There's limited sight distances. With the curvature, people are going to be accelerating up the Old 79 to the subdivisions. People are going to be coming down the street. There's a lot of visual distractions. I think that it doesn't make any sense to pass this.
Any other comments or questions for staff? Hearing none, Chair will entertain a motion to approve FWK 21-13 with the two stated conditions plus the third condition of requiring receiving entrance exit approval from the County Highway Department. Okay. Anyone making a motion?
Motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we
vote
have
on
a
it.
second. So we'll vote. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Barr?
Can you pass on that first? We're not to it again.
Mr. Jackson?
No.
Mr. Hollander?
No.
Ms. Bamer?
No.
Mr. Clary?
No.
Ms. Barr?
No.
And I vote no. Application
I
fails.
think Diane Sally's online now, too.
Diane, are you up with us?
No? Thought I heard a kid in the background or something.
Okay. Now, we're done with fireworks when we get down to the real business. And Robert, I told you I could do it before 7.
So what happens to that fireworks stand? Does it go before?
It goes to the county council.
So,
Yeah.
so you guys need to know it goes before the county council. Still, they can override our,
Yeah.
that we voted it down.
Yeah, it goes to the county council, and their meeting is April 12th. Okay. As I had stated previously, the rezoning request for East Highway Inn, which is RZ 21-04, and the accompanying conditional use permit for that property, which is CUP 21-05, has been continued to the April meeting. So the next thing on our agenda is conditional use permit located at 17 Placid Drive. The application is CUP 21-03. The applicant is LIV Recovery Sober Living, a Missouri not-for-profit organization. Cameo N. Jones, registered agent. The property owner is Joseph E. Prenger and Edward L. Gallagher. The property zoning is R1E, single-family residential district. Conditional use permit is, request is a group home facility housing 9 to 15 residents. The parcel size is 0.9 acres. The location is on the east side of Placid Drive, approximately 220 feet south of Hickory Dale Drive, located in Council District 7. Staff.
As you stated, this is a conditional use permit request to operate a group home for up to 12 persons residing as one household in existing single-family residence and located within a single-family residential district. The house is intended to provide a structured living environment to support sobriety and would include a house manager 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This class of conditional use permit is called a group home, and just for the purposes, so the audience will know, group home facilities, they're defined as made up of residents who are living together as one household, and whether it's for developmental disabilities or physical disabilities or for reason of foster care status. Those are some of the reasons that, those are part of the definition for a group home. So group homes with 7 or fewer residents, county staff can approve that administratively without having to get a conditional use permit, so long as certain rules are met. And those rules that are codified included at least a 600 feet distance between group homes. The house has to essentially remain a house. It can't be structurally altered to turn into an institution, for instance. It has to look and act like a single-family, any other single-family house in the neighborhood, essentially. So again, group homes of 7 or fewer residents, we can approve if they meet those conditions. But group homes of 8 to 15 residents, that would need a conditional use permit with review and a public hearing by this body, a recommendation to the county council, and then the county council would make the final decision. Some people may ask, well, this is a type of business, so how can this be located in a residential area? Which is a good question. I saw that in some of the letters that were sent in, for instance. The single-family residential zoning district this is in, it has a whole list of uses that are allowed by right, including, obviously, residential. But there are certain other uses called conditional uses that may or may not be approved, depending on the circumstances and how they operate. and what I would characterize, can they be a good neighbor for the neighborhood? These conditional uses under our ordinance include adult daycares, bed and breakfast residences, group homes as mentioned, institutions such as a hospital, nursing home, or rest home, kennels, manufactured home subdivisions, preschools, private clubs. There's a whole list of uses that potentially could be approved, but again, it needs to be done in a way that would ensure that they would be a good neighbor for the remainder of the neighborhood. The location of this is along Placid Drive. Just as a context, Placid Drive is a narrow private street. It's, you might characterize it as one way. It's gravel, and the subdivision plat, it was platted in 1951. That was before the county zoning and subdivision regulations. So Placid Drive leads to Hickorydale Drive. That's a publicly maintained street. And I just wanted to relate that just for context. The parcel size is an acre, and there's a creek that flows through the back of it, and there's a kind of a wooded area as well. The application is to use this existing single-family residence without expansions or alterations. So from the outside, they're intending that it will look like just any other home on the street. In terms of potential land use impacts, let me just explain for a moment the idea behind this particular type of group home. The applicant is, let me make sure I got the title correct here. LIV, Recovery, Sober Living, and this is a organized not-for-profit organization organized under state of Missouri. The concept here is for individuals living together in a way that supports sobriety. And what I mean by that is there are very structured house rules that need to be followed, and there's an organization to it that provides that structure for the residents. They're living here voluntarily. In order to live here, they must sign up to and abide by the house rules. It's not a halfway house. There's a different definition in our code for a halfway house. A halfway house is essentially people living what I would characterize there because they're required to by the court, or they're on probation or parole. In this case, part of the house rules are that they have to go through a 30-day program to ensure that they're ready to recovery in a living environment like this. There's background checks done. There are rules about bringing cars to the home. And I would like to get some clarification from the applicant on this because I've heard a little bit different, I've heard different nuances of can residents, they bring cars or can they not bring cars? Also, there are rules such as any visitors have to be approved in advance. And as I understand it, it may take some days to approve visitation. And those visitors also go through some sort of background check as well. So again, this is a very structured sort of living environment, and I think that's really the key here to this sort of a group home. I mentioned already the requirements for all group homes, whether they're approved by county staff or by conditional use permits, and those include no other group home facilities within 600 feet. The rooms have to be used as originally designed. It has to meet all housing, building, and fire codes. And they have to obviously abide by all other rules of the county government as well. One of the requirements that will be imposed by building and code enforcement is that the home be sprinklered. So it will require sprinklers. That's a separate process than this. So it does have to go through a building permitting and approval process. But just know that is part of the county's process. The conditional use permit considerations, those are provided in your staff memo, but for the purpose of the audience, I would say that, or characterize them as certain criteria, including will the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use be detrimental to or endanger public health, safety, or general welfare. Will the conditional use permit will it injure the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity? Will it injure the aesthetic and or scenic values of the neighborhood or diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood? Or will it impede the normally and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties? Given the very structured living environment accepted by residents as a condition for residing in the home and the strict limitation on visitation and vehicles, and the fact that no building additions or outside changes to the house are proposed, county staff believes that there will be minimal land use impacts on neighboring properties. That's what we anticipate. We do recommend approval with 4 specific conditions. And one of those conditions is to ensure compliance with the county's definition of group home facility. The organization must, by January 1st of each year, submit a copy of the enforced standards and criteria, and demonstrating that the group home continues to operate in substantial conformity with the Oxford House standards and criteria. The Oxford House standards being a specific group home organization that has a structured living arrangement like this does.
Any questions for staff?
How many bedrooms does this have?
Let's see, is it 4 or 3? I'm sorry, they'll tell you the number of bedrooms there.
Okay.
On the assessor's website, it's 4 bedrooms and 3 baths.
Okay, thank you. They've actually turned in a floor plan that's just a sketch floor plan, but I'm sorry, I couldn't remember if it was
That's
3
okay.
or 4.
That's fine. That's fine.
Any other questions for staff?
So, question, it says no more than 4 vehicles may be parked outdoors on the property at any one time, that there's going to be 5 staff members, and we don't know if the residents are going to be able to bring cars. So how is that going to work?
You know, typically for group homes, there's rotating staff. There may be 1 at any one time, and you'll see like 3 8-hour shifts, for instance, so there's someone there 24 hours a day. That's pretty typical. I'd be surprised if there's 5 staff members there at any one time, but you can ask that question. One of the reasons we're suggesting limiting to 4 cars parked outdoors at any one time, there's a couple of them. One, with 12 residents, imagine if all 12 residents are bringing cars. And this is a narrow road. There's hardly any turnaround. There's a letter in your, as part of the packet, indicating that the narrowness does cause congestion at that location, and cars have sometimes difficulty passing. So we're recommending that if you should decide to recommend approval, that you include a condition that addresses vehicles, how many vehicles are parked there.
Any other questions for staff?
So they're asking that they be allowed to have 12 people living in this home,
Yes.
which would be 3 people per bedroom, which is more than the standard occupancy would allow, correct?
It depends on the building code. So that's going to depend on the size of the room. There can be only so many people sleeping in the same room. And so they'll have to follow the building codes, including fire sprinklers. There's got to be a safe passage outside in case of a fire. Fire exits have to be marked on the inside of the house. So they will be meeting all of those building codes and occupancy codes.
Is there a reason that it needs to be 12 people? Are they interested in, and I guess when they come up, we can ask them, but in bringing it down to perhaps 8, which would be 2 per room is the standard occupancy limit?
They can respond to that question. We did offer when they applied that they might consider how many people they really wanted in the facility, whether they wanted to have 12 or 10 or 8 or whatever number, and they indicated that they did want to have 12.
Okay. And are these people, it appears that they're rotating, like 6 weeks, every 6 weeks? Is not the same people living there long-term? From what I can see on their website? when I
Right.
look at it?
The applicant can answer how long, but my
I'll just
impression
wait.
is too that people are there for a certain period of time, and it may be weeks, it may be a year. So, yes.
This is
coming before us because of the number of people that are being asked, is that correct?
Right, yeah.
What would the number be if, without them coming before us?
7 or fewer.
7 or fewer. Okay.
Right. So if this, any residents between 8 and 15 residents has to come before the Planning Zoning Commission and County Council for review.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Cameo Jones, sorry. My address is 1714 Summergate Estate Drive, St. Charles, 63303.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing us to be here today, and I'm very happy to answer all questions. But as he stated, we have a very structured, sober living here. As far as transportation goes, all of our residents are working. We follow all the guidelines of Oxford House. The only 24-hour person there is our house manager. Staff comes in the evenings, but there are no parking issues as everyone is rotating and working all day, so no one is there all day. Our residents are required to have a job. They're required to go to meetings. They're required to have a sponsor. They're required to go to outpatient services, counseling services that they need. They're required to do any type of family counseling that is necessary. All of our residents are upstanding citizens in this community. Some have grown up here, some have not, but all of them are active members in this community. In order to be in our house, they have to complete a 30-day inpatient program. And after that, they have to fill out an application through our website, and we do a screening. And we talk to them over the phone. We do background screenings. Nobody in our house is allowed to have a background of whether it be misdemeanors, no felonies. They can't have a criminal background coming into our home. So these are people who are just needing structure, learning to just like you and I, needing to go to work, how to become back a part of society and with their families.
Questions for Ms. Jones?
Is this a voluntary situation?
Yes,
There's
ma'am.
no one can be
No, ma'am.
involuntarily put in?
No, ma'am.
How are they going to be able to be transported back and forth to work if
So
they
we
can't
have, we actually provide transportation. We have a van. We, our not-for-profit was able to get a van where we're able to transport people back and forth to work.
What is the thought process between having the 12 people there as opposed to?
So
8, for example?
the reason for the house can maintain 12 people easily. And I know it says 4-bedroom there, but it's actually 5-bedroom.
Okay.
And the room sizes are so large, we're able to provide 2 to 3 people in a room comfortably. This is not a house where everyone is just piled on top of each other. It's well spaced out. We are actually NAR accredited, and I have someone here who actually accredited us through the National Associate of Recovery Residencies, where we have to meet certain guidelines anyway, where we are nationally accredited, and our room space has to be a certain size to have those certain amount of beds in it. And we have met all of that criteria. And I'll be happy to provide that paperwork as well, and he also will be here to speak on that. But we're actually nationally accredited, and our rooms meet those criteria in order to get that certification.
How many square feet is the home?
I believe it's 3,000 square feet. I'm not exactly sure.
The property assessors,
Quiet. You'll get your turn.
Or was it 20?
the property assessor's website, which is not always accurate, says 1944. But it appears that there is another basement area on top of that 1944, which is 864 extra square feet.
Is
So,
that livable area? Is that considered livable in St. Charles County? Is the basement approved for bedrooms?
Sorry, the microphone always trips me up. Someone mentioned egress. Yeah, those are critical. Any room used for sleeping purposes, it has to have egress. So not knowing the particulars of this, I can just tell you that building and code safety, they'll require an inspection and plans to be approved. And so they won't be able to approve sleeping in the area that's not allowable for that.
So I guess I'm incorrect. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know it's at least 2,500 square feet.
Do we have a layout of what the home's gonna look like? I didn't see it in here. Maybe I missed it.
There should be a floor plan.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it.
I don't see a floor plan.
Yeah, it's not in the documents.
I know we provided a floor plan.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So are you operating this facility this time with 7 or less, or?
We currently have 10 residents in the home.
You currently?
Yes. We were let aware, so when we were let aware that we need to get this permit, that's when we went through this process, because we were unaware that we needed to do that. We thought that we met the criteria for the home.
So to
Yes, ma'am.
clarify, you're already in the home?
Yes,
Using the
ma'am.
home now?
Yes, ma'am. We've actually been there for over a year.
Okay.
And we've had no issues, we've had no problems at the home. And I think that someone found out that we were there and then called, but we have been for operation for a year because we were unaware that we needed to have this permit. And there were no issues at that time.
Do you have any other homes like this in St. Charles County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we actually have one, it's in St. Peters, but yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Have you
ma'am.
had any complaints on that?
No,
too?
ma'am. None. The way our home is operated is like such as an Oxford home. We don't have any issues because of the way that we operate, and the way that our structure is put in place. Our residents are constantly involved in something. They're not home 24 hours. We make sure that they are not smoking up in front of the house. Everything they do is in the back of the house. We don't allow them to talk to any neighbors. They go to work, they come home, they go to a meeting, they come home. It is and I actually have some of the residents here that can speak to that. They are not just out and about. They're really focused and structured. They have a 7 p.m. curfew. The latest they're able to stay out is midnight, and that's usually on the weekends. During our first phase, they're home by 7 p.m.
And so this is, just to clarify, this is structured living for recovery from substance abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But they can't have any misdemeanors or felonies?
No, ma'am, they cannot. We're not a halfway house.
I assume that doesn't include anything related to possession of drugs, because if you have a substance abuse problem, you're probably gonna have a misdemeanor or felony.
Well, not necessarily,
Okay.
but that does not happen with our house. They have to, usually, if they have that background, they've maybe taken care of that, but they don't come to our house with that.
Oh, really? So they can't come to your house if they have like a possession of marijuana or whatever drug,
No,
anything? They have to have no,
They don't have
anything.
any illegal backgrounds.
okay, interesting.
So what safeguard or protections do you have in place if there was a resident who violated one of the rules that was a part of your packaging?
So we have a system for that. So we're trying to help them learn how to change. So we put different things in place and interventions in place. The major one that causes them to be asked to leave is if there is a relapse. There's zero tolerance for that. We actually work with St. Charles County Police Department that will transport the residents off the property, or a family member hopefully a family member is willing to support and they will come get them. No one leaves our property and, driving while intoxicated or anything. We make sure that the police is involved with that so that they are safely transported to a place. Sometimes even if they relapse, we get able to get them directly back into treatment. I have a very large network with a lot of treatment centers, the Aviary, Bridgeway, Harris House. And I have direct contact with a lot of those social workers and caseworkers, so they're able to actually receive some of those clients that may have relapsed pretty quickly. Because we don't want them to go to the street. We don't want to increase the homeless population. Our goal is for them to be successful. And so for that, we want them to get back into treatment. We want them to get back into an environment where they can be successful. So when that happens, when they're asked to leave, is usually because they've relapsed or they're not following our rules. But even in that, it's a peaceful transition and they're going to a place. They're not just going out to the neighborhood and wandering.
Can you give some examples of some of the jobs that your residents have?
And it's pretty cool. We have, and it's, you know, I know people have just these preconceived notions of what people are and look like that are active in addiction or have a history of addiction. I have had celebrities in my home. I've had famous chefs. I've had people from all different backgrounds in our home. Some work for the construction companies. Some work for Spectrum. We have some that work at Amazon. A lot of our residents work at Amazon because of the hours, the pay, and actually they're able to get insurance immediately, so that actually helps cover their health, mental health services and counseling services, so that's really beneficial. We have some that are Uber drivers, which is wonderful. We have some that just do anything. I have some that are lawyers, you know. Yeah, I mean, we have people who are lawyers. We have paralegals in our home. You know, it's just variety of ranges. I have guys who were millionaires at one point, but they lost everything because of their addiction, and then they're back in our house, and now they're rebuilding their company. So it's a wide range of employment that you will see in our house. They're all working, you know, some working at McDonald's, and because that's where they need to start. And then there's some that are back working at their company. I had a woman that was actually doing her paralegal services right at our house. So we've had one of my house manager, he actually worked for Spectrum. He was working and doing his stuff right there in our house. He was working out of our home because it was virtual because of COVID and stuff. So all types of employment is what you see.
And I'm sorry, I may have missed this.
Yes,
Is there
sir.
a duration for the residents? Is it a 6 month? Is it a year? Or is it anything?
I tell my residents we want them to be there a minimum of 6 months. Minimum of 6 months. I have residents who's been here for over a year now. We do not have a high turnover because the environment, the culture of our home has a very strong recovery program that I'm very proud of. We demand them to work a program. We demand them to be successful. And that culture and that house has spread to where nobody wants to leave. They're able to get back on their feet. So we don't have high turnover in that house. It's my best home, to be honest with you, just because of the culture of the home and the expectations that we have.
Is there a maximum amount of time that they can stay?
I try to push them along after a year because sometimes they get complacent. They like the fact that the structure, and they get nervous, like, well, I'm ready to go on my own. But so we try to push them out the door around about a year and a half.
Do you have anyone in the home that has children? And if so, do the children live there at the home, or
No.
do they live somewhere else?
No, we don't allow children to live in the home, but all of our residents usually have children.
They're just living with other family
They're living
members?
with other family members. With my men, they're usually with the mother, or they're with their parents. But we do not have children that actually live there, no.
Now, you're a not-for-profit?
Yes, sir.
How do you receive your funding?
So unfortunately, we haven't received any grants, but all of our residents pay rent there. And all of their rent goes directly back into the company. It is what covers their services. It covers the transportation. It covers utilities. It covers all the things that we provide, because I'm actually a substance abuse counselor myself, so I'm able to provide counseling for them. But it all goes back into LIB.
So if you operate these centers other places, right?
We have another home on, actually 37 Harris Drive. is one.
Okay. But you said you were accredited by an organization?
Yes, NARR, National Association of Recovery Residencies.
So I guess my concern is that you had this operational, but you didn't know the rules. So that's kind of a concern for me.
Yes, so I was not aware of having, because I was an impression that we there was no occupancy permit because it's in a unincorporated area. So I was uneducated on the fact that we had to get something such as this, because I thought that didn't.
But I would think that an organization that has been around and has those types of rules would have given you some type of consultation on that.
They did, and when I called, I asked about the occupancy, and they said there was no occupancy permit needed. So I guess I wasn't specific as to what I was calling for. And when I knew that we didn't need an occupancy permit, that's where I went off on. But as soon as I talked, it's Karen Hutchins, as soon as she called me and said that this is what we needed to do, I went along and did with everything that was necessary. So it's not that we were trying to fly under the radar, we were just uneducated on that. Yes, sir?
Did you have to go through this process with the city of St. Peters with your other facility?
No, sir, because it's only 6 people. So because of that, we didn't have to do all of that.
So the issue specifically is that it's more than 7 people?
Yes, ma'am.
But I believe you said earlier, for a group home situation that's 7 people or less, that they still have to go through you and but it doesn't have to come through this body. Is that correct?
Right, yeah, just, there's some requirements for group homes that are approved administratively by county staff, but they're just, those are reviewed along with the building permit. So they apply for a group home permit and a building permit at the same time, and it's.
I'm curious as to what is the definition of a group home per se? So if someone had a private home, for example, in unincorporated St. Charles County, let's say it has 4 bedrooms, and they want to rent out those bedrooms to other private individuals, so let's say a guy lives in one of the bedrooms, there's 3 other bedrooms, and he rents each other bedroom out to 2 people, which means you've got a total of 7 people there. Does that mean he has to get a group home permit if it's private individual doing it with his own house? How does that work?
Well, that wouldn't necessarily apply or qualify for a group home permit. It has to be specifically for developmental
Okay.
or physical disability, or by reason of status as like a foster child. Those are some of the reasons.
So if it was a group home that did not have people in it that had some sort of disability, if they were, I don't know what you'd call it, normally abled persons, then they would
Right.
not have to get a conditional use permit. But because they have disabilities, they do have to get a conditional use permit?
It's actually that in a single-family residential zoning district, each household can be composed of no more than 3 unrelated individuals.
Interesting. Okay.
So you could have a family of any number of people, plus no more than, no more than 3 unrelated individuals.
So in the situation that I mentioned, that would not be legal then, because if he
Right.
was renting out his rooms to people that were not related to him,
Right,
that would not.
right, right. Now, I can also say that any household, someone can have a large family and have potentially 12 children, or there could be 12 in a total of a
Sure.
household. It's not unusual for homes to have house rules, whether it's a family or a non-family. If you have roommates, you might have house rules, or if you have your kids, you might have house
But
rules
no more
for
than
them.
3.
Right,
roommates.
and so that's why we're here. It's because it doesn't fall specifically under the definition of a household. It's a different category of living.
So did you apply for the permit, the original, even though you wouldn't have had to come to this body, but went to the county, did they apply for the permit on the original go-around before they had over 7 people?
When they had over 7?
When they had under. So you've been operating for over a year. Did you apply for the original permit to be in that area, even though you wouldn't have had to come before this body? Did you apply for that permit?
So when I originally called, I talked to Ken, we were already in process of this. So at the time, we only had like 7 people in the home.
But you still would have had to go to the county to get a permit, correct?
Mhm.
So did you do that?
No, I did not.
As someone who's in real estate, I had no idea that this rule existed, that you could only have 3 unrelated persons. I know
Yeah.
so many people who have houses in St. Charles County, even within city limits, that have more than 3 unrelated people living in the house.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
I
you-
don't think that's a well-known rule.
I wasn't aware, and so when I talked to also the people, because we were renting from someone, They told us that they had already got permits for this, and that we were okay in opening there. So that's when I was, because there was like, there's no occupancy permit, you don't need to worry about all of those things. I said, okay, because I thought that we had to do that because we had done this before, but they said they had already communicated with St. Charles County. They have received these permits for us to operate there, but it's separate. And so that's what we were under the impression of.
But they didn't give you any of that information. They just told you it was true. I mean,
That-
so there was nothing, there was no verification.
They're real estate agents, so when they were telling us that they are, I mean, that's what they do. Excuse me, so they had got this permit, was occupancy, they said that we didn't need that because it was unincorporated, and that's why we didn't move forward with that.
I mean, I'm a real estate agent, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I did
and-
not sell them this property, but just to
Yeah, so
clarify.
that's just,
Yeah, when the university bought the apartments on Drosty up from West Clay, we had to go to the city of St. Charles and get permission to have more than 3 unrelated people in those apartments for student housing.
Sure. I mean, that's an apartment building, so that.
No, those are all separate those are separate units up Drosty,
Oh, interesting,
and
okay.
then that subdivision behind, which we own, but we had to get, City of St. Charles had to give us permission to have more than 3 unrelated individuals.
so I want to really stress that we weren't trying to fly under the radar. We're not, I mean, we weren't trying to do things illegal and hide from anyone. We are open about everything, we're open about our program, and I think it speaks volumes, the fact that we've been here for a year and we're just now getting here. You know, I think that speaks to kind of the program that we have, and that we are good neighbors, and that we have a structured living, and that we are doing right by the people that we serve.
So what brought you here then?
So what brought us here is Karen called me and said that she received a complaint, Karen Hutchins, over development, and that then she said, well, you need to get this permit and all this and that she listed. And so that's what led us to this point. And she even stated that she had driven by the home. She said she had no idea we were there. She had been there several times and didn't know that we were there after speaking with me and after hearing that complaint.
I don't know who Karen Hutchinson is.
Staff.
Okay,
Yeah, she's a planner with the county.
okay.
And so we did receive a zoning complaint, so we followed up with the enforcement and checking up with the property owner. And that's when we advised them that in order to continue operating it, this it would require the conditional use permit.
Question, when was that reported?
That was reported, I don't know the exact date, but it was a couple of months ago. And it's taken probably 2 months to get all the paperwork together and the application, but
So what I'm trying to do is a little math in my head here, how long these folks were there doing what they were doing until there was a complaint filed. So
Sounds like 10
am I right in
months.
assuming that it was 7, 8 months?
Yeah, it sounds like 10.
November 4th, 2020 was the date of you
So
received the
we had been in
report.
operation for a while before we had received a complaint.
No, sir.
Do we know how many complaints there have been? Is it just the one? Have there been any other complaints?
We received the initial complaint, or for a request for us to do an inspection. And then following that, after we sent out notices, we did receive a number of reports or contacts, people that were in disagreement with it, were upset with the idea of it, et cetera. But it really goes back to that initial complaint back in, I guess, November 4th.
Any other questions for the applicant?
So what would you do if this got voted down here? What would you do? You're renting the house from somebody, I take it? Do you have any alternatives to moving it somewhere else?
At this time, we do not.
Okay.
I'm hoping that, obviously that doesn't happen. I'm hoping that we can at
Sure.
least have the 7 people or whatever the requirement is. But as of now, we don't have an alternative.
And so what would happen to your residents?
I'm not sure. Obviously, we'll do whatever we have to do to support them.
Sure.
But right now,
Would they have anywhere to go, is what I'm saying?
no.
Okay.
Now, Robert, when I'm looking here in the UDO, it said it may have, front of the conditional use permit, it may house 9 to 15. So if she had 8, then she could, she wouldn't need to be here, she could get your approval.
I think it's 7 or fewer. It was,
I can't find that in here.
okay. But it is true, I think it's 7 or fewer would not require a conditional use permit, from 8 to 15 would require.
This says 9 to 15,
Let me make sure I get that right.
page 54.
Group home, yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. 9 to 15 persons will require a conditional use permit, so the county staff has the ability to approve 8 or fewer. Sorry.
So how many people do you have living there right now?
10.
There are 10, okay. Would it be possible for the body to recommend limiting to another number other than 15 or fewer? Would it be possible for us to put a condition on
We
there?
don't
that
house
it be
15.
10 or
I don't,
12?
we don't even need that number. I mean, I know it's on there, but we don't need that. The max we've ever had is 12. So we don't, it's never gonna be 15.
So yes, we could say 12 as a condition on this CUP.
Or even possibly 10,
Good.
since
keep it
that's
at
how many
10.
are there now.
Yes.
And that way, no one would be displaced, but there wouldn't be anyone new.
If you go below 9, they don't have to be here.
Do what? I'm
If you
sorry.
go below 9, they don't have to be here.
Yeah, we don't have to approve.
So we gotta,
Yeah, if you relate it back to the conditions that we talked about earlier, I think that's the key.
Right.
It would need to be based on the criteria that are in your staff report.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, ma'am. We may have you back up, okay? We will now open the public hearing for CUP 21-03. I know we have a lot of individuals here probably wishing to speak. I will remind you that once someone has made a point about property value, traffic, safety, etc., we don't necessarily need 3 other people to come and talk about the same thing. We understand that, okay? So try to keep your comments brief and address an issue that has not already been spoken about. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing as to who would, and you can just start a line right down that aisle right there. Come up, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mark Detmer. I live at 20 Placid Drive, 63304. I turned in a lengthy opposition to this that I kind of thought would be addressed, that you guys would all tell everyone here what I put on there. Don't really want to sit here and read the whole thing to you guys, but I think I bring up some very good points on there. To the points that were just spoken, the reason there haven't been any complaints in the last year, we did not know they were there. We just thought we had jerk neighbors that parked in the street and blocked neighbors and all that, so we just thought we had something that we were going to deal with. Knowing that they have rules in place and things, they were not following those rules this entire year. Had I known, you guys would have known my name way before now. I would have definitely been complaining this whole time. For the council to approve that based on them being good neighbors, I'm disappointed in the council because they have not been good neighbors to this point. Hopefully you take what I wrote in that letter into consideration when you make your vote, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Rick Wolfschlager. I live at 17 Placid Drive. I'm a resident at the residence at 17 Placid Drive. I've been there since the 1st of December. I guess you would say that what you say in AA meetings. I am an alcoholic. I am in recovery. And what was missing from my program before was a sober living house. I have relapsed in my past, And so you know what my past has been, not from an alcoholic standpoint, from a business standpoint. I lived in Europe for 5 years doing acquisitions. For the last 40 years of my life, I've operated at the executive level of business. And you would think that someone of my past would have a hard time living in a sober living house. So did I. This place is remarkable, and I would not be sober today. And I can prove that because every program, 30-day program that I went to, I relapsed because I did not have a sober living alternative. I understand from the standpoint of other residents, this is an easy place to dislike, but it's necessary. It's incredibly necessary for the healing of people that want to get fixed. And I would not be being fixed today if it wasn't for the people that have put sober living facilities together. Because to go from a 30-day program to nothing, to go back home with your parents to where you were using, and I've seen the kids in this program get fixed, and to have hope. We can complain all we want about people sticking needles in their arms, but if we don't give a solution to that, we have no reason to complain. This is a solution-based operation. These are people that care about people like me that have an addiction, and I appreciate it. The program is strict. I do work. Like my past, I work too hard. I work 50 to 60 hours a week, sometimes 80. I love what I do. I was retired. Consumed too much vodka when I was retired. But this is a fix, and it shows me that happiness can happen again in my life. I have healed relationships with my 2 sons. I've healed relationships with my ex-fiance, and we're back on the road to recovery. And it's because programs like this help. They are solutions. And I understand other people's viewpoint. But I live with these people. I live with 7 other residents in there. They are good people. We have a blast. We have a good blast because we tell stories on ourselves. And they go out to work every day. Some of them are pipe fitters. Some people are iron workers. I'm an Uber driver, and I love it. And I make darn good money Uber driving, and have a blast at doing it. And I'll say to the residents that are here that are just dislike what they're seeing, my name is Rick Wolfschlager. Ask me for help. Nobody's ever asked me for help. Ask me to help take your trash out. I'm here to help. I'm not here to be an annoyance in the community. My past history shows that I do one thing. I help other people. I started a community program where I owned my business and had 150 employees in a small town. And we got Philanthropic Company of the Year in Arkansas because of the community work that we did. And I'm proud of that. And I've carried that into what we're doing today. This group volunteers. What do? I go to work in the day. I go to 6 to 7, sometimes 8 AA meetings a week. I have a sponsor that I talk to every day. We're going through the 12 steps, which are marvelous. I recommend everybody does it because it makes for a better life. So this place is remarkable. And I appreciate this council's consideration of supporting this house and supporting the residents who are in there. I wish they were all here. They're really good people. They got good hearts, and they want a good future for themselves. Thanks for listening to me, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Alex Ray. I live at 19 Placid Drive with my wife Tracy.
Okay, go ahead.
So we purchased our house. We officially closed on April 2nd of last year, which was, I think, about a month after this organization started running this operation over at 17. Never at any point until about November, when the initial complaint was made, where we had any idea that there was a group living situation. Like Mark said, it's we just thought, they parked, rudely in the street and didn't really take care of the outside of the house. I know you said you don't really want to hear about property values, but so we were never notified. We were never told that this was going on, either by any of the residents or the owners. And so, like I said, there's the issue with the parking. There's, at any given time, until about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, there's 6, 7, maybe 8 cars in front of the house. 2 or 3 of them parked halfway into the street. Sometimes they're parked in the yard, and the yard is obviously taking a beating. I heard the applicant mention a van for transporting the residents to and from work. I've been working from home this last year, so I'm home all day. I have never seen such a transport van one time, I don't think. So I'm not sure about that. The house size it's definitely not 3,000 square feet, because I remember when we were looking for a house, I saw 17 Placid Drive up for sale around the same time, and it was indeed a 4-bedroom house, and it was roughly 2,000 square feet. Certainly not suitable for 10, 12 people to be living in, especially when you consider that that's about half of the people on the entire street living in one house.
Well, Alex, I'm going to disagree with you on that. I lived in a 900 square foot house, and we had 8 of us. So that's how I grew up. So I don't know that this 10 in 2000 or 2,800 is that bad. You could have a family of 10 right now, and there'd be 10 people in there.
Well, I think a family of 10 is different than 10 grown men living in a house.
But again, I disagree with the amount of people that have to vote.
Okay. And then it's a nonprofit organization, but there was mention of collecting rent from the residents. And so that kind of raised an eyebrow to me. I had no idea that they were paying rent. I assume, is when I learned that there was a group living home, I assumed it was either through donations or grants or other kind of charitable donations, things like that. So that definitely raised an eyebrow. And
Timer.
sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and so I guess to wrap up, my wife and I bought this house because it looked like a nice, quiet, peaceful neighborhood, a good place to raise some kids in the future. And the fact that this organization, I guess, they never contacted us, they never made themselves, known. It's a little sketchy to me. And it's nothing against the residents of the house. I understand drug addiction it's no joke. But to the owners and the operators, it just it doesn't sit right with me, the way they've handled themselves thus far.
Okay, thank you, sir. Try to limit your comments to about 4 minutes, because we've got a line of people. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Rice at 18 Placid.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rice.
I bought that property, I guess, 3 or 4 months ago, and I've been living there for a couple months now. I had no idea that this place was next to me. Of course, it's not going to help the property values at all. I was going to build a brand new house there because of the man down the street, he's got a new house, and I was gonna add to the neighborhood. As soon as I found out about that, my wife and I said no. So I had already purchased this. I'm already losing money because they're next to me. And I have a big problem with somebody moving in there and not saying anything to anybody. So you're starting off dishonest to begin with. So what's gonna come in the future? That's what bothers me more than anything. We've canned the new house. It's gonna stay just like it is, and I'm gonna sit on it. But they claim they got this long list of what they're required from their people. You can't follow that list. It's too long. No one person can even do that. And it makes me think that they don't really track it as well as they say. And there's a gentleman back here that's how I found out, but I'm probably the one that instigated this. He walked up to me the day or two after I bought the property. And I thought it was some guys with some roommates, is what I was told when I bought the property. Because nobody knew anything, okay? So he told me that they could have 15 people living there because they got two or three bathrooms. I looked at him, and I'm sure he saw my face turn white. I'm like, what are you talking about, 15 people? So now we're getting down to, that wasn't true. He told me that he did not live there, that he came in the morning and the evenings. So I'm thinking this whole period between him showing up to monitor these people, they're free. So now they come up with this, we got a 24-hour guy there. That they lied then too. They're dishonest. Or they would have went through the right channels to do what they had to do. As far as the road goes, they park up on the road, and when it was snowing, you couldn't even get through. One of our residents had to get out and get them to move their cars to get through. You can't do that. It's a one-lane road. Now, who's going to maintain that road? There's 15 cars going. These cars are making rounds there every day to go to work, beating up this road. It's just a little gravel road. Who's going to maintain that with these extra people on there? It's not a city street. There's no asphalt or concrete on it. It gets beat up. So all these extra residents that are here are just tearing our street up. I'm just not happy with it at all. And I have seen someone walk from that property. Okay, I'm there every day. I'm retired. I'm there every day. I've seen way more cars that are there. And when this Hutchins person drove by, she drives by during the day when they're all at work. There's no cars there. Oh, it looks pretty. It's pretty on the outside. It's not pretty on the inside. We know what the people are, and that's the truth. And I've been through the drug thing. I had a son die 3 years ago because of this. I've been the ups and downs of all that. So I understand it. It's not about the people. It's about how these people that own it went about trying to get it there. So to me, they're dishonest. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Hartman. I live at 3649 Salem Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63301. Okay? Sober living, this Saturday I'll have 52 months clean, by God's grace, but sober living
Congratulations.
saved my life. Because when I went into treatment and when I would have got out, I had no family, I had no friends. I would have been on the street and I'd be dead today. Okay? LIV, I've been going over there off and on for the past year. They've always had a house manager there. I go to pick up some of the guys, take them to meetings if they can't get to one. Sober living, and I'm hearing property value go down, and I understand their concerns, but sober living, when I first moved into a different one because LIV wasn't around, I went through Bridgeway here in St. Charles, okay? I had meetings to go to, I had to get a job, had to do a sponsor, I had to do this, I had chores. That sober living taught me how to be a productive member of society. I didn't know, I couldn't remember how to cook because the last 2 years of my addiction, I was living on the streets or in woods, not showering. I didn't know how to make a bed. I didn't know how to get along with other individuals that weren't getting high. And at LIV, that's what these guys are learning to do. Because they'll call me sometimes, Scott, I want to go to a meeting, I can't get it. Okay, I got you. I'll leave work sometimes because I work at Bellacino, so sometimes I can leave for a minute and go back. I'll get them to a meeting. So the fact that they've got a list of stuff to do, it's achievable because I see it and I've done it. So many people are dying today because they don't have anywhere to go. And the sober living houses, as long as people are following what needs to be done, they can have a good life. And I'm living proof. I'm living proof. What they're doing is phenomenal. I can tell you, I would not go over and talk to those guys if I didn't believe in what they were doing. So they didn't understand the process. She's a real estate agent and didn't know that she needed to get a permit. I didn't know that. So why we're here? We're here because somebody's mad because they didn't know. And when I got a call a couple days ago, because I didn't know this was going on, if the residents didn't know up until November and they'd been there 7 months, it couldn't have been that big of a problem. And chances are, if this gentleman wouldn't have complained, we may not even be here. But I'm telling you, whether it's the Oxford House, whether it's LIV, it doesn't matter. Sober living in today's society is a must. Is a must. And it's not just happening down in the city in North St. Louis like everybody thinks because we're in St. Charles, St. Peter's, and O'Fallon, you got the money. I know people dying every day out here because they don't have any family. They don't know where to go once they get out of treatment. So I appreciate your guys' time, but these sober houses are essential to save some lives.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bailey Dickherber, and I live at 16 Placid Drive in St. Charles, 63304. I apologize for the shakiness in my voice. I'm not very good at speaking in front of people.
It's okay.
As we all can be sometimes. We had just recently bought this house at the end of December. This is our very first home, and honestly, we've had zero issue with these people. We're right next door, and the only thing that I've seen that could probably be an issue to other people in this, I wouldn't even call it a neighborhood, on this one small street in the middle of St. Charles, is the cars on the road. I could see how that would aggravate people because it's gravel. It's not even a road. It's honestly, I favor for these guys because for what they're doing and how well and how clean they keep their property, it's actually pretty spectacular. I've seen a lot of people go through this stuff and not make it, and it's really hard for them. And I get that, and then we get people that move into neighborhoods and want to destroy homes that are needed like this. It's definitely an excitement for new home buyers. The only thing that I was hearing was more than 7 people in the house. I have had no idea how many people were in that house. I've only maybe seen 4 actual people. There are obviously multiple cars that are in the driveway, or 2 along the street in the front yard. But having to do with more than 7 people, it could cause a privacy concern on my property at least. And really that's all I would have to say about anything concerning. Property value, I couldn't see how it would hurt it other than multiple vehicles. But to be totally honest, if there weren't multiple vehicles in the driveway, you would have no idea how many people are there because everything is actually well maintained. It's not like you can have green grass in that neighborhood, and it's not like you can have a beautiful street or driveway. Granted, my driveway is brand new, but it's not really plausible for that street.
How come you can't have green grass in your neighborhood?
Lots of trees. Very wooded, and it's downhill into a creek, so it's kind of
I'm looking at the pictures and I'm not, and it's hard to tell because it looks like it was taken in the fall, maybe, type of thing. But I'm not seeing a ton of trees.
There's quite a bit of trees. I have probably a dozen. I have
see some in
7
the back.
trees in my front yard. It's pretty wooded. It's a very secluded street back there. It's almost like it was built obviously a long time ago and never maintained. The street-wise, the homes are great. A very small home. Our home is 850 square feet, and I mean their home is
Grass in that yard.
probably close to twice the size of ours. But
Is there a homeowners association?
no HOA. No. But it is a very, we'd like to keep everything quiet, and we'd like to try and keep the peace with everybody on that street because there's only 6 or 7 of us, or say, and it should be peaceful back there. That's why we had chosen that house. We didn't choose the house due to being 800 square feet. We chose the house because it's a nice acre in the middle of St. Charles County, and it's super quiet. We didn't drive back there and look at the house with our real estate agent and say, oh, there's like 900 cars over there. We said, this looks like a really nice neighborhood.
So had you known that facility was there, would you have still bought the house?
Probably so. I do believe so. It was our first house. It's not our forever home, but it's quiet. And this is granted, we haven't been there long, but seems to be the only issue. The people, or the lady that lived there before us, didn't even know. She lived there 20 years.
Okay.
So,
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tracy Dupre, and I live at 435 Hickory Dale Drive.
Okay.
Okay, just wanted to say thank you for listening to my concerns. I'm a little bit nervous about this, so just bear with me. I just found out about this yesterday. I live on Hickory Dale, so I don't know how many feet you have to be within a vicinity to a structure like this. I found out last night scrolling through the Nextdoor app, and it was really concerning to me. My husband and I moved in about 6 years ago, and we've rebuilt our property for our kids to grow up on. And if I did not scroll the app, I would not know this facility was there. I just want to say I am not against a sober living facility. I just don't think it belongs in a residential area, and there's concerns that I think we're all aware of. First and foremost, I am concerned for the safety of my family. She mentioned that there will be people living there for 6 months to potentially 18 months, but it sounds like it's going to be a revolving issue. So there is always going to be new people living at this facility. And by all means, I have empathy towards them and I wish them well. All it takes is one person for something to happen. And again, being in a residential facility, I am really concerned for my family, as well as other families with kids on the street that have no knowledge. I haven't even been able to tell them that this is going on. With work, I came straight here, and I think there would be many more people here that have young children that are opposed to this. Next, I am concerned about property values. Like I said, we were able to purchase it, and my husband has done a lot of work to try to help bring the property values up. And if I were researching and I knew that this facility was on my street, it would deter me from buying the property. So I am concerned, all the work that we have done to this property, that if this facility continues, or if there's other facilities that arise, that our property values would go down. Next, I would also like to talk, if you look at the plat where Placid meets Hickorydale, Hickorydale, aside from Placid, is a pretty dangerous street. It is very narrow, there are no shoulders, and it is a very windy and hilly road. And where I live, there is a bunch of hills, and I'm always having to hug the road because people are always coming up fast. And about a year ago, I told my husband, there's been a lot of traffic coming on this street, and I don't know where, because if you look, Hickorydale is a dead-end street. And my curiosity is if this facility is, in fact, bringing a lot more traffic. If you were to drive down Placid, I suggest you take a look for yourself. The road is in desperate need of repair. If you drive on Hickorydale, it is asphalt and it is narrow, but Placid is even worse, and there is massive potholes, and when you drive down the street, you cannot even properly make a U-turn.
It is a private property, though.
It is private property.
It's a private road.
Okay. 17 Placid Drive, if you drive, it does look like a parking lot. It is a giant gravel driveway that goes around to the back, and it looks like a driveway because there are several cars parked at a diagonal, just like it would be a parking lot. My question is, I'm not privy to this information, but is this a temporary facility? If she were to get this application approved, is it for a certain period of time? Is it 1 year, 2 years, and is there a renewal upon this? Would she have to submit an application every couple years? Is there a termination date? And lastly, I just would like to ask each and every one of you, where you are living, if you had young children or grandchildren, would you want this type of facility near your kids or your grandchildren? Thank you.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jonathan Fackler. My address is 17 Placid Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm standing in line shaking my head because I've been at that house since it opened in early March. And I am the 24-hour, 7 days a week house manager.
What are you looking at me for?
Because
Okay,
people
sir,
have,
speak to us.
people have insinuated that there's no supervision. We're X type of people. Several people have mentioned they didn't even know that we were there. If we're such bad neighbors, wouldn't you have known that we're there? If we cause such a disturbance and we're so dangerous, seems like you'd have known we were there before. Dwayne went up and talked to the new neighbor. He wasn't obligated to. He went over as a gesture of goodwill to say, hey, my name's Dwayne. This is what we do at this house. The parking, the street, yeah, it's a narrow street. We do have a lot of vehicles. I challenge anybody to go down Placid and think like somebody said that you could fit 6 or 7 cars in front of that house, because there's absolutely no way. It does present a challenge, and it's something that would probably need to be addressed by further parking. But as far as being neighbors or, a lot of not in my backyard is what I'm hearing. Hey, that's great that you're, wanting to get sober. Just don't do it around me. Not one person in that house has caused any problem for a neighbor. We keep quiet. We keep to ourselves. We do have rules we have to follow. I'm the one that enforces them. I have chores that I have to assign every week. And if those chores aren't done, there are fines that get assessed. The idea, the other thing, you know, somebody mentioned something about the inside of the house. They haven't seen the inside of the house. 4 bedrooms, 2 baths? No. There are 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. Nobody's 3 bathrooms. Nobody is cramped in there. It's easy for me to say I have my own room, but I've been there a year, and I can tell you right now, if I wasn't there, if I wasn't around a supportive group of people, I wouldn't be sober. I've been there a year, and could I move out? Sure. Do I trust myself living alone or in I'm not at that point in my recovery yet. This does it for me. The concerns have been brought up, well, nobody knew it was here, nobody knew it was there. I didn't even know about it. I just thought we had assholes down the street that were parking funny. All of these things, my understanding is I'm not obligated to go to all of my neighbors and say, hey, my name's Jonathan, this is what we do. There's no requirement there. Yes, ignorance is no excuse for not having the proper permits or by going by, the real estate agent's advice or the owner's advice. We're trying to rectify that now. And a couple of people have moved in. I see these same cars going up and down the road every day. There's a house at the end that probably has, 3 or 4 that come speeding by. So it's not just us, it's a narrow road. Anytime 2 people are going down it, they're gonna meet each other. It's just, there's a lot of Johnny-come-latelys to the neighborhood that seem to wanna change things because they don't like the way it is. We're willing to work to do what needs to be done in order so that we can maintain that. We're good people, we're quiet. We don't raise a fuss. We don't have visitors. Everybody works, goes to meetings, do what they have to do. And I'm the one that makes sure that they do that. So I'd welcome any questions you have.
I got a question.
Sure.
So you're the 24-hour house manager, or are you a member of the program, or both?
Both.
Okay. So you're a staff member, but you're also...
Sir, just,
Yeah.
and hey, folks, I know you guys want to talk about this, but please, I'm begging you, you're not doing yourself any favors by laughing, giggling, talking over people when they're talking. So please, let this gentleman talk. You're all going to get your chance.
Yes, I am a resident. I am in the program. I'm there 24/7. I'm the house manager.
Okay. I'm just out of curiosity, was there something further that you have to do to become a staff member than you would if you were just a regular resident? Like, I'm just curious, like, if you have to be at a further level, or how does that work?
I think the owners and the other staff would tell you that I'm part of the staff.
Okay,
I'm certainly compensated.
okay,
I don't pay rent. So, the only thing that would be required would be a designation that, hey, he's part of our staff.
okay. Do you have staff members there that are not part of the program? Or that maybe were previously part of the program but have been sober for a longer period of time?
Yeah, we have staff members who have sober time, and they're gonna speak,
Okay.
if I understand your question correctly.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious as if you have anyone working at the building that's not recovering or in recovery? Or is everyone working there is in recovery or has been in recovery for some time?
Well, the owners aren't in recovery at our particular house. Nobody's there that isn't in recovery.
Okay. That was all.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Absolutely, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Dwayne Lauder, and I am from 1424 Milton Drive in Alton, Illinois. And I would like to add a little spin to all of this because I'm also the director and I'm also in recovery. And next month I will have 5 years clean and sober, and by the grace of God, I am standing here today talking to all of you because I shouldn't be. And I am no different than your grandson, your son, your son, your grandson, your nephew. It can happen to anybody, and it's happening to a lot of people right here in this county. I know. I see it every single day. It's an issue. It's an issue nobody wants to deal with, including the people behind me, a lot of them. But your family will be affected by this. And it's companies like ours, or nonprofits, whatever you want to call us, that are making a difference. And somebody has got to do it. And like the gentleman that was just up here said, if we were such a problem in this neighborhood, then why didn't anybody know we were there? We've been there a year. Because we run a good program, that's why. It's a 3-phase program that works. And the first phase is set up so that myself and our staff gets to know our residents. And if they are doing any sort of BS, they're out. And we bring in people who want this program, who rigorously want it so they can get to a point in their life like myself. I'm going to be so transparent with you people right now. I've done 17 and a half years in the state of Missouri's prison system. My father was the head chemist of Bristol Myers in Baldwin, Missouri. And because of addiction, I ended up where I was at. But because I got help and people believed in me, I'm doing what I'm doing today, and my dad would be proud.
So do you live at the facility?
I do not, but I'm there every day. I'm the one the neighbor was talking about who said there was 15 people living in the house, which that was never said because I am rigorously honest today. What I said was 12. We were hoping to have 12 people in that house, which with 3 full baths and the amount of bedrooms we have, we could do that without sardining people in there. If there's an issue with parking, we'll fix it. We can add gravel. We can make it work.
So what's your role in the facility?
I'm the director. And we have a med tech who comes every day for medications. They are not allowed to have their medications all over the house. They're secured, they're locked, they're given to them daily. And she's not in recovery. But she's a huge support on why I'm standing here today. And that's what it takes for what we're doing to work, is support. And we need the community support too. And we need all your support. This is working. You know how many young people I've seen die from heroin overdoses in your county alone? Yeah. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Over here. You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Steve Leapart, and I live at 39,
If you feel comfortable, you can take that.
Steve Leapart, 3948 Summerview Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead.
I live in the woods. I mean, I'm sorry. I live in the house just through on the other side. I live in the house on the other side of the woods. Okay, from the residents here. I've lived there for 20 years. My 15-year-old son and several other of the children in the neighborhood play in those woods right behind the house that we're talking about here. Okay. One of the things that concerns me most, and I will state for the record, I am not against this type of program, okay? I have been affected by addiction in my family as well, and I do believe that there needs to be more of these places. However, I don't believe that they need to be in residential areas where children play in the woods right behind the house, okay? And part of what concerns me is, I don't know, and I'm not speaking for any of the residents who live at the house currently, but the potential for any that live there now or in the future, as to whether or not there are any other co-mental illness diagnosis that goes along with the substance abuse diagnoses, which is often the case from my experience, okay? So, with that being said, how can they guarantee the safety of the children who play in the woods behind the house or any other children in the general area on there from anyone that has some mental illness diagnosis, okay, that could have some sort of mental breakdown at any given moment, wrong place at the wrong time for children? All it takes is one incident to have a major problem to go wrong, okay? And I've heard testimonies said today from several of the people that were here, or at least two of the people here, not to mention other people who struggle with substance abuse. I've heard them say numerous times, I would be dead if it wasn't for this, or I would be dead if it wasn't for that, or I should be dead right now, so on and so forth. Well, when you're faced with death, it's human nature not to die, okay? And whatever the case is that's gonna happen potentially from there is anybody's guess. And this is a concern of mine, that children that play in the area, if this gets approved, you're concentrating people with substance abuse problems, potential mental illness diagnoses, probably fair to say consistent poor judgment throughout the portion of their lives, okay? These are the things that you're concentrating in the area where children play, and elementary schools not too far from there as well, okay? So that's one of my concerns, is how there's gonna be any guarantee of safety for the children that live there, and if there's mental illness diagnoses that go along with this. And then the last point I guess I would like to make, I did hear the woman who runs the program say that you can't be a part of the program if you have any convictions of felonies, misdemeanors, and so on and so forth. Obviously, you could be a convicted felon to be the director of the place, is what I just heard from the gentleman testifying just before me. So I'm just saying for the record that, you know, it's a concern of mine for the safety of the concentration of folks that would be living in this residence.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Couldn't your existing neighbors have addiction and mental illness problems right now?
I suspect so, yeah.
It's possible?
Sure it is.
Okay, thank you. And you wouldn't know it?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Can you raise your hand with me?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Danielle Gilbert. I live at 3316 Shutton Street in St. Charles, 63301. So I am a licensed master social worker. I have worked with LIV since they opened. I have worked at facilities in our area. I currently work as an outreach coordinator for American Addiction Centers. So I'm directly working with our hospitals, with the St. Charles Ambulance District, other places in our area that are dealing with this exact episode, or this exact issue. I want to be very clear, 1 in 12 Americans suffer from this disease. I am one of them. I have 5 years. I am standing here, like these people have said, by the grace of God. I have a license now as a social worker. I went back to school and got that master's, being clean after that. I also want you to know that 1 in 5 Americans suffer from mental health issues. This room has a lot of people in it, and not all of us are the ones that are saying that we are in recovery. This is an issue that is greatly affected in our areas. I live in Newtown. I know for a fact from the St. Charles Ambulance District that they have busted houses in my neighborhood that have been meth labs and other things. I live in Newtown. This is an area that it doesn't matter what we look like, what our picket fence is, these issues exist. LIV creates a very structured program that I'm happy to send my clients to. I was a discharge planner at a facility locally, and I sent my clients there. I had a gentleman that had been in treatment 13 times, relapsed every single time. He went into the LIV house. He celebrated a year 6 months ago, so he's got a year and a half. These are programs that are necessary. It doesn't matter where they're at. This is part of our community. We can deny it. We can pretend that it's not in our backyard, but it is. And it's something that whether we want to have a house that has it or not, it's not going to change things. This is a house that does drug test. I know this because I've gotten phone calls that have said, hey, listen, we dropped a client. They were dirty, and we're sending them back to treatment. And that was within 12 hours. they are very, very careful to make sure that that the people that are going in there, because they are early in recovery, have the structure that's necessary. They have staff that's necessary. The gentleman that spoke and said, I'm staff and I'm part of the team, he earned that right because he was involved in that house. He continued to progress in the program, and that allowed him to not only be a peer, but also to be a staff member in there that is helping to monitor it because he values his sobriety. That is how these houses work. 10 people is important because having 4, there's less accountability there. When you have 10 people, like the gentleman said, I care about who's in my home. I care about who's in there, and they're keeping each other accountable. It allows people to build community. And we are people, we are residents of your community. Whether I'm in recovery or I'm not, these houses are housing people just like me. And we know that through these houses, we also are allowing that there's less recidivism. This is a disease that costs $740 billion annually. And houses like this help to decrease that. They help to allow people like myself to believe that recovery is possible, to believe that I can live a normal life. Because I didn't think that 5 years ago. I didn't think that I could ever live in a normal neighborhood. And I bought a house in Newtown. These are things that are incredibly important to help our community. These are things that are going to allow our community to be stronger, I believe. This is something that we are dealing with day in and day out here. And these houses are going to help create a society that we need here. I'm sorry that I'm going back and forth. These houses are what allow us to help continuing to grow and to move forward and to help address the issue that we have with the opioid epidemic and with alcohol in our society. So, and I have no problem bringing my son there or my grandchildren there if I had them. I have absolutely no problem with my children being there. I've gone to the house multiple times. I have to use a GPS every time I go there because I don't know what house it is. And I've gone to multiple of our homes, like I said, because I also refer people there. And so I know for a fact that I've struggled to find them. So if that's the case, being there multiple times, it's not like it's that advertised there. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to commend your son. Come on.
He did pretty good, didn't he?
He's fantastic.
Come on.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jordan Hampton, 9015 Eager Road, Richmond Heights, Missouri, 63144.
Go ahead.
So I'm the executive director of Recovery House of St. Louis, which is 11 transitional living homes within St. Louis city limits. We house about 140 guys. I'm going to try to actually stay as objective as possible because I heard there's a lot of subjectivity that has been said, and it really, there's no homeowners association. It's not a boarding home. They don't have to have a petition signed. So there's a lot that's been said that is somewhat irrelevant to me. What I can say is that I myself am a person in long-term recovery. I came through our program the exact same way that many of the people that have spoken came through theirs. It is a really easy place to dislike, and I would be willing to bet, if you opened up everyone's closet, we could probably throw mud all across the room. But this is just an organization that chose to step into the solution of something that they've been impacted by, and they wanted to live life with purpose and try to make a difference in where they've been impacted. I was a part of the reviewing team that they referenced to as the National Alliance of Recovery Residencies. They do have to be in compliance with St. Charles County. As far as the bedroom living space, they're required to have 50 square foot bedroom space per person, which I know in the city of St. Louis it was 60. So you have to stay in compliance with the city, so it would have to be raised to 60. So it really doesn't matter about what anyone feels towards that either. But I just, they're not receiving any grant. I mean, I know what grants they are and aren't receiving, and I can assure you, trying to collect rent from early recovering individuals at 20, 30, 40 days clean, they're not making hand over foot. So it's not exactly, if you're just gunning for monetary gain, this isn't exactly a business to do it. So I'm here to attest for the program, for the character of, for the individuals that I know, Cameo and Derek, that run the program. They've always walked with great integrity. They've been great support to us and vice versa. And so I live about 40 minutes away from here, so I drove just to say that. So thank you.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Go ahead. Oh, give us your name and address.
Yes, thank you. My name's Emily Young. I live at 11 Lock Haven Court, Lake St. Louis, Missouri.
Go ahead.
So I work for a nonprofit called Archway Institute. We help people who are impacted by addiction. LIV Sober Living is one of our partners, and I'm proud to call them a partner. I am also a person in long-term recovery, so I can speak a little bit on both sides, the need in the recovery community, but also LIV as an organization. I think we all know that the need is great in the recovery community, and due to COVID, we're definitely seeing an increase in need. More substance use disorders, more mental health disorders, more overdoses. Actually, in Missouri, our overdose rates are higher than the nationwide average. So we know, and multiple people have said that, the need is not just in our urban areas or St. Louis City, it is everywhere. It's in our community. But really to speak to LIV, I know that the residents have to do community service. I believe it's monthly. I know that because they partnered with Archway in order to do some of that community service. We just partnered for a bake sale, so the women made baked goods, and the proceeds went to Archway to help fund people's recovery. So I can speak to Cameo and Derek who run it, to their executive director as well. That it was a humbling and very gracious partnership for that. But also I was able to talk to some of the women that were in the house. And I talked to 3 different women, kind of interviewed them to get their story, to be able to share their story of hope with others. And there was a resounding piece that I remember, and it was I've been to other sober living houses, and this one was different. Now, I don't know why it's different, but I do think that speaks to the to the house, to the processes they put in place. It speaks to the camaraderie and the culture that they've built. So we talk a lot in the behavioral health field about peer-to-peer support, and that's one thing that you really get with recovery housing. It's something that is very much needed. It's proven 9 times out of 10 that people need that peer-to-peer, that camaraderie to really recover their lives and thrive in recovery. So I very much support LIV as a partner to Archway, but also just for the work that they're doing.
Thank you, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the
All
record.
right. I'm Derek Jones, co-founder of Live Recovery Sober Living, address 1714 Summergate Estates Drive, 63303. So my wife and I, we've been St. Charles residents for 10 years now. She's been involved in recovery. She actually works for a treatment facility, and myself was a manager at the biggest hospital in the state, Barnes Hospital. She worked in recovery for, I want to say, 5 years. Don't quote us on numbers. We're so nervous now. We apologize if we're off on numbers as far as square footage. Forgive us. But we can get those numbers for you. But she's been in the business for so long, and she would see a lot of her clients or people that she would help leave treatment and go right back into the communities that they were in and wouldn't have a solid place or structured program to go to for continuum of recovery. So here's what brought us to creating and developing Live. We started off with a women's home, the Placid residence. We've been there for a full year, and I quit my job. I'm 24/7, 365 invested in this organization. It is nonprofit. Trust me, we do not make enough money to replace or even a third of the salary that I lost from leaving my job. Yes, we do charge rent. The rent is because we have to hold the residents to accountability, so when they do move on their own, they have a layout of them paying rent on time that we can give to lenders. We also work with different organizations to help with financial literacy. We have cooking. We have all sorts of resources that help them become acclimated to society once they decide to leave. Yes, the parking is a disaster. Yes, it is. Won't lie about that. Every night we go over and try to create a plan to manage the parking because the roads are narrow. If approved, we would like to add more gravel because there's enough land to accommodate adding parking spaces to it for the residents living there. Yes, we do have a van that we raise money for. We do quite often, maybe monthly, online fundraisers. A lot of our proceeds are generated from online fundraisers. We purchased a van. We do have it. If they needed a van at Placid, they can call and request it. We take them to job interviews. They go to outpatient treatments. They pick up meds from the pharmacy. Luckily, no one at Placid needs a vehicle because they all carpool, or as you notice, we have 5 or 6 cars or however many cars are there. But yes, we do have a van for transportation. We are willing to do our part if we need to offer and raise funds to help repair or chip in on repairing the road. We're willing to do that. Here's the importance of being kind of a quiet recovery community. It's already looked down. The guys that live with them want to really focus on their recovery and not worry about a community of people judging them. I understand. It's hard. We were close. We decided not to move out of the community so that we can be here able to assess it within 5 to 10 minutes. We literally live 5 to 10 minutes away from Placid now. We do not desire to just throw them up all over the place. No. We saw a quiet, secluded land home with lots of land, lots of space to accommodate a nice group of guys inside. We jumped on it. We worked with the guy that's leasing us the property. He purchased it for us. We bought it. We acquired it. Well, he bought it, acquired it, and we moved in. But it was by no means are we trying to hide. Of course, we don't give out our address. One resident commented that, hey, why can't we find your addresses? Because safety concerns. You have a lot of, we may have a person who may have a restraining order from his wife or whomever. It can be anything. We don't post that information online. It's only given out once we work with the treatment facility or hospital to move that individual in. So I just want to say, this has been kind of hard listening because I hear the concerns, and I was once a person who had those concerns until I lost my father from addiction. I began to work with my wife, and she helped me understand and see a different picture of what people that look like, well, what they're experiencing when they're suffering from addiction, because as you can stand, there's a lot of people in here that look normal. Like you wouldn't even notice it. And whatever we can do to get the community involved, to support the community, to gain the support from them, to keep us functioning, we're open ears and we're willing to listen.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions? I can answer any question.
Is it an all-male facility?
Yes, this is all male, no co-eds. It's all
Okay,
male.
because it threw me off because,
Because 37 is a women's facility.
well, no, okay. Because the other
Right.
lady had mentioned about women doing baked goods, 3 people.
Yes,
in the
that
home.
she partnered with our women's home.
Gotcha.
And we do community service once a month. That's a requirement. We partner with Salvation Army. They donate us food for a lot of residents who may not have a job right away, who move in. They may need support with food. Also, we also partner with Catholic Charities, St. Vincent de Paul. They'll cover their rent up to 2 weeks. All of that money is returned into the organization. Finally, we say staff. Jonathan is not a paid staff person. Really, none of our staff persons are paid because we can't afford to pay them. So 90% of the time, they're donated. We give out vouchers from time to time to support them in their commute, if they need a vehicle to rent to get to and from. But a lot of the proceeds generated, because the mortgage and the lease is so high, really, the amount of people we have in there really only covers the amount of, as far as payout for rent, as far as payout for utilities, and all of the other stuff like drug screens and different things we use to keep the house running and functioning.
When you say safety concerns, what are your safety concerns?
Our safety concerns is Narcan training. That's our biggest thing as far as what we require. So upon moving in, we work with an organization, I think it's a guy with Sauna Lake, and he provides Narcan training. Just in case we have a relapse, we have Narcan in all corners of the house that can be used at any access or any moment.
But you said you don't let people know what your address is due to
Oh,
safety concerns.
because
That's
privacy. Oh, I'm sorry, privacy. Like for instance, women. A lot of women may have a husband who's looking for them or trying to locate them because they've been actively using together. So when they leave a treatment facility, a 30-day or 120-day program, inpatient program, a lot of their people that were bad influences in their life are trying to get in contact with them. So if they find out, hey, this person lives at a live house, immediately they're going to go down all the addresses and look and sit outside in case just to see if such and such is there. So we don't want to provide that information. Our goal is to remain quiet, private, and hidden the best way as possible so our residents can focus on their recovery and not outside things.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we're going to stop the line at the,
Blues
with
jersey.
you, Mr. Blue.
Blues jersey.
Didn't you know it's St. Patrick's Day and it's not Blues Day? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings with the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Rachel Thrasher. I live at 16 Placid Drive, right next door. So we bought the house early December. Within just a couple of weeks of us buying, the director, Dwayne, came over, introduced himself, told us what the place is, said there's going to be about 12 of us living here. If you have any problems, give me a call, gave us his phone number and everything, told us all about him. Say we checked the guys, we screened them. So them saying that they're sneaking in, no one knew about it, understandable. But the fact that none of the neighbors knew about it for over a year, doesn't that say how quiet and clean they keep the place? Because we didn't know. We moved in, we thought, what a cute neighborhood, look at this house next door, landscaping, everything. The cars being in the driveway, even just a couple of weeks ago, he came up to us, said there was a complaint from another neighbor. He said, just want to let you know, we're going to start changing our parking situation, we're going to try to stay off the road. They do, they park diagonal in their driveway, and they stay off the road from what they can't. You would never guess there's 10, 12 people living there because there's 5, 6, 7 cars max at a time. I'm out the door at 6 a.m. in the morning for work. I look next door and they're leaving at the same time because they're going to work. I come home 5 o'clock, sometimes 10 o'clock from both jobs. They're already all back in. So they're good, quiet neighbors. They keep to themselves. I don't recognize any of the couple of guys that do live here because they're so quiet and they do keep themselves. I see Dwayne in and out all the time checking on people, and I've seen maybe 1 or 2 other people. But no one knew they lived there, then they're really not causing any problems. And I understand people concerned about maybe saying like mental illnesses, but there's so many people that got them, you don't know what neighbors do or don't have them. The concerns for the kids, just because they have an alcohol addiction before or drugs, doesn't mean they're gonna go do anything to your kids. I would say a privacy fence maybe around the property would help, with other people, make them feel a little bit more safe. But other than that, I mean, we're engaged, we're getting married in October. We plan on starting a family there, and we've got no problem with that many people living next door. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kimberly Schmidt, and I live at 4 Kickshaw Drive, which is less than 1,000 feet from this home. I have been there for 15 years. I have redone my whole home. And I sit here and I listen to no felons are allowed in there. The gentleman was in prison. He's a felon. That's a lie. Them going quietly and moving all these people into this neighborhood and not telling anybody. The traffic, where my street is at the top of the hill, the traffic is nonstop. And another concern I have is these people come in for 6 months, 9 months. How many people a year will be going up and down that road? In and out of that house. That road is private, just like my road. We don't get it snow blowed or plowed, no rock, gravel. All of us homeowners have to chip in and keep our road up. And my concern is also for the children in the neighborhood. I don't feel safe, and I live alone, and I just don't approve of it. Thank you.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jimmy Dalton. I live at 705 Forest Acres Drive in O'Fallon, but I own both 24 and 25 Placid. And I have two of them, so, I know you don't want redundancy, but if property value goes down, I'm double hit. My stepdaughter lives in the one house, and I rent it out to a tenant, the other house. My new grandbaby lives with my stepdaughter. My tenants have 2 little girls. Just the fact of having any 8 guys, I don't care if they're recovering addicts or not, I don't like the idea of any 8 guys living in a house, a couple doors down from my granddaughter. I think that it's just a danger to everybody around. Again, don't want to repeat. But I know that the one lady said that the residents aren't supposed to talk to anybody. But my stepdaughter was trying to help push out, during the snowstorm, push out the neighbor's car out of the driveway, and just felt somebody looking at her, turned around, there was somebody just staring at her from behind, and was totally creeped out, somebody who came from up the street. And my wife was there just last Thursday. We had the 11th. Said a red car just went flying by. She was freaked out how fast they were. And then looked on the picture, on the website before we came here, and it was a car that was at that house, 17, Placid. So that's another danger. That's really all I have.
Thank you. You swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Nick Lowe. It's 3 Kickshaw Drive, 63304. Keep it short and sweet. Me and my wife had bought the house 3.5 years ago. I thought it was a dream home. I thought I was going to raise my kids there and probably die in the same house. Unfortunately, with finding out this stuff, my wife she's got different ideas. And I either have to go with her and probably sell the house and move somewhere else, or I'm going to have issues with my wife. And that's not what I want. But we have a 3 and 4 month old daughter. I hope that she could use a subdivision like I used my subdivision when I grew up, and able to ride her bike around and this and that. But unfortunately, our subdivision is a subdivision that it's not exactly the safest subdivision to be driving in, walking in. I don't walk my dogs up and down the street. I don't try to even walk up the street. There's, like many people said, it's really hilly, and then even at the top of my street, I couldn't tell how many times it's even 3.5 years that I've almost been T-boned. Now, it has nothing to do with that house. It has everything to do with all the houses around it, but just adding extra people to the subdivision that are maybe unnecessary. I mean, that's where my really gripe is, and I feel like my house is my biggest investment that I'm ever going to make. I mean, it's going to be worth more than probably what I'm going to be able to make for a long time. And so my diminished home value, I mean, yes, there may not be statistics to it, but you've seen a lot of people here that don't necessarily agree with this. So there are people that would not be in the instance of having to buy the house. So really, that's really my big gripes on it. And to try to take the word of the company that's using that and keep their word or whatever to everything that they're going to do. I don't think this meeting would never happen if it would never been brought up by someone else. And I don't think they would have brought it up either. I think they would have kept on doing what they did and maybe add more people in, but until they got brought up to you guys. So I hope that you guys maybe make the right decision and maybe kick it down the road or do something. But I know we have a lot of concerns with the residents in our neighborhood.
You don't live on Placid, right?
No, Kickshaw. It's the road right before. So every car that goes to that house, it's passing right by my house. My home is touching Hickorydale. So, I mean, there's a lot of traffic that goes right by there that is my concern for my daughter whenever she grows up. I mean, obviously she ain't doing nothing right now other than sitting in daddy's arms, but whenever she grows up and starts to want to go to a friend's house, something like that, I mean, just added cars to the subdivision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Arnie, you didn't hear me say he was the last one.
Because of COVID and you advertise as a public hearing, everybody in the room that came here should be able to speak. It's a matter
Come on,
of
Arnie.
I mean, if there's other people that want to talk, I think they should be made available that opportunity.
Is there any way we could take a restroom break after this?
Yeah.
Or we need to finish?
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. This is a really tough issue. I've sat back and heard both issues. I've read all the comments in the packet. There were 10 opposed, 1 concerned, and 1 in support. There was a written protest, which means a remonstrance, which would supersede a supermajority of the county council. I'm not sure if they met that threshold of the 30% of the property owners within a certain amount of, I believe it's 1,000 feet. But 3 property owners did file a remonstrance. I would encourage any other property owners that are within that footage to file a remonstrance with the county registrar before the second reading of the county council meeting, which would inject a supermajority vote of the county council. There are concerns of safety. There are concerns of children.
Keep going.
Mental health
I
conditions.
didn't reset it.
There's some issues about child predators, child molesters, and everybody has some.
Well, where did you hear anything about predators and child molesters?
How do we know that there's a background check? Is that background check public? Are they making the residents a
You're
matter of
making some
public
stuff
record?
up here, but go ahead.
I'm not making anything. I'm saying that could be a possibility.
Look, could be there without.
She testified that everybody who comes into the house has to pass a background check.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, you keep records of that, correct? And so there's no,
We actually pay.
You can come
you
back.
can, we'll bring you back to answer some questions.
Just to be, I'm not making anything up, Mr. Chairman. Are you going to allow me to testify or are you going to interrupt?
Go ahead.
I would like to see affidavits put on the record that this person didn't know that she was obligated to get a permit from the county. I also feel that there should be, the public has a right to know, and that we should change the county code, that conditional use permits should prevail to any group home, as the neighborhoods have a right to know of what's moving into their neighborhood, regardless of what type of addiction is being sought here. My questions are, and I want to put it on the record, did staff contact the city of St. Peters to see if there was any complaints made with the city with their group home there? Has the staff talked to our chief of police or the captain of patrol services to see about the calls of service at this residence? What about the Cotterville Fire Protection District? Have they approved these many people living in this type of square footage? If I read the state code correctly, last year, the Missouri House of Representatives and Senate, with the governor's signature, passed House Bill 555 and House Bill 648, which generated the state fire marshal must come in and do an inspection of any group home serving 4 to 9 people, which would be Title 9.45.5.130, which went into effect March 1st, 2021. It's unclear about what type of group home, but I feel that it could be applicable here. I would like the commission to consider the following conditions to protect the community and the neighborhood if you would approve this, even though they've already moved in. So what's the point in having our code of regulations anyway? Number one is that the first condition is that the commission should limit the amount of residents for the addiction program to 8. The second condition is parking is a major problem here, and that's been proved and identified. Emergency response vehicles would have a hard time responding to this residence. I would like a condition that no parking on Placid Drive be allowed. There's some concern if it's a private road or a public road. The next condition is ADA compliance. Is this home Americans with Disability compliant? What about parking for ADA citizens that reside here? And if you're gonna have 5 staff members, if they have a staff meeting, visitors, and the tenants getting to work, their current parking situation on their own private property is just not working. So you're gonna have to come up with some type of condition that's gonna satisfy that they're not gonna be parking on Placid Drive. The other condition that I'd like is a review of the conditional use permit the first year and the second year. And that's to ensure review with our police chief and our police department on call volume, to make sure that the state fire marshal is doing their proper inspections, and to make sure that there's no complaint to code enforcement about this residence. And I think that's only fair. Those are my conditions. That's my testimony, and I appreciate having the opportunity. And I'd appreciate anybody else that is here to speak, that they give the same opportunity and the same respect by the commission. Thank you.
You've already spoke. Anyone else?
Did you have a question?
None of you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jerry Green. I live at 355 Hickorydale, and my on St. Charles, Missouri 63304.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I've lived out there for 50 years on Hickorydale at the same spot. And the only concern I have is that the young man, Mr. Jones, when he's up here, was talking about when I have one that does drugs and they got that, whatever you give them to keep them.
Narcan.
Yeah, so they don't die. How often do they do that? How are they getting the drugs in there? And who's monitoring them when they're doing it? And is there a possibility that they can get out of the house and go wandering around the neighborhood higher than a kite? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing for application CUP 21-03. You want to take a break now, or after we vote?
Is that okay?
Okay, we'll take a short 5-minute break. Okay, we ready? Everybody back? Okay. Take your seats, please.
I love what my feeling said. That's another 3 minutes I'll never get back.
Okay, we will, we'll ask the applicant to come back.
Can we close that door, please?
Okay. Anyone have questions for the applicant?
I just wanted to make a statement. I think it's completely and utterly irresponsible to make any insinuations without facts that because someone has a drug or alcohol addiction, that they are somehow violent, a child molester, a child sex offender, or anything like that. It's completely uncalled for, it's uncharitable, and it does not belong in these types of proceedings.
Amen.
If you've got facts, then bring them forward and show the information. But to insinuate that because somebody has had an alcohol or drug addiction is irresponsible.
Amen.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Any questions?
Well, there was lots of questions. Did you guys take notes? I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, there's the
My
parking
husband
issue. I
We
think,
want you to try to address some of their concerns.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't want to just ask them back to you.
Well, so speak to,
You can come. You're both under oath still.
So I think the question about background checks, can you clarify that?
So we actually pay $40 a month. It's literally called background checks, because we have to turn those in for staff to the state. So I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So in order for even a staff to work and be accredited, we had to turn in background checks. So we pay that every month. And just a little history of me, before I became a counselor, I was an investigator for the Attorney General. So that's what I did, was background checks and investigations and all of that. And this was back in 2012. So I learned that system, but we pay for that. So we run that for our residents as well, because, and we have caught, actually, we had someone who filled in the application, and he lied on the application and said that he didn't have any history. So we ran the background check. Well, he had armed robbery, all these things. So obviously his application was denied. So we're able to look at those things prior to them being admitted into our program.
Do you run like with Missouri State Patrol? Is that?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's in compliance with any other?
Yes, ma'am.
Organization, the same process?
Any process as if you were getting hired.
Okay.
And also, we keep a file on all of our residents. So we know what type of meds they're prescribed, their last place of residency, all of this. So in any event of anything that occur, we can pull up a file via computer or scanned document or files that we keep in our possession.
And just so they understand, for people who are concerned, you also run criminal background checks on the residents as well as the staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And so that's in our file, and that actually go through our files when we do our accreditation. They have to go through 3 or 4 files, so they're able to see those things. They're able to see the application, the physical application. Even though it's online, we're able to print it. And then also in our intake packet, they do another application. And during that application, they're able to talk about their history, their goals, what some of the things they want to do once they enter into our house. Some will say, I want to get back with my family. I want to get back into school, those types of things. So, and also they talk about criminal history, whatever that may be. And so that's where they fill out, no, we haven't done these things or whatever.
Also, a question was brought up of how long, or we just have a revolving door. What we have to remember, each person's recovery is unique to the individual, so the time that they need may take a year. But as far as revolving, it's really based on bed. We have a waiting list. If we really wanted to put 30 people in there and we wanted to hide it, we could, because our calls, we're getting over 50 calls a day from treatment facilities for this crisis we're in. This is a crisis.
Epidemic.
But we can only do what we can do, and we do respect the neighborhood. We're not trying to do it. There are plenty of recovery homes in the city that have 70 people stacked on top of each other all over the place. That's not our model. Why? Because we're fully involved every single day, whether it's Doreen or Rachel or myself. I'm 100% invested. I'm there, one call away. I help with transportations again. I help with meds. Some of our girls need jobs, need to get to different places. I take people to pick up food from the pantry. I am involved. We are there. I may not have direct contact with the residents. Maybe we need to do that more. As my wife said, this is good because if the community wants us to be involved and open with them, we will be happy to. Because we do fundraisers, community service, and there's a lot we can do. And finally, I've also met with St. Charles Elementary, middle school, I'm sorry, because my daughter attends the middle school. And we're going to, once the pandemic is under control, we're thinking about starting at that age level because the community, that's where it starts, in middle school. That's where it's starting. And we are involved. We're with the community, the continuum of care. We're not just hiding. We're out here. We're really involved in the community.
We're heavily involved in, actually, Paul Cruz, he had to leave. He had something else to do, but he's part of, head of continuum of care. We go to those monthly meetings. The police department, they talked about, getting a relationship with the police. We had the police, because some of them are in recovery. They come and talk to our house.
Yes.
They come and speak at our house. When we call them, because if there's an issue as far as someone need to be transported because they're intoxicated, they are right over there, and they are happy to be there because they understand. When we do our house searches and we
understand your passion for this.
Yeah.
Right.
I really want you to answer this,
Oh, sorry.
You got the passion for it. We get it.
Yes, sir.
We want you to be part of that, but parking seems to be a real problem. I've
Yes.
seen some of the pictures.
Yeah.
Of the parking, and that is a problem. That road's narrow. I don't know how often it's like that. A picture's just a couple minutes in time, but
So
we're going to limit the parking according to this conditions
Yeah.
to 4
Yes.
vehicles at any time. Can you handle that?
Yeah.
so here's the parking space along the side of the house. The biggest challenge is we were parking up top, and that was due to the snow conditions. That's what caused that, and you can tell in that some of our grass is starting to fade anyway. After we got the complaints about the parking, my staff and we went over and we started to park diagonal, and then we also work with everyone as far as their times that they need to depart for work. So they can park up top first, and then those who depart later can park in the back. We started doing that about a week or two ago, and we haven't had any cars on the longer.
If you have 10 guys there and they all have cars, how are you going to handle that if they're all there?
So that's just as simple as saying you can't bring your vehicle.
Okay.
That's as simple as that. You cannot have a vehicle. And to be honest with you, sometimes that's not bad because it forces them to be more involved with the recovery community. And I say that to say, to get to meetings, there's lists given at the end of the meetings. They can call someone at those meetings to come pick them up to take them to a meeting. So honestly, it's probably good for them. It's an opportunity for them to be more involved with their recovery community to transport them to
Is there a
meeting.
garage attached to this house? From our pictures, you couldn't tell.
No, sir, there's not a garage. It's a very long driveway. It is a long driveway, but
So- Robert, with almost an acre of ground, would they have to come back if they wanted to build a garage?
Or expand parking in the back, like with gravel or something?
No. There's 2 required off-street parking spaces for any group home. That's the minimum. Now, obviously, depending on the number of residents and the situation, you can impose a number larger than that.
Okay. But they could, excuse me, Tracy. They could bring in some gravel in the back and or put in a concrete pad in the back?
They could, yes. They could apply for a land use permit to put in the driveway. If it's more than, I think it's 5,000 square feet of land disturbance, it would require land disturbance permit along with that. But they do have an acre. There's a stream that flows in the back, and there's a vegetative buffer along that stream, and I'd hate for anything to remove that vegetative buffer just for stream protection purposes. But there is a pretty large area to the side and rear of the house.
Would the homeowner allow you to expand your parking behind the back?
Absolutely.
And if we
It's-
made that a condition, would you be okay with that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
They are more than willing to do whatever. They are full support of what we do. It was a requirement for them to sign in order for us to be able to do this, and they are more than willing to do whatever for us to be functional, if a parking is an issue.
So how many parking spaces would you say that you would need to be able to keep all of your cars in that parking lot? Could we put a condition on to say that you needed, 7 parking spaces in a parking lot? Or do we already have a condition saying no more than 4?
No more than 4.
Okay, so then you would need 4 parking spaces and you couldn't have any more than 4 cars there, is what it sounds like we're
But we
looking
can, we
at.
can change the condition.
Yeah, we could
Okay.
say 6 if they had
Well, that's
parking
what
in
I'm
the
saying,
back.
I'm asking you, what would work, what would you put as a condition on your house? Would you say that you need 6 parking spaces, 8? What would you say that you needed, and would you be willing to then create a parking lot that fit those cars so they would not be on the street?
I would say at least 8, a minimum of 8.
So you think that you need 8 cars to be
Yes.
there, and that you need a parking lot, and you have the resources and the ability to build a parking lot that can fit 8 cars so that none of
We'll
the
raise
cars
the
are on the street?
resources if we have to, yes, yes.
We have a very large support system that would be willing to do that.
So where did the
And-
number 4 come from? Was that a number that we came
Staff,
up
put-
with?
the
that-
staff put
Staff
that in there.
recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
So I know safety concern of the neighbors, and I think we can all understand that's a reasonable concern.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
is. Have you ever had to have the police called out there because of instances, other than maybe somebody overdosed, because there was a fight, because there was somebody showed up that shouldn't have been there? So if we, there's been no instances of police having to be called out there?
We did have an overdose before. No fighting, no.
So other than an overdose?
Well, I will say this. We sometimes, if we have a disgruntled resident who doesn't desire to move, or he feels wrong that he, has been put out for no reason or whatever, because he violated the rules, we will contact the authorities just in support of us. Yes, that has happened before, but it hasn't been the authority just kind of stay around and just kind of hang around to make sure this guy's out, or he get all of his belongings and then he proceed.
And the police, they appreciate that. They really do, because they want it to be a smooth transition. You don't want that person just running around the street. They want to be able to be there, secure it, and it lets the residents know, okay, they're also safe. So that they know that we're not doing anything wrong, the resident is comfortable, and it's a smooth transition, as well as the police will take them somewhere.
What were the other?
Any other, you writing out a new condition, Mr. Fromm?
I guess there's been a little bit of discussion about the number of residents. If we put a condition on the number of residents, what can you handle there?
We would like 12.
Okay.
We would like that.
Okay.
We can handle 12. The houses.
Yes.
The residents they would, trust me.
Yeah, because
they would
right now
take-
you can go up to 15.
Yeah, that's
So-
not an
We don't want
option.
50.
So if we put
But-
a recommendation for a condition that you can only have no more than 12,
Perfect.
would you be fine? Okay.
Perfect. And it's comfortable. No one's on, the house is so spacious. It's comfortable.
So the
Okay.
director has 1 bedroom of the 5 to themselves, right?
House
So-
manager.
so
The
the
house
house
manager.
manager. And then, so that would be then roughly 3 people per bedroom for the other 4 bedrooms?
So there's one bedroom in particular that is extremely large bedroom that has 4 in it. And then there's a room at the very, very top that they call the playroom that has 3, and then the other is 2.
And then one on the lower level by the back door, it has 2 beds in it.
Yes, 2.
Yeah. And then for egress, I believe all of the windows do open out. So we do have a fire safety escape plan in place for the home.
And that's a requirement for the national accreditation to have an escape plan. And it's actually right in front of our kitchen. It's right there for all the residents to see. There are exits at every single door, and window, fire extinguishers on each level.
So Robert, what about the approval on this? Does the fire department go into there and, what, again, we kind of, that was long, about 3 hours ago when you told us this, but I don't remember. I'm kind of reading through the notes, but.
Yeah, the project would have to be approved by Building and Code Enforcement Division.
Right.
And they've already indicated that based on the occupancy and the fire codes, this will require sprinklers.
Oh, wow.
So it will require a fairly substantial investment to make this work. So aside from the land use issues,
Yeah.
there's also just standards that it will have to meet for occupancy, and for
Right.
building and fire codes.
Okay.
Is there a time frame in which, all of these conditions that if we are set, that they have to be complied with, or they move
Yeah.
out, or, to say, well, it has to be done in the next 2 years, that's fair to the residents. But to say it has to be done in 30 days, what is the time frame on that?
We don't have a time limit imposed for coming into compliance with this. What we've told them is they need to make progress keep making progress on coming into compliance and to get everything that you need.
And
So
we have
they-
already, sorry to
they've-
interrupt.
No, I was just going to say that they have done so. They've been working on this to get this into compliance, and that's where we're at today.
Yes, sir.
How far are you from the sprinkler system?
Whew, well, that's going to be a challenge.
Well, I don't mean to laugh, but
That's
but
going to be a major
it
challenge.
just financially, we're going to have to obviously fundraise, and we're going to have to chip in. And I mean, like I said, I still have a job, so.
And the landlord, we don't know how much he would be willing to foot for that bill, so.
If they're 8 or under, do they have to have the fire sprinkler system?
Yeah.
I think it's about $8,000, right, or 11.
There's not a clean breakdown
Oh.
in that regard. The fire sprinklers depend in part on the capabilities of the occupants. So if you have people who aren't able to use their hands, for instance, people who have developmental disabilities, the fire code, or the sprinkler requirements are different. In this case, everyone's presumably able-bodied, but still the building code officials saying that at this number of people, there's fire sprinklers required.
Would there be a number of people where they wouldn't have to have the fire sprinklers? Because I'm just thinking economically, if they say, oh, if you only have 9 people, you don't need the sprinklers.
He just said no, there wasn't.
Okay, so there's no point at which.
At some point, certainly, I mean, whether there's 3 or 4, I'm not really sure what that number is.
I'm just wondering if it might make more economic sense for them
Yeah.
to have less people and not have to have the sprinklers.
You might have to have sprinklers at your house.
I have 9 people in my house, so, yeah.
But I would say that the applicants definitely need to follow up and have those conversations with building and code enforcement folks.
And we have been in process with that. We just wanted to get past this point and then.
Yeah, I have a question, and it sounded like people get up in the morning, leave, come back, and at the end of the day. What about meals? I mean, is there somebody who's cooking the meals? Do they take care of their own meals?
Yeah.
Do they, what happens, to the general upkeep and service of the property itself?
Sure. So we have chores, assigned chores. We have a house meeting every week. And during that time, chores are assigned, whether that be trash, outside, or dishes, or wiping down counters. There's every detail of the house is dispersed out, and having 10 to 12 men, that makes it really, beneficial and spreading out the chores. Cooking, the guys all cook together. You'll see they barbecue together, they have meals together, but they are in charge of their own meals. But they all cook together. It's very much a community living. If there's issues with food, we have food pantries that we have resources and connections with that come and drop off food by the boatload to us, and they just go and they pick it up, and I mean big boxes of food for them. So these guys are never hungry.
And because there's so much land, we hire a landscaping company in the summer to kind of manage it. So because we won't require them to have a push mower on all of that space, but we do have landscaping. I mean, it's just kind of been
make it work financially.
a little
It's crazy.
because of the weather has been
It's
down.
quite a
Yeah,
commitment.
it's hard to do that obviously right now, but we have a landscaping company. It's fully, the house is fully kept.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicants? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now bring application CUP 21-03 back to the commission for consideration.
Can we make motions for changing it at all, or?
To add conditions?
Yes.
Currently, the conditions are, use of the property shall conform to the attached concept plan. All group home standards required by section 405.078.8 shall be adhered to, but not limited to, conformance with the requirements of St. Charles County Housing and Building and Fire Codes. To ensure compliance with St. Charles County's definition of group home facility, section 405.060 of the Unified Development Ordinance. The organization operating the group home shall by January 1 of each year submit a copy of the enforced standards and criteria and demonstrating that the group home is operated in substantial conformance with the Oxford House standards and criteria. And 4, no more than 40 vehicles shall be parked outdoors on the property at any one time. What we don't have is a limit of the number of occupants, and if we want to change the number of vehicles or some other issue, so.
Can we impose a time frame of which they have to be compliant of the fire safety standards and all of those things? So, for example, the sprinklers must be put in by X date.
I think it would be arbitrary because it has to go to the council.
Right.
The county council first, so date can be set, but I think it has to be, obviously, the second step of the process would have to be followed.
Okay.
Yeah, to that, expanding on that a little bit, I think the building and code enforcement officials wanted to know if this was even possible from a land use point. If it should be approved, then they will impose requirements for when it must come into compliance.
Okay, but I got a couple of points here. One, I very seldom ever have run into an argument that both sides use the exact same argument. Nobody knew we were here. Okay, both sides are using the exact same argument. Nobody knew we were here. Okay, we're kind of saying, hey, listen, you probably started this without anybody's knowledge of it, and yet, most of the people in the neighborhood are saying they didn't even realize it was there. So it's kind of using the same argument. I think the two big questions we have to ask is to limit the number of people. Obviously, think everybody's in accordance that 15 is far too many.
Yeah.
I think we would all agree that somewhere between the numbers of 10 and 12 might be reasonable. And then I think the parking is I think we should lay out something very specific about the parking. Maybe, something where the parking lot would be required in the back where, a minimum of at least 8 cars to 10 cars would be, that way it would not be on the street, possibly not in the driveway. Those are the two issues I think we need to deal with. And
So, yeah, I would agree that those are the issues. It certainly is a need in our community. There seems like they're doing just an admirable personal care, the structured living seems well thought out and supported for the residents. But I do have the concerns that you had mentioned too about the number of parking places. And I know that they can fit beds in enough for those 12 or whatever people, but I think really the number for that size home would, in my mind, would be more like 8 or 9 myself at most.
Then they wouldn't need to be here.
If it's 8,
Well,
though,
then they wouldn't need to be here.
that's right.
That's essentially what I'm saying, is that you have two, debatable on the square footage, but you have some rooms with four beds in them, some with 3. That's pretty tight living areas for people, and I do have some concerns about that. So that's fine.
What if we compromised with 10 because that's how many they have now, basically saying, well, we're not gonna kick anyone out, but we're not gonna.
Oh,
have
I would
anyone
not
else.
advocate kicking anybody out. I would think if we were gonna do something, that it could be by attrition. No, I would never consider kicking anybody out.
I think the 10 is a good number.
I think
you know,
10 is
simply because
reasonable,
that's what
too.
they have there now. Obviously, anything higher than that, we're adding to that. But then again, anything much lower than that, they wouldn't need to be here.
Right.
So I think 10 is a reasonable number to deal with.
So they're asking for 12 and they're asking for 8 vehicles.
Six and 10,
6 vehicles, is that what you're
6
saying?
vehicles, 10.
Require a parking lot.
A parking lot.
For 6 vehicles?
For 6 vehicles, not including pickup and drop off.
So change the, what condition, 4 is it? Yeah.
To 6 with a parking lot, no parking on the street,
Okay.
other than
So you
pickup
got-
and drop off.
So you gotta do a actual motion to do
And
that.
then 10 residents.
So that'd be condition 5.
Yeah.
That's what I would like to propose.
Okay. So there's a motion made by Ms. Famer that the current condition number 4 would read no more than 6 vehicles may be parked outdoors on the property at any one time.
No street parking,
And they have to provide asphalt or some type
some
of
type of gravel, it can be
gravel
gravel.
parking for it, Roger.
Can have some sort of green screening with it?
So there'd be no more than 6 vehicles may be parked outdoors at any one time.
In a parking
In a
lot.
parking lot.
In a parking lot.
And, okay, Robert?
I was gonna suggest, rather than call it a parking lot, just say, 6 parking spaces, because when it's a lot,
Yeah.
there's some,
Sure.
just drive aisle
Sure.
standards, things
Yeah.
like that.
So number 4 would be no more than 6, or the facility will be allowed to have 6 outdoor parking
Spaces.
places.
Yeah.
And not on the road.
You don't know.
Stop.
And then no more than 10
If
residents.
the neighbors park on the road.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, you can't.
Neighbors don't park on the road.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
one-way road, there's probably not a whole lot. And then 10 residents.
Wait a minute, condition number 4.
And you gotta do the vote on them. Gotta do them individually, I think.
Okay, so we'll do this one at a time. So condition number 4 would be amended to read, facility allowed to have 6 outdoor parking spaces. Is that your motion?
Is that, yes.
Yes. Okay, so
Second.
that's amending existing proposed number 4. So that's your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Fromm. Mr. Cleary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
And Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, so that, number 4 has been amended, and then condition number 5, facility to have no more than 10 residents.
Motion.
Second.
Motion, second. Okay, Mr. Hollander, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes. Okay, so Chair would entertain a motion to approve CUP 21-03 with the first 3 conditions proposed by staff, amended condition number 4, which provides for a limit of 6 outdoor parking spaces, and a new condition number 5, which limits the facility to no more than 10 residents. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Oh, Mr. Jackson. Yes. Well, you're not, for some reason, you're not on this sheet. That's the, they left you off this one sheet here.
That happens.
Yeah.
It's probably
No, it's a new sheet. Okay.
Can we remind folks on both sides of this issue, this now goes to the county council on April the 12th. Is that the date? On April the 12th, and they would consider it, actually be considered in 2 different meetings. And if Mr. Dinoff is correct and there are remonstrances, then it would require 5 of the 7 councilmen.
Okay, we'll take a couple of minutes here while if you're not part of the next agenda, we have more work to do. We'll get there. Oh, sir. What was your address on Milton Road? 1424. Okay, my wife grew up at 1305. Really? When you said Milton Road.
So I used to live in St. Louis in Ball and Chesterfield, and because of changing my life, I moved over there.
Yeah, when you said Milton Road, I thought, well, I've been to Milton Road. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a conditional use permit located at 4052 Towers Road. Application is CUP 21-04. The property owner is John H. Ostman and Dorothy W. Ostman Revocable Living Trust. The applicant is Pinnacle Land Development, LLC. Edward J. Greasydick III is the registered agent. Property zoning is R1E, single-family residential district. Commercial use, conditional use request is housing units in the R1E district with a minimum lot width of 60 feet and minimum side yards of 6 feet in width pursuant to section 405.090.C.6 of the Unified Development Ordinance of St. Charles County, Missouri. The parcel size is 62.80 acres. Locations on the north side of Towers Road across from Jacobs Crossing Drive. This is located in Council District 7. Staff.
Okay, as mentioned, we do have a conditional use permit request for this property. Subsequent to this, there will also be a preliminary plat presented. However, for the conditional use permit, I may refer back to that plat as a concept plan with this conditional use permit. As mentioned, the property is 62.8 acres, and the plat development will be approximately 42.5 acres of this total property. The rest will be in right-of-way and common ground area. So with this, they're asking for the conditional use permit to put in 195 lots. One of those lots will be the existing house right here, so it'll be 194 new homes. And the request is for the 60-foot lot width, which you could also ask for 6,000 square foot minimum lot size. However, the applicant is not asking for that. They're only asking for the 60-foot lot width. Of that, 71 of these lots would be 60 feet wide. And I'll kind of just move over here so you can, let me make that a little larger for you. So with that, 71 would be 60 feet wide, 74 would be 64 feet wide, and 49 would all be greater than 70 feet wide. The smallest lot, as I mentioned before, they could also ask for the 6,000 square feet. However, the smallest lot will be 7,223 feet. And the minimum for this zoning district, which it's currently zoned residential, excuse me, the minimum lot size would be 7,000 square feet. So 49 of those, well, all of them would exceed the 7,000 square feet. And those ranges would be anywhere from that size, 7,223, all the way up to 27,204 feet. The average lot size is going to be 9,450 square feet. So with this request, as I mentioned, it would be 194 new lots. The request typically has to do with putting different size homes in a subdivision, allowing for some, diversity with the subdivision, different price ranges, different price points, but I'll let the applicant go into more detail on that. What we understand the request to be is in order to make this a subdivision kind of fit the unique situation here. They had a lake at the middle of the property, and the plan and the subdivision is to do away with the 4.5 acre lake and then move it into 3 smaller lakes, the largest of which would be on the west side of the property. So in order to do that, there is that request to adjust some of these lots to fit into this whole contour. With that, I would mention also that if we were to allow the property, as I mentioned, it's already zoned R1E, if we were allowed to, they are already allowed to develop this property, and if they were to do it with just the 42.5 acres that I was speaking of, with just straight streets, up and down boxes, they would be allowed to do up to 264 lots. So this is less than what they would be allowed to do with straight 7,000 square foot lot sizes. So we did look at that issue, and with that, staff did recommend approval. We do have some letters of opposition, and we do also have some letters of support.
Any questions for staff?
Letters?
I wanted to mention briefly that there was reference in this packet and then the last one to remonstrances, but actually the remonstrance process is for rezoning, and we're talking about conditional use permits here. So there's not a remonstrance process. Certainly anyone can express their opinion with turning in any written concerns or opposition, but the remonstrance process is specifically for rezoning and not for CUPs.
Yeah.
It looks like on here there's also petition in opposition also.
That doesn't.
No, I mean, we were discussing how many things were on here. I was just.
Okay, applicant, excuse me, any other questions for staff?
Just a quick one. I missed some of the beginning because of the disturbance. So I was confused as to It sounds like they're asking for a smaller than normal lot width, and smaller than normal lot size, except that further down, it says that they're not requesting a smaller lot size. So
No,
I'm a little confused.
It
as
goes
to why.
together on the conditional use request, but they are not requesting less than the 7,000 square foot. They are only requesting the lot width.
Okay, so some of the lots are gonna be, they're all gonna be over 7,000 square feet.
Correct.
But they will have parts of them that are less wide because they're
Correct.
irregularly shaped,
And
is what you're
where
saying.
we're talking a lot width, that's at the building line, which
Okay.
is 20 foot back from the front boundary line.
Okay.
So some can be pie-shaped. They're not just straight,
Sure.
narrow lots.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Not, we'll have the applicant come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Drew Weber with Hamilton Weber Law Firm. Address is 200 North 3rd Street, St. Charles, 63301. And I'm here on behalf of Pinnacle Land Development, which is under contract for the purchase of this property. All right, there we go. So the property address is 4052 Towers Road. Colloquially, it's known as Lakeview Farms. There is currently a farm, or has been a farm, on the property, and some people are familiar with. They sold pumpkins from there and things like that over the years. I actually grew up off Towers Road, so I remember going here as a child. And so the proposed subdivision here is keeping that Lakeview Farms names to help keep that community tie. Because I know in a lot of the comments submitted by residents, there were favorable opinions about Lakeview Farms and how they're going to miss that, and we understand that. And so keeping that name is part of an effort to keep that tradition going. As the staff mentioned, we have a conditional use permit and a preliminary plat application, so there's going to be some bleeding over in these discussions, but things like street connections and utilities I'll try and reserve for the preliminary plat discussion. And again, just as a clarification, no lot will be less than 7,000 square feet. We're only requesting a change or a conditional use permit for side yards to be 6 feet instead of 7, and then for some of the lot widths to be less than 70 feet. Not all, but some of them. So this is the site. You can see it's already zoned R1E, and all of the properties that touch this property are also zoned R1E. So again, this is not a rezoning. In the county code, it allows you to seek a conditional use permit to change the side yards and the lot width via the conditional use permit process. In preparation for this meeting, we attempted to contact the homeowners associations for the subdivisions surrounding the property. There's a mix of subdivisions. If you look on the east, kind of the southeast or bottom right corner of the property, there are some older homes that were built in the 1960s, and then more conventional 1980s or 90s subdivisions surround the rest of the property. I wasn't able to contact all the homeowners associations, but I was able to contact most of them. We had a meeting last week to go over the subdivision. Certainly, they may have some concerns still, but I think we answered a lot of them. You have a letter from the Horseshoe Creek Homeowners Association, and their letter really encapsulates the discussion that we had last week. The county's master plan has a future land use map, as you may know, and it calls for this property and all the surrounding properties to be low-density residential. So that's all the yellow that you see on that map. The purple is the elementary school, Cosley Elementary, which borders the property on the north. But the rest of it is all low-density housing, 1 to 4 dwellings per acre. And as you'll see later, we're going to fall at about 3.1 units per acre, so that's within that 1 to 4 range. So here's the subdivision layout. Now again, this is a almost 63 acre property. So it's a large property, so there's going to be a significant amount of homes on the property no matter how it's developed. You can see there's one access road onto Towers, or excuse me, one access point on Towers Road. We've designed it to be kind of a boulevard or parkway entrance. You can see that there's a landscape median in between, and that'll take you up to a roundabout that's kind of in the middle of the property. You can see on the west side of that roundabout is a parking area, and that's designed to be an amenity area. So ultimately the amenities will be determined by the builders. There's 3 different builders proposed for this development. But so whether that's a playground or a gazebo or whatever, there'll be some amenity there associated with that larger lake. It is true that there's a lake currently on the property that will be drained, but unfortunately farm lakes don't comply with modern stormwater detention and water quality standards, so anyone who develops on this property is going to have to replace that lake. So what we proposed are 3 different detention basins. You can see them around the property. I think it's worth noting that a lot of the common ground and detention basins are purposefully on the outskirts of the property to provide some common ground and visible or vegetative buffering between the neighboring subdivisions and this subdivision. You can see that there's also proposed connections to Horseshoe Creek Drive on the west and Towers Park Road on the east. When those adjacent subdivisions were built and approved a couple decades ago, the county had those subdivisions stub those streets at the border of this property, to provide for future connections. So when the developer came forward with this project, the county staff said, well, we had these streets stub here, so let's go ahead and have the subdivision connect in. I know some residents have concern about cross-through traffic, so we're willing to do whatever staff requests with respect to traffic control devices and the warrants for stop signs or whatever is required. There's also, it's maybe a little hard to see, but so from the roundabout out to the parking lot, there's a pathway that goes around the larger lake and connects to the sidewalks in the subdivision. And then on the top left or the northwest portion of the property, there's a walkway that's going to connect to the school. And several of the subdivisions around the area actually have walkways connecting to the school. So for students who live in the subdivision, they can have easy direct walking access. So it may be hard to digest in the map, so here's kind of the nuts and bolts in plain English. The property, again, is about 63 acres, 195 homes, so that's 3.1 homes per acre. I think it's worth noting there's 8.5 acres of common ground, which as a percentage of the development is more than the adjacent subdivisions. That common ground is composed of those lakes and walking trails like I mentioned, and then the future amenity area. And then there is just some regular common ground as well. There's a portion along Towers Road that buffers the entire boundary of Towers Road. And again, there's a lot on the western and the northeastern and northwestern sides as well. In fact, 2/3 of the western boundary line is actually common ground, and about 16% of the eastern boundary line is common ground. In the northern boundary line, the portion that doesn't touch the school will be common ground. So basically all the homes on the northern boundary line will be adjacent to the school property, but then for the nearby subdivisions, they will be adjacent to common ground in this subdivision in another attempt to limit any visual intrusiveness or interaction between the adjacent subdivisions and this one. As we mentioned, the minimum lot size allowed in R1E is 7,000 square feet. I know some of the residents who submitted comments asked for larger lot sizes, and I just want to clarify for any residents in attendance that the county code does allow 7,000 square foot lots. No special approval is needed. The minimum lot size we propose is 7,223. The maximum lot size is about 27,000 square feet, but it is that existing property of the Osman family, their existing house. They want to parcel that out and keep that house. So for the new lots, there's several that are in the 17,000 square foot range, the largest being 17,831 square feet. And the average is about 9,500 square feet. So we have a breakdown here of the different lot sizes. And I think this is important, and it goes back to staff's comment about why we're seeking the conditional use permit. So a little less than half the lots are between 7,000 to 8,000 square feet, 36 are between 8,000 and 10,000, and 64 are above 10,000. And then you see the breakdown of lot widths as well. We have some 60s, 64, and 82-foot wide lots. Because this is such a large property, it's going to be developed with a large amount of homes no matter what. So you could have 175 or 200 homes of all 70-foot lots. They would all look exactly the same, right? I mean, if you have the same size, same width lot, same size lot, you're going to have the same style of houses. And that's what you see in some of the adjacent subdivisions, is they're small subdivisions of 20 or 30 homes with relatively similar homes within that subdivision. But because this is such a large lot, it would be hugely visually intrusive if you had 175 or 200 homes that are all exactly the same. So, and it would take a long time to sell, and would impose a burden on the nearby residents, right, for 4 or 5 years, or how long it would take to fill out that many lots. If you have a mix of lot sizes and house sizes, then the construction period is shorter, and so any burden from noise or anything from construction is lessened on the nearby residents for a variety, or if there is a variety of lot sizes, which allows faster construction. One thing that some of the residents commented about or had issues with was, well, do we even need this many homes in St. Charles? And I think the answer is yes. The county in the master plan estimates that there will be 470,000 residents in the year 2030. So that amounts to an additional, almost 29,000 additional housing units. So I was able to pull the single-family building permit data for about the last 20 years. In the heyday before the recession, there were 3,000 to 3,500 or 3,600 permits a year. And then after the recession, it went down, and for the past 8 years or so, we've been stuck around 1,600 or 1,700. So if you do the math, if that holds for the next 10 years, that's 16 or 17,000 single-family homes when there's a need for 28,000, almost 29,000 additional housing units in the county. So allowing subdivisions to fill in these kind of larger parcels of ground that are within otherwise suburban areas helps the county achieve that goal. And this is probably old news to everyone in here, but there's hardly any inventory for single-family homes in St. Charles County. The St. Charles Association of Realtors published this in February, for January data, that the average time a house is on the market is 7 days. And the inventory, just compared to last year, has decreased 15%. So there is a need for additional housing in St. Charles County, and a need now, or a need soon. So approving developments like this that have a variety of housing stock will help fill that gap and achieve the need. So let's talk about the different lot sizes and different proposals. When I met with the Homeowners Association Board last week, I showed them way more elevations than I'm sure they wanted. I've minimized it today, but there's 3 developers proposed here. There's McBride, Consort Homes, and Fisher and Frichtel. So here's McBride. McBride's going to build on the 60-foot lots. The square footage of their homes range from 1,200 to about 4,000 square feet. Variety of ranch and 2-story style homes. Average sale price about $400,000. Wow. You can see here's a few more elevations. These are some 2-story elevations, all 2-car garage elevations here. Here's Consort Homes. They're going to build on the 64-foot wide lots. Square footage between 1,800 and 3,500 square feet. Average sale price about $500,000. A lot of these will be 3-car garage, but you can see a variety of 1-story, 1.5-story, 2-story, and these are just some. I promise there's more. More 2-story. You can see there's a variety of colors and styles and frontages. And then Fisher and Frichtel is the third part, or the third builder. And Fisher and Frichtel will be building on the 82-foot wide lots. Their square footage would be 2,000 to 4,000 square feet. Average sale price will be about $630,000. They're, again, a mix of ranch, 1.5 story and 2 story homes. So here's some of their ranch styles, 1.5 story. I'll be happy to answer any questions the residents may. I hear some people saying they have questions, and oh, was it you? I'm sorry, I thought it was back there. I'm sorry. Yes.
So are all three of these builders are building, but one is building this style of home, a second builder's building kind of the medium, so small, medium, large, kind of, they're each one are building in the subdivision?
That's correct.
Okay.
Each is building in the subdivision. In separate areas of the subdivision. So, and we'll see this later, but the 60-foot wide lots are generally in the middle or kind of southern portion of the subdivision, so that'll be McBride. The 64-foot wide lots are generally also in the middle and then kind of on the eastern side, and that'll be Consort. And then the northern portion is the 82-foot wide lots, which will be Fisher and Frickel. And so then here's the last Fisher and Frickel elevations here. Now with these additional new homes, some residents were worried about the impact on the schools. As I mentioned, Cosley Elementary, directly north of this property. So I was able to find historical enrollment data for Cosley going back to 1991. You can see Cosley peaked at about almost 1,500 students in 1995. And then it's been a steady decrease since then, although a slight uptick in 2020 to 841. That's still well below the high in the 90s and even well below what it was 10 years ago. So it's also true, you guys saw me a couple months ago for a new subdivision in Dinglevine, right? So between that subdivision and this one, you're going to have about 310 new homes. So if each of those homes had 2 kids, and if those 2 kids were in elementary school, and if those 2 kids went to elementary school at a public school at the exact same time, that amount of students would still not equal the max or even the top 3 or 4 enrollments in Cosley. And obviously not every home is going to have elementary school age kids, and not every elementary school age kid goes at the same time or goes to public schools. So there is capacity at the school. And then Bryan Middle School, that's the middle school that serves this area. There's a somewhat similar story. It peaked in 2005 at almost 1,100 students, and then a steady decline since then to about 812 students. So again, there's capacity at Bryan. And then Francis Howell High School, that's the high school that will serve this subdivision. Francis Howell was huge in the 90s until Howell Central was built, but in 1997. So since 1997, Francis Howell has fluctuated between 1,500 and 1,900 students, and it's still in that range. But there's, in the St. Louis area, obviously a lot of students go to private school for high school. And so individual subdivisions like this don't necessarily have as much of a direct impact on large fluctuations in high school size. So I want to talk about comparisons to some of the surrounding subdivisions as well. There were concerns from some of the residents about whether these lots would fit in with the surrounding area. Again, it's true that generally the smaller lots are in the middle of the subdivision, and you'll see as we kind of go around through the subdivision how we try to match, to the best we could, try to match house size and lot size to adjacent subdivisions. So the only real outlier is kind of where we start. This is the eastern portion of the property, and this is next to subdivisions known as Glenbrook and Shady Estates. Now those are the oldest homes in the area, built in the 1960s, back when the houses were commonly built in a different ratio than they are now, right? Larger lots and smaller homes in the post-war period, and now in the past 30 or 40 years, it's been kind of a reverse, smaller lots and larger homes. So you can see these lots are 0.4 to almost a half acre houses between 9 and 2,000 square feet. A few have sold in recent years between 180 and 200,000. And so the McBride lots would be primarily adjacent to these. And most of the lots in this portion of the subdivision would be between 7,200 and 8,000 square feet. But the house sizes would be 1,200 to 4,000 square feet, and then the $400,000 to $500,000 range. On the northeast of the property is adjacent to Cambridge Estates and Cambridge Crossing subdivision. The lots in those subdivisions are primarily between 9,000 and 12,000 square feet. Now, there are some that are bigger. There's corner lots, that are a third of an acre. But most of the lots in that part of those subdivisions are 9,000 to 12,000 square feet. Most of the homes are between 1,500 and 2,000 square feet, and it looks like they've been selling between 240 and 300 in recent years. So at the Reserve at Lakeview Farm, the lots on the northeast corner are predominantly 9,000 to 12,000 square feet. The houses, those would be the Fisher and Frickel houses, those would be 2,000 to 4,000 square feet. And the sale price, again, would be about $630,000. And it's worth noting that that northeast boundary line, most of it, you can see the trees that are there. There aren't a whole lot of trees on this property, but the ones that are there will be staying primarily. Some of those trees will stay, and that's where one of the detention basins will be. So there's very few homes in Cambridge Estates or Cambridge Crossing that will even abut homes in this subdivision. If you go over to the northwest, this is where you're adjacent to Dingledine Manor and Courtney Mills Estates. These lots are a little bigger. Most of them are 10,000 to 15,000 square feet. But if you look at the cul-de-sac ends of those subdivisions, those are larger lots over a half acre. I think one is about an acre, and the rest are between a half acre and one. And then those houses about 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, and it looks like they've sold in the past couple of years between 300 and 450,000. And so again, at the northeast portion of the Reserve at Lakeview Farms, we're going to have 10,000 to 12,000 square foot lots. See, the largest one is almost 16,000 square feet. Houses 2,000 to 4,000 square feet, and you see the sale price there. And except for one house, this whole northwest boundary is going to be one of the other lakes, the other small lake. So there's only one house in these adjacent subdivisions that's going to adjoin a house in this subdivision on the northeast corner. Northwest corner. Then kind of directly west is Horseshoe Creek. Those homes, those lots are primarily 11,000 to 12,000 square feet, and most of those houses are 2,000 to 3,500 square feet. And you see sale prices in the past couple of years, 300,000 to 400,000. On this part of the Reserve at Lakeview Farms, you have a mix of the consort homes, and Fisher and Frickel. So the lots will be primarily 9,000 to 12,000 square feet, and a house size 1,800 to 4,000 square feet. And then these will be the consort homes, again, average sale price about $500,000, and Fisher and Frickel about $630,000. And again, on the western boundary, that's where the largest lake is going to be. So not many houses on the western boundary in Horseshoe Creek are going to be directly adjacent to houses in the Reserve at Lakeview Farms. And finally, the southwest portion, there's a subdivision called Wellsmont. Wellsmont, the lots are primarily 9,000 to 11,000 square feet, houses 1,400 to 2,000 square feet, and sale price in the upper 200s to low 300s. These are going to be adjacent to more of the McBride homes, so the lots will be predominantly 8,000 to 10,000 square feet, and the homes 1,200 to 4,000, and you see the sale price there. And so again, you may be saying, well, Drew, you said there's all these 7,000 square foot lots, where are they? Well, they're not on the perimeter, except the southeast perimeter. They're primarily in the middle. So the larger lots are going to be adjacent to these subdivisions that primarily have similar size lots. And as staff mentioned, in R1E, with the calculations for required streets and common ground and that kind of thing, 264 homes could be built in this subdivision. And what we've proposed is 195, which is 3.1 homes per acre. That's within the low-density residential called for by the master plan. It is true that the standard for lot widths in R1E are 70 feet. And we're, again, requesting the conditional use permit to have some lots that are smaller than that. There's the breakdown again, which you've seen already tonight. But the master plan, it encourages infill developments that are in harmony with existing neighborhoods. And so that's what we're trying to do here, have a variety of housing again, the larger lots and homes to match some of the surrounding lots, but then to provide the need for additional housing, additional single-family housing in St. Charles by having some of the smaller lots and smaller widths in the middle. Again, there's more common ground in here than than all the surrounding subdivisions. The master plan encourages open space in subdivisions, so that's what we're trying to provide, some open space and an amenity area. So that's the end. We ask that, or at least with respect to conditional use permit, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I brought the developers with me as well, if you have questions that I'm not able to answer. And then again, with utilities and traffic and that kind of stuff, we'll address that at the preliminary plat stage.
Any questions for the applicant?
Just not specifically about this subdivision, but in general, a lot of very high-priced subdivisions being developed in St. Charles County right now. Mm-hmm. Has there been any kind of absorption study done? I think that while there is a shortage of housing available, the shortage is probably below 250,000. It's not 300 to 700,000. So I'm just wondering if that's just one of my concerns is what with the amount of higher price subdivisions being built, has any kind of absorption study been done on this?
So I don't know. I don't have any kind of absorption study. Okay. I do know that if you look around at those subdivisions that are in this price range, right, 350, 400 and up, I mean, they have sold really fast. I mean, I represented developers for some of those subdivisions, and they've sold extremely fast. So there isn't any, we don't see that in the market. We don't see that there are all these, $500,000 homes or lots going unsold. There may be a need for homes in the 200,000 to 300,000 range. That may be true. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a need for homes in this range, and because they are going fast.
Yeah, and I understand, yeah. I just have that as a concern because right. I do think that the natural inclination is to build the highest profit home possible, but I do think that there is a diminishing returns.
I will say that as a realtor and remodeler and all that kind of stuff, that materials costs are exceptionally high right now.
Yeah, sure, that's true.
And it makes it really, really difficult to build or even remodel a house in the lower price ranges just because the materials costs are so high. So, if that's relevant at all.
Any other questions for the applicant?
All right.
Thank you. Now we'll open the public hearing for CUP 21-04. Anyone wishing to speak, come forward. Now, this is just for the conditional use permit, so the issue is the question about the lot sizes, et cetera. Traffic, stormwater runoff, all those issues we will address in the next application, which is the preliminary plat. So anyone's wishing to speak can come forward. Move over to this one. There you go, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sandy Prince, 4045 French Oak Court, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I wanted to say, actually, first of all, I'm not come to one of these meetings before, and I am very impressed by all of y'all's patience and calm and attentiveness to your jobs. I work at a middle school, and I appreciate my job very much right now because I would not want to be one of all y'all. Having said that, one of the things that really concerned me was I know that the esteemed gentleman is, trying to make us all feel better with the idea that they're doing us a favor by not putting so many houses out there. But in point of fact, I live in the Vineyard subdivision. We have one way out because the esteemed people that live behind us in a gated community don't allow us to go through the gate to get out, so we only can go out through towers, so there is traffic issues. But what I was more concerned by is that the esteemed gentleman seems to think that putting a school at capacity would be a good thing. I work at Bryan Middle School, and I do not speak for the administration or anybody who works at the school besides myself, but I would like to tell you that putting a school at capacity is not necessarily a good thing. In fact, given that we have just cut a number of staff from our school, Causley is cutting a number of staff from our school. The allegation that we would, just be fine with putting a whole bunch of new kids in that school is simply just not accurate. And I get that, they could put more houses on there and they're not, and wow, I'd clap if I could. But it's just simply not, it's a fallacy to say that it's going to be easy for these schools to absorb this, given the recent budget cuts to the school. The Francis Howell School District has really been put behind lately, and we have lost more than 6 staff from our school. So to say that Bryan could easily absorb another, several hundred kids that they used to have but they don't have now, well, we used to have a lot more teachers too, and we don't have those now. So it may seem like he's doing us a favor by not putting as many houses on there, but really fewer houses yet would be more beneficial to us, because even 20 houses fewer would put probably 40 kids less into the school system, which right now is just really an issue for us. We're losing a lot of staff at our schools. I mean, Francis South Central just lost like 12 teachers. Bryan is losing 6 or 7.
So Sandy, why are they losing them?
Budget cuts.
Is it just budget cuts, or is it?
Just budget cuts.
Or is it fewer students?
Budget cuts.
Okay.
So would have.
Our census is down, but it's budget cuts.
Is there more students per teacher then in classrooms?
Yes,
Okay.
very much so, yep,
Okay. And that's the trend, I guess?
indeed.
Mhm.
Yep.
Wouldn't having more houses raise the number of property taxes, and then you would have higher budgets? I mean, I'm
Potentially.
not trying to be
I don't know,
rude, I'm just-
potentially, yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's a good thought, potentially.
I'm just trying to think, I mean, that is,
But
I
the
think
last
that's where
several,
education funding comes from.
we have not had an increase in property taxes
Yeah.
in more than 10 years.
Right.
And as a result, the budgets are just stagnant. And salaries go up just because of, they just, people
Yeah,
get.
we have an anti-tax
Right.
society right now, and it's hard on school districts.
Very-
That's
very
why I'm
much so.
asking you.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm watching
Residents need to
colleagues.
get behind helping the students
Very
and
much
the
so.
teachers and the
Very much so.
administration with increasing the taxes so that you guys can do the job you need to do.
Right,
So,
but that is not our current reality. So I just wanted to, speak up that it's not, it would be nice to say that these schools could just absorb them again, but that is just simply not the reality. It's really a problem, and it's just something that really needs to be considered.
So with that, I'm just thinking, like, isn't it like 90%, it's a large percent of schools' funding that comes from local property tax, right?
Very much so.
So then wouldn't the higher priced homes,
Yes.
you'd get more property tax from higher priced homes, right?
Potentially.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think of how.
Potentially.
Yeah, because you could raise the rates, but that's not within our purview. Or you could raise the number of homes that pay the tax. So either one would be.
Right. I'm just
able to
thinking,
raise
that
more.
many homes.
Yeah.
I mean, we're also concerned that, with the Dingledine subdivision coming in as well, that's a lot of kids coming in.
Yeah, I hear
It's a
you.
lot of traffic coming in. And like I said, there's a lot of us, the only way we can get anywhere is off of Towers.
Makes
We
sense.
don't have a lot of options there,
Yeah.
we can't just go down the hill. The higher income homes don't want the unwashed masses driving through the area, so.
I hear you there.
It is a reality. And like I said, I want to thank you all for your time. You guys just really, like I said, you're very attentive to your jobs, and it's a nice thing to see.
Thanks for coming up.
Greg, is she talking about wind, Jerry?
I don't know.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Vince Kunstman, 420 Wellsmont Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to, voice a couple concerns regarding the conditional use permit. One of the residents who is in the Wellsmont subdivision on the west side, as Drew mentioned, Unfortunately, I'm in the small minority who will be bordering some of these smaller lots. Our particular lot, most of our neighbors right there, 80 to 90 foot lot widths. This use, shrinking those down to 60. I think there's about 5 lots that will border us that are 60. Obviously, cram in a few more homes there. Have some concerns on what that does for our homes, our privacy, and potentially our value. Obviously, I understand these homes are going to be very nice new homes. I'm sure they'll be very quality, well received. But I'm a little concerned about the privacy of our home with the potential of, a 2-story home being crammed in on a 60-foot lot and approximately 12 feet apart, all in a row. Create a pretty good wall of homes behind us. So Drew mentioned, the average lot width is 67 feet, so the average width of the entire development is under that current 70-foot minimum. So I think that speaks to that. 145 of the 195 homes are proposed to be under this current 70-foot minimum without the conditional use permit. So I would ask that you consider that, it seems nothing more than a business decision to most of us on why they want this. I appreciate some of the other things that they're throwing in this development, and I think they're thinking some things through, but obviously some of us that border it do have some concerns over the privacy, the adjoining lot widths. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. For your knowledge, the Unified Development Ordinance under the conditional use today provides for 60-foot wide.
My understanding is that it's 70. That's why they're requesting the conditional use permit. Is that not accurate?
No, they're requesting the conditional use because they want to change it from 7 to 6.
Yeah.
On them.
And from 70 foot to 60 foot. Right?
Yeah, lots can be 60-foot wide with 6-foot side yards.
That's what they're requesting.
That's what they can do right now. That this is part of the ordinance.
Is that accurate? No.
Is that the old?
Current R1E, my understanding is R1E is 70-foot minimum lot width and 7-foot side yard.
There is in the
conditional use section.
They're asking for a conditional use, and in the conditional use section, under the Unified Development Ordinance, it provides
that's what it is. Right.
For a minimum dwelling size of 800 square feet, a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet on lots 60 foot wide with 6-foot side yards.
I think what he's saying is that if the conditional use permit were denied and there were no conditional use permit, that it would be a minimum of 70 and 70.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Oh, wait a minute. He was
right behind you.
You cut him off.
When you're wearing a mask and glasses, you can't see anything. I understand.
Take them off, I might see better.
Do you solemnly swear or affirmatively to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings with the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Richard Brooks, and I live at 4028 Emerald Drive. I feel like I'm having deja vu up here, like I was just here.
You were.
Maybe me and Arnie will start carpooling. Last month, this commission recommended approval of R3B multifamily zoning when the builder was planning on building single-family residences. This month, staff is recommending approval of this conditional use request, and again disregarding their own laws to allow for smaller lot sizes and side yards. So forgive my ignorance, but why do we even have these zoning laws if all the builder has to do is pay an application fee to not have to follow them? I've spoken at these meetings about traffic issues, especially at my subdivision entrance in the intersection of Dingledine and Old 94. I've taken measurements showing you current left turn deceleration zones will not be long enough based on 35-mile-per-hour speed limits. I've asked about adding a right turn lane at Old 94, where I've shown you video of traffic that backs up there blocking other intersections, and was told those issues would require a traffic study. When we asked what it takes to get a traffic study started, everyone here just looked at each other. Does anyone want to guess the closest collector street for tonight's application?
Sir, all of that is part of the next application, traffic.
Okay. Would you like me to come back then?
Sure.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to speak about the conditional use permit dealing with lot sizes? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate. Mailing address, P.O. Box 1535, in O'Fallon. I'm opposed to the CUP. I believe that the developer has a commitment to the community just like all other developers. We don't see this very often where they're coming here for special considerations or free passes. I ask that the codified code remain at 7 foot on the side setbacks and a 70-foot frontage. In this issue, I don't believe that the CUP, I don't believe that they proved beyond a reasonable doubt their need or their reasonability to not comply with the code like other developers have countywide. To bring to the attention in the public record, there were 13 in opposition. There was a petition of 552 petitioners who signed a petition, which I must account that 10 to 15% signed the petition were either out of county or out of state. There were 2 in support. Unfortunately, this issue for the CUP comes down to dollars and profits. I ask that you do the right thing as concerned residents, recommend to the county council denial the CUP, let them live with the same laws that everybody else does. There should be 70-foot frontage and 7-foot side setbacks. For those reasons, I ask that you deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding CUP 21-04? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Ask the applicant to come back. Anyone have any additional questions for the applicant regarding this CUP, the main issue being lot sizes?
So what would happen if you didn't do the 6-foot side yards and the 60-foot frontage on some of those lots? How many lots would you lose, do you guys know?
Well, ultimately, you wouldn't lose and if you just redeveloped it as a 70-foot subdivision, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the point. I mean, if you have a property that can be developed for 20 homes, let's say, well, it doesn't matter if they're all 70-foot or 82-foot wide and they all look the same because it's only a couple dozen. But there's going to be around 200 homes developed on this property no matter what. So if it's all 70-foot lots, then it's all exactly the same home. Which is fine, I guess. It's certainly not aesthetically appealing. And if you're talking about, seeing a row of houses that look exactly the same, well, if they're all 70-foot wide lots and 200 of them, that would look like a wall of 2-story houses. And I mean, it would just take longer, 5 or 6 years to develop the whole subdivision, which means 5 or 6 years of construction for the people living around. So when you have a property this size, it's the variety of house size that really makes it look better. So I mean, I don't think, if it were redeveloped as a 70-foot wide lot subdivision, I mean, it'd be a different looking subdivision, but I don't think there'd be any decrease in traffic or lots.
Yeah,
Are you saying you have some lots that are much larger than 70-foot wide and then some that are smaller, and so it averages out to being
well, so there's
70?
Yeah, I'd have to pull it back. It's roughly 70-something lots are 60 feet wide, roughly 70-something or 64 feet, and then I think 50 or 82 feet wide.
Oh, 82 is a lot more than 70. I see where you're getting that average.
Right.
Okay.
And again, sorry to interrupt, Mr.
Go ahead.
Ellis. They're all over 7,000 square feet. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but I just want to make that clear to everyone in the audience too. They're all over 7,000 square feet.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We'll bring CUP 21-04 back to the commission for consideration. Questions, comments, concerns?
I think with the size homes that are being built there, a 70-foot wide minimum lot makes sense from my perspective.
My point is the diversity thing, I don't think holds any water. I mean, if you're a builder, you're gonna build different style homes.
Sure.
Irregardless if they're 70-foot lots or 60-foot lots or 80-foot lots, if they're all gonna be the same width lot, you're still not gonna put the same homes. You're gonna do a variety just for, you know, what people like as home purchasers. You know, what bothers me is the number. You know, we're asking for a CUP, and sometimes I think of that as, okay, a small variation of what the county, you know, calls for. But in this one, if I remember right, there was 195 homes, and 145 of them or so were gonna be under the 70 foot. So that was my concern, that it's not a small number that they're asking for. It's probably 2/3 of the lots are gonna be under what the master plan is.
But now, didn't staff say that with the R1E normal requirements, there would be over 200 total?
Could be.
Could be.
264.
Pardon?
Could be like 260.
Yeah, 260, so you're 60 less homes being built.
Than the maximum.
Yeah, there could be, yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
I can
potential,
argue
but they're still gonna have to
I'm
have
not an
detention
engineer
areas
growing
there
up
too. They're still gonna have to have detention for those subdivisions too. It's not like there's not gonna have to be common ground of some sort to absorb the water and the runoff of impervious surfaces.
So the point of the width is, I mean, I'm just asking like the spirit of the law, the point of having the width of the lots being a certain width, is that, are we saying, is the reason for that we don't want houses to be too close together? Is the reason that we want lot sizes to be a certain size, and that's just kind of a way to make sure they're big enough? Because it sounds like the square footage of the lots is over and above the 7,000 foot minimum. It's just the width of the lots that we're discussing. So the houses, I guess, are gonna be closer together. You know, you're gonna have smaller corridors between them, and I guess the lots will be longer because the space will be on the front and the back of the house instead of in the middle between the houses.
Yeah. Yeah. R1E is, the minimum is 7,000 for regular R1E.
Okay, and they're at 7,400 is, I think, their minimum size. I mean, it kind of makes sense to me, you know, I mean, I live in a subdivision, I'd rather have my land in front and behind my house versus between me and my neighbor, but, I mean, that's just personal preference, so that's neither here nor there.
Any other questions or comments? Chair will entertain a motion to approve CUP 21-04.
Motion.
Mr. Hollander made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Diane made the second. Mr. Cleary, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
No.
Ms. Barr?
Yes?
Mr. Hollander?
No.
Mr. Jackson? No. Ms. Bamer?
No.
I vote yes. So the CUP does not pass. 5-2. Okay, so there's really no need to do the preliminary plat, is there?
Well, this is make sure this is on. This is a conditional use permit. So this would go to the county council with a recommendation for denial.
Right.
So at the county council meeting, because you've recommended denial, it would require a supermajority vote at the county council in order to approve it. They could conceivably approve the conditional use permit. So because of that, I think you should proceed with reviewing the plat. That's my recommendation.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda is preliminary plat for the reserve at Lakeview Farms, located at 4052 Towers Road. The application number is PRE 21-03. Property owner is John A. Osterman and Dorothy W. Osterman Revocable Living Trust. The developer is Pinnacle Land Development LLC. Edward J. Griesich III, registered agent. The engineer surveyor is the Sterling Company. The property zoning is R1E, single-family residential district. Proposed lots 195, parcel size of 62.8 acres. Location on the north side of Towers Road across from Jacobs Crossing Drive, located in Council District 7. Staff.
All right. As you know, on a preliminary plat, staff reviews the plat for all of the technical requirements required under Section 410 of the Unified Development Ordinance. One of the first things we do, and I know this question's been asked before, that's why I'm going to just take a minute to show you. We do make agency notifications. This lists everybody that we notify with a preliminary plat, including the school districts. So far on this plat, we have heard back from the water company, the fire district, and Duckett Creek Sewer. The plat, as mentioned, we have to meet the technical requirements in the review. A plat is not approved for final signature until all technical requirements are met, including tree preservation. And in this case, they had to meet 50% of the existing 1 acre of trees. They are exceeding that technical requirement. Another thing I'd like to point out with the plat that the fire district, the 911 services do appreciate the connectivity. We do have 3 exit points with this plat. It's not a requirement, however, it does help with the, as I mentioned, the 911 services. Also with the entrance, ingress and egress of the people that live there. I also mentioned before that they are relocating the 4.5 acre lake into the 3 separate lakes. With that, staff will tell you that they are meeting the technical requirements for a preliminary plat.
Any questions for staff?
I'm sorry, subject to the conditional use permit being approved.
Any questions for staff regarding the preliminary plat? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Drew Weber with Hamilton Weber, law firm, 200 North 3rd Street, St. Charles, 63301.
Go ahead.
And let me pull this back up.
Sleeping in the back, too.
All right. So, as staff mentioned, this is the application for preliminary plat for this subdivision. So this is the same layout that you already saw, but this one's a little easier to view to talk about some of the subdivision design issues. So I mentioned previously that there are cross connections with this subdivision to Horseshoe Creek Road and Tower Park Road. And you can see that's on the northwest and the northeast corner of the property. Again, those adjacent subdivisions were built with stub streets over onto this property with the anticipation of future connection to this subdivision. Now, some of the residents have opined that they're concerned about cross traffic, and I mean, we we'll kind of defer to staff, I guess, whatever stop signs or other traffic control devices that the county staff would ask us to put to help prevent traffic issues from cross through between the subdivision, we're happy to do. We also, at this point, there hasn't been a traffic study, and we haven't been asked to perform a traffic study, but any kind of traffic study or traffic control improvements will be taken care of with staff, and we'd be happy to do whatever is required.
Will your streets be public or private?
They'll be public. And then if we go here, here's more detail into the plat. So there are water and sewer connections on three sides of the property, so the east, south, and the west. So there'll be various tie-ins with the public water and sewer systems. Again, there's 3 detention basins, so all the stormwater will flow into those detention basins. Those detention basins comply with the county's new water quality and stormwater detention standards. The biggest one is the main one on the west portion of the property. And again, you can see here I can't see what number that is, but on the bottom left corner is where the existing house is for the Osmonds. That's the only one that's going to be abutting onto towers because it already has a driveway onto towers. All the other subdivision homes would have access internally to the subdivision streets. Here's the north half of the property, which is showing those cross connections, again, to Horseshoe Creek Drive and Tower Park Road. Again, you see the pathway proposed from the sidewalk to Cosley Elementary to provide access to students in the subdivision to Cosley Elementary. And then the detention basins, again, at each corner of the property. There was a concern about water supply to the property that I'd like to address. Last week during the meeting with the homeowners associations, some of them mentioned, I guess there was a house that burned down in one of the subdivisions recently, or in the past few years, and there was a problem with the fire protection district having adequate water supply. Well, as you may know, because this was approved last year, the Missouri American Water Company is constructing a new tower within its St. Charles distribution system. It's a 2 million gallon tower on Canast Road. So you may say, well, that's far away from here. How does that matter? Well, it helps the whole system. So with that tower, which is actually lobbied for by the Cotterville Fire Protection District, that will allow the burden for the towers on this side of Missouri American Water District to have increased flow for fire purposes and for normal water purposes. And I mean, during his presentation to the county last year, Missouri American Water said, we are building this tower in part in anticipation of future development in various parts of the county. So I don't doubt that there are water pressure issues, and Missouri American Water has said that there are, but that's why this new tower is being built. And they submitted comments to the staff stating that they have no problem with serving this area. So I addressed most of the subdivision stuff in the conditional use permit, so I'm happy to mention anything again or answer any questions you may have. And again, the developers are here in case there's more specific questions that I don't have the answers to.
Did you say there'd be sidewalks throughout this?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and that's a county code requirement. And so those will connect to the trail around the lake, and then the trail that eventually goes to Cosley.
Any questions for the applicant regarding the preliminary plat? Saying none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll now open the public hearing for PRE 21-03. Anyone wishing to speak?
You know, just before we do that, I'm a little confused. We've already denied their ability to build this preliminary plat,
But the
other
county,
than having a public hearing on it.
the county council could overrule us.
If we voted, I mean, we can't vote for it.
What?
We can't vote for this preliminary plat because it doesn't have conditional use on it.
Well, if the county council overrules us, then this, and we vote to approve this plat, then they can continue to go forward. If the council does not overrule us and the CUP is denied, then this plat has no effect because it has to have a CUP on top of it to be effective.
I have a quick question. You guys know I'm relatively new here. Robert had explained to me whenever we first started that I guess there's different rules on how we vote for certain things and there's only so much leeway on each thing. So I don't know if you could go over that again. I think you had explained that like with conditional use permits, we had a little more leeway. With plats, it's like if it meets the technical requirement, we're supposed to vote for it. Or I don't know how that works. Again, could you remind us?
Well, there's different levels of discretion. I'm sorry, there's different levels of discretion for Planning and Zoning Commission review. There's a lot more latitude with rezoning. Once the rezoning or the zoning is in place, that affords certain development rights to the property owner. And so conditional use permits is kind of a mid-level of discretion. The plats rely a lot more on the technical requirements. If they meet all of the technical requirements and there aren't insurmountable impediments, typically those plats are approved.
So it sounds like based on those requirements that we should approve the plat, and then based on that, the county council would decide whether or not they want to do the conditional use permit. But that we don't have as much discretion on plats as we do on the zoning and the conditional use permit. Is that correct?
Well, we're recommending that the plat meets the technical requirements of section 410 of the county code, subject to approval of the conditional use permit. So if the conditional use permit is not approved, as you stated, that plat won't be effective. I won't be able to sign it, and I believe I'll just have to come back again with a different plat. They'll just have to come forward.
So most of these, the technical requirements are, for this plat, dealing with, is, a lot of these technical requirements come from a lot of other different places, and we don't have the ability to alter those. So like tree preservation and the new stormwater runoff, okay, we can't change those, okay? But the CUP, we could, like tonight, we added conditions on that prior CUP, so we have some discretion or latitude in those.
Right. So as far as this plat is concerned, then we just basically say, okay, well, if the St. Charles County Council decides to pass the CUP, then the plat meets the technical requirements?
This preliminary plat, yeah.
Okay. So we're just voting on whether or not it meets the technical requirements then, correct?
Basically.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go back to the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak regarding PRE 21-03? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Adam Basala. I am at 4280 Horseshoe Creek Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 68304. I'm not really sure if this is going to, just based on your conversation, I don't know if this really means anything at this point, but I do live on Horseshoe Creek Drive. I have two 7-year-old twin boys, and we do, is this a document viewer by chance? Like, will this show up on the screen?
If you set it down, we'll turn on the document.
Yeah, so really the main point that we wanted to make tonight, based upon everything we've listened to all evening, is from 364, Dingledine Road will be the main road to get to this new subdivision, and which you can see here. And then on this piece, basically this shows, we all know people are always going to take the shortest route. So Horseshoe Creek Drive is a little bit tough to see the red line. People are not going to take the yellow route. They will absolutely cut through Horseshoe Creek. And based upon 195 new homes, 2 cars per home, 2 trips per day, that's going to add potentially 800 cars a day to Horseshoe Creek Drive. It's a very wide, straight street. There are no stop signs, no slow children at play. I mean, basically this will become a major thoroughway for people to get into this subdivision, and basically will make our streets very unsafe and somewhere where our kids won't be able to play. So I know there's a lot of other concerns that the neighbors had about water usage and everything. I don't think, based upon the conversations I've heard tonight, it's worth bringing that up, especially at this late hour. But we did want to make a point on, this cut through. I understand it's currently a stub street. Our main request would be in the new plat that would be a cul-de-sac. There's currently trees at the end of Horseshoe Creek Drive. It's a dead end. So they could easily make that a cul-de-sac on the other side and not make this a through street. That would add a significant amount of traffic to our small 72 home neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Mike Green, and I live at 568 Hitching Post Drive.
Okay,
and
go ahead.
That is also in Horseshoe Creek subdivision. Actually, my wife and I were ones that wrote one of the letters that I'm sure you guys are all aware of. There was a couple of things that kind of wanted to address. Adam's already started talking about the traffic. I'm actually thinking this might even be more cars because, people have to go out for soccer. Whatever the game is, go to get groceries. And, that's just a lot of traffic there. And I understand about the whole water company getting more water, but we all know if there's a kink in the water hose, there's not as much water flow. And if the water pipe isn't big enough to handle the amount of flow, that could possibly be an issue. I was actually in the subdivision when the fire actually happened, when the house actually burnt down, and Cotterville Fire Department goes, "Well, we ran out of water." So about that time, I was like, "Oh, I'm going to go take a shower." So I went and got in the shower. Later that day, my water pressure dropped. Well, I find out I unscrewed my water head from my shower, and there was a pile of sand in my shower head. So I guess the thing is there was the water, it sucked all that water supply up and was sucking all the sand up for the purification process. So I thought that was quite interesting. And currently, draining the lake and everything, I understand that. But as far as the watershed, you're going to have 3 retention ponds. That water has to go eventually somewhere. Where's that going to go? So that's a big question of mine. And also with that, there's a lot of my neighbors that probably don't realize it, but a lot of their appliances that might not be working right are full of sand. I had to replace all my appliances, and I actually put a whole house filtration system in just to protect myself from sand. And yes, I get, like a Roadrunner, piles of sand out of my filter. So, I just figure out ways to prevent, you got to figure out what you have to do to survive, right? So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about. And I'm also a big supporter of not having all the traffic going through the neighborhood. And the cul-de-sac would be a great idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding PRE 21-03? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Vince Kunstman, 420 Wellsmont Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead.
Wanted to echo my neighbor's sentiments down on Horseshoe Creek, the concern over the traffic.
Okay.
Great concern for them and all the neighbors. One thing about the lake, a little bit of the environment. I know you mentioned that this gets sent off to various entities for their approval. Can I ask a question of, is one of those the Missouri DNR?
Yes,
Sorry,
up here.
Is one of those the Missouri DNR?
We can ask the applicant, but I'm pretty sure when they're draining that lake, they're going to have to get approval from Department of Natural Resources and possibly the EPA.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is, in
in the staff analysis, it mentions about the lake being relocated. I don't think one can simply relocate a lake, right? It's going to be drained. There's an entire ecosystem around that lake and on this property. So myself, some of the other residents and neighbors of mine, we have concerns about what happens with that wildlife, that ecosystem that exists there. And lastly, maybe end the night on a good note, I think we should thank the Osmonds for their services to the surrounding community. I think a lot of residents for a lot of years have enjoyed, the pumpkin patch and firewood and the CSIE program that they've done. And, I don't think anybody wants to stand in the way of them selling their property and a development happening. I think we all knew that would happen someday. But I think a lot of residents, share the sentiments of thanks and gratitude to them.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Ron Black, 517 Wellsmont, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead.
So, anyway, thanks for hearing our concerns this evening. Obviously, we're committed to being here, staying here for so long. So, I'm not going to rehash some of the previous comments, but what I will say is if we do allow that to be a through street and Horseshoe to be a connector for the new subdivision, that some, I guess, consideration related to traffic control. We talked about that a little bit. But then also the lighting in the subdivision, the street, it's really not suited for that. I don't think so. A study on the lighting and then, with all the cars that are using that subdivision, taking that route, our subdivision pays for the lights ourselves. So they're not, we're not municipal lights. So there's that expense. And then if there's additional lights that would be needed, how do those get paid for? Because those aren't currently budgeted for. So.
Okay, thank you.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon, 63366. I'm opposed to this preliminary plat. I just want to make it a matter of public record that the water issue was debated and a circuit judge made a decision in a case 2011-CC00393, and that was entitled Missouri American Water Company versus St. Charles County. That case was settled on 9/21 of 20, and the attorney representing from Hamilton and Weber also represented Missouri American Water Company. So I just want to make that a matter of public record. Also,
For what reason? What's that about?
I want to make it a matter of public record as part of my testimony.
It's already a matter of public record. So what was the case about?
It was about this water tower that he brought up.
Oh, okay.
So I want to make it a matter of public record. So there's no conflicts and everybody knows who represented who in this case. So there were 13 in opposition letters that you received, a petition of 552 petitioners, of which I admit 10 to 15 were out of county or out of state, and there were 2 supporters. Of this preliminary plat, the following are of concern. The traffic study. Why didn't staff require the traffic study from the get-go? Now we're again putting the cart before the horse. I believe that this commission needs to mandate a traffic study. You're talking about a huge impact on this community in this section of the county. This will bring traffic congestion. This will decrease property values, especially if they get their way with smaller lots.
Sorry, disagree. I'm just gonna tell you that, it's not gonna do this.
Did you want to talk or?
I'm just telling you, it's not gonna do it.
Okay, I'm testifying that I believe it's going to decrease property values.
You believe it, that's fine.
Can I have the floor, please? Thank you. There is a density issue here. The tree code, I'll admit, I guess from staff, now we're in compliance with the 1 acre of trees. But there's a reduction and there's not that many amenities to this proposed development. Of concern is retention and detention area. The attorney keeps throwing up for the applicant, oh, we can go to 264 lots. Do the math. They don't have the acreage to meet the new water quality requirements for retention detention that another staff member is going to do in a public hearing after this application. Do the math of the acreage. They cannot put 264 homes and meet the new requirements under the county code of the Water Retention Detention Act. And as a matter of fact, you're going to make that application to the Missouri Department of Natural Resources and do the math. They don't have enough acreage to accomplish what they need to do to meet the county code for water detention. So you could throw that out from what the attorney said, because you can't meet that mandate. And the last issue that I'd like to talk about is the turning radius of emergency response vehicles, that being a ladder truck, a fire engine, and also the school buses from the school district. Are they built to the county's minimum requirement for turning radius? For those issues, because of the density issue, we need to keep that to a minimum. I ask that the Planning and Zoning Commission reject this preliminary plan, send them back to the drawing board, because it just doesn't make any sense. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding PRE 21-03? Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. I ask the applicant to come back. Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I am assuming that the preliminary plat meets all of the requirements for turning around for trucks and school buses if necessary.
Yes, that's correct. And I have answers to some of the questions that were asked, if you'd like me to answer those.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So there was a question about whether approval from the Missouri Department of Natural Resources would be required during the development process. It's a short answer, and the answer is yes. The question about where does the stormwater, actually there are a few questions about stormwater. So first, it's worth noting that the county code requirements would not require all of these detention areas to be lakes. So these lakes were designed to be amenities, and certainly the big one to be an amenity and recreation area, and it's bigger than it needs to be. But the discharge from those lakes, like with any detention basin, is controlled and goes into the storm sewer system, so it's not pumped out onto any adjacent properties or anything like that. If we want to do the math, where we get this 260 some lots, currently on the preliminary plat, there's 42.56 acres dedicated to lots. So if you multiply that by 43,000 and change for square feet per acre, right, then divide that by the 7,000 square foot lots, that's where you get the 264. So that calculation of 264 is not including the streets or the common ground. That's just including the square footage of the lots as shown on the plat right now. So there was some confusion about that, and so I wanted to clarify that. With regard to the street connections, we'll do whatever staff directs with respect to where streets need to be connected. I mean, that was when we submitted the plat, part of the direction was connected those side streets. But so we'd be happy to work with staff and do whatever traffic control is needed to negate or mitigate any cut-through issues.
Now, the two street connections to the north, those are also private, public streets.
Correct.
Okay.
And so we're required, because, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but because of the size of the subdivision, we are required to have two connections to other roads. Now we have three here, but so it's not like you could just cut off both of those. And I'm not sure there's enough room on towers to have two separate entrances on towers. But to the extent that we can do anything to mitigate traffic, we definitely would.
Will that be a homeowners association?
Yes.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We'll bring this back to the commission for discussion. Anybody have any questions, comments?
I'd like to propose that, one of the reasons we're discussing this is if the county council does go ahead and overrule this commission, then what we're approving tonight is final. Is that correct?
The preliminary plat, yes.
So what I would suggest is, in case that does happen, I would suggest that we, change the plat to just having two entrances, close down the one that's going to the street that these folks are complaining about, which seems to me would be, really become a thoroughfare, okay? And then also to require a traffic study. I think those are, reasonable requests to ask if we, if we do approve the plat.
And I still have concerns about the width of the lot, so.
Oh, well, that's.
But I mean, if we approve it subject to those things, then and the county would decide it, then we would be kind of ruling against ourselves, in my mind, on what the previous was, but that's just my way of looking at it.
But not really, okay? In other words, if the council overrules what we've ruled, then whatever we decide on the plats is final. So, what we're saying is that, if that does happen, these are just two things I think are somewhat important, that there should be a traffic study, because we're talking about 195 homes possibly. And then I also am convinced what these folks have been arguing about is true, that will become a thoroughfare to get out of the subdivision. So I guess I'm making a request for an amendment to be added for those two things.
Now, would we have so you close the one to the east, but leave the one to the west open?
I think that's required by the fire department that there's
So, but if I lived on the west side, why not close that one and open the other one?
I think it's the west one they were wanting to close, the horseshoe one that goes to Dingledine.
Because it's a long straight,
Yeah.
straightaway,
The one
and they're
on the
afraid that
east
people
is
will just zoom through there all the time. 'Cause
Yeah,
there's
that's
no-
the one I'm referring to, the one that,
But wouldn't that be a revision to the plat?
that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, Robert.
Can we do that?
There's some questions about traffic study, and we hear this again and again. But in our code, there are two sections address traffic study requirements. One is that the county engineer or director of division development review may require traffic studies which are deemed necessary and may require a street to be dedicated to public use and built to public street standards in order to provide circulation. So in other words, if someone, let's just say the subdivision, they wanted to propose all private streets, and you have two arterial streets coming in and stopping at the property line, those two individuals could require that it be a public street and that there be connectivity. So there's a second place in our code which talks about traffic studies, and which says that the Planning and Zoning Commission, Director of Division of Development Review, or county engineer may require a traffic study. And it says that a detailed traffic study may normally be required for commercial and industrial developments, but for residential developments, the general guideline is that if there's more than 2,000 average daily trips a day, ultimately you can require a traffic study to determine whether a minor collector street would be called for. The reason I'm bringing that up is those minor collector street, major collector street, that's really internal. That's the question is, are the streets internal? Do they connect, and are they wide enough to provide for traffic circulation? We're not really talking about a traffic study to determine whether or not this subdivision should be built or not, or whether Towers Road is wide enough, or things like that. It really has to do with these internal street connections. The horseshoe, I'm sorry, the street coming in from the west.
Towers, something, right?
That's actually a wider street, and the plans must have been back when that was built, for that street to be extended through, because it is a wider, I would call it a collector street. The problem is that to the east of the subdivision, that street is not nearly that wide. So you have a wide street, that straight shot, who's talking about coming in, stubbing out on this property. The street connection towards the east is actually the narrower street. So it doesn't make sense to carry this wide street all the way through the subdivision to the east property line and then just pinch it down to a much narrower street. So that argues, that fact about the eastern portion argues for, would it really be effective to carry through a collector street all the way through the top? They are showing a collector street for the entryway where there's that divided area, but it's not being carried all the way through. So I guess the bottom line is, if you felt like the traffic study would be necessary for this development, you could require that. But really, the traffic study would determine the internal streets, are they really effective for carry the traffic, and would it connect in the right places? The requirement for connectivity, essentially the fire code is if there's more than 100 lots, there's got to be more than one entrance, and that's part of the fire code. So they're proposing 3 in this case. So that is providing more than, I guess, the minimum connectivity.
Yeah, but my concern is that if someone wanted to put my lawyer hat on for a minute, and we closed off Horseshoe Bend, are we being arbitrary and capricious, and we only did it because people from Horseshoe Bend came and asked us to do it? What's the valid reason to close that versus the other one?
Right. Yeah, because it's going to push all that, well, maybe it doesn't push all the traffic, but it's going to push a lot of that traffic that direction, just to get out if you're living in the back of the subdivision.
Can they request stop signs, to at least slow the flow of traffic? Is that a possibility?
Down the road, I think, once it's.
You know what, anyone can request stop signs, but it's really gonna be, I think the highway department is gonna provide guidance on where those are warranted and where they should be located.
Okay, after Mr. Meyer's information, then I withdraw my 2 requests.
Okay.
It sounds like you're saying that Horseshoe Creek, or whatever that Horseshoe Street was built on purpose to be kind of a thoroughfare street. And so the issue with people who are living on the street saying they don't want it to be a thoroughfare street really was that issue was kind of resolved when it was first built, that it was built to be a thoroughfare street.
That's my understanding. It was built to be designed to be carried through. But the problem is, at this point on the east side, you really can't carry that through because it's going to pinch down to a narrow width to the east. So the really question is, where do you end the wider street? How far do you carry it? Now, county staff is proposing that it be carried to the loop road, and that just makes some sense to us.
I can understand not wanting people to drive quickly past your house. I mean, I've got children, I understand that. At the same time, Towers Road there's a lot of traffic on that, and there are houses on Towers Road too. I mean, there has to be some street where the cars go. They gotta go somewhere.
And just so you know, a house on Towers Road just sold for like $900,000 on Towers Road in 8 days.
Oh, I'm
So property value.
very aware of the real estate market right
Property
now.
values, though, as we talk about it a lot around here. So anyway.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve preliminary plat PRE 21-03. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Clary makes the second. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
So you're going to be confused by my vote, but I'm going to say yes.
Let's see, Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
No.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
You're going to be confused, but I'm voting yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So preliminary plat is approved.
I am confused.
I'll explain it to you later.
Okay. That We're not done, folks, okay.
Oh, we're not?
No, we're
We
not.
got minutes.
We're out of power. Any more right now?
Okay, we have, that's all of the applications on our agenda. We have no continued items. We need a motion to approve the December 16th, 2020 regular meeting minutes.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor sign aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the February 17th, 2021 regular meeting?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, sign aye. Aye. In other business, we now have a presentation regarding the new stormwater management plan.
Poor guy.
You have four minutes.
I was wondering why you were sitting there.
He had to sit there the whole time. I'm sitting over
I
there.
hate to do this to you.
It's all right.
Did you bring something to eat? That's the thing.
Should have.
Drink.
Brought donuts. Yeah, I can see it.
We understand when it rains, it's got to run off somewhere.
Nobody's here.
It's got to go.
Don't worry, we'll have at least one.
All right, anyone want to do jumping jacks before we start talking about stormwater?
Good play.
Thank you very much. My name is Rich Necco. I'm the Director of Development and Review Division of the Community Development Department. I am also in charge of the MS4 program here, our stormwater management permit that we are required to get from the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. And we wanted to take the opportunity tonight to provide a public hearing on our new stormwater management plan for the next 5 years. Just push the button. No? Got it. Okay. Give you a little bit of regulatory history. I was here not too long ago with your group and we went through some of this. But again, our requirements today for our stormwater management permit and our plan come out of the Clean Water Act from the federal government. That was developed back in 1948, but it didn't get to the point that it is now until 72. In 1987, they came up with a new way to try and clean up our water. Things weren't working so well with the progress they had made up to that point. So they came up with a phased approach, one for industrial dischargers into the stormwater where you could identify the point source of pollution that's going in there, and one for non-point source solution. So sort of the hierarchy of where this legislation comes, or this regulation comes from, is the United States EPA is at the top of this. They're enforcing the Federal Clean Water Act. The point of the Clean Water, one of the points of the Clean Water Act was to try to get the states to manage these programs at a state level to suit their own needs. So in our state, the Missouri Department of Natural Resources is that agency. Not all states have taken that authority yet. There's still like 2 or 3 states that use the federal EPA, and some of our Indian tribes do as well. However, our authority is the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. And the Department of Natural Resources has had to go through the same thing that we're doing tonight to develop this new permit for their next 5-year plan. They had to get approval from the US EPA for the permit that we're looking at today. The Army Corps of Engineers is also involved in some of that and some of that regulation with wetlands, but that's not the point that we're here for tonight. And then all the regulations come back down to the local community. We have to develop a plan that satisfies the DNR plan. So again, early on in the program, phase 1 addressed point dischargers. They were the first ones to be regulated on this. Those are mostly industrial facilities. They're larger MS4s, but they're people that are discharging some sort of pollutant directly into the waters of the state. And those people are regulated mostly on monitoring requirements, quantitative requirements. They can only allow so much effluent of sanitary sewage into a certain stream. They have particular quantitative requirements, and they have to do monitoring, sampling, and all that stuff. We are a phase 2 discharger, and we are a non-point source discharger. So non-point sources come from people's lawns. If you over-apply fertilizer, it comes from our roads when we get gas and petroleum products on our roads.
We're wearing down our brake pads, so we get rubber from that. Pet waste, if it's not cleaned up in our lawns and residential uses, people dump in storm sewers. None of our storm sewers go to a sanitary sewer treatment plant. So all that ends up in our streams. It doesn't get filtered out. So these are non-point sources of this. And so rather than have quantitative programs and do monitoring and sampling and all of that, what is required of non-point source dischargers is to have a plan, and I'll show you that coming up, and you have to address 6 minimum control measures, and it's assuming that if you're doing this plan to the maximum extent practicable, then you are fulfilling this requirement. I think the understanding of the Clean Water Act was that at some point, if we're able to change behavior in our neighborhoods and get people to recognize that you can't dump things down into our storm sewers, and if we're able to come up with cost-effective technologies to help prevent this from entering our waters, then this would be the method of going, rather than trying to enforce local communities like industrial treatment plants and storm and sewage treatment plants and things like that. So that is the program we're under. DNR, like I said, has had their permit approved, and now we have to meet their permit requirements. So again, for non-point source dischargers, phase 2 permit requirements, we have to have a stormwater management plan and program that addresses 6 minimum control measures to the maximum extent practical. That maximum extent practical can be a moving target. That's something that DNR is going to say yes or no about. So we can have, we could think we could have the greatest plan in the world, but DNR may not see that as meeting the maximum extent practicable. So that's the one tricky thing about this program. However, it does allow for maximum flexibility because we can tailor these programs to each community's needs. Our needs are not the same as the city of St. Louis's, and our needs are not the same as a smaller MS4 with 1,000 population community. So our plan does need to address 6 minimum control measures. The first one being public education and outreach on stormwater impacts. The second one, public involvement and participation in the program development. And when you look at the Clean Water Act, 1 and 2 really sort of DNRs combine that public involvement and outreach and education into one, and they've left number 2 more to be just a public comment period like we're going through now. But in the Clean Water Act, that really isn't read that way. Number 3, we have to have a program for when we do have discharges, illicit discharges into our system, we have to have a program to detect the illicit discharges and have a program to enforce their elimination. And you'll see also that everything's going to tie back to this public education and outreach program. Number 4 is when we have construction sites, and our construction sites basically are regulated by the state at 1 acre of land disturbance. We go a little bit less than that, but we do have a construction site stormwater runoff control program. We also have to have a program for post-construction management. And we just presented that to you where we brought up some new stormwater quality regulations to you, and I'll show you where we've taken care of that in number 5. And number 6 is our county facilities have to be following the same regulations as we're requiring private development to do. We have to make sure we're taking care of our stuff and we're not discharging things from our own facilities into our stormwater. DNR has taken a 2-permit approach, and they've allowed you to apply for one or the other of these 2 permits. One is a comprehensive, one is a 2-step. I don't want to get into the confusion about the 2 different permits, but essentially the comprehensive permit was written for newer communities that don't have a program yet, or communities that were smaller and don't have satisfactory programs. What you'll see coming up in the next slide is all of these program elements have to be clear, specific, and measurable. And so if you have a vague program, you're not going to get approved by DNR. So under the comprehensive permit, you're basically being told what you have to do. There's very little flexibility. And after you get your permit, you have 90 days to come up with a plan to address these minimum requirements in the permit. The county, on the other hand, has established programs. There's only a couple spaces that we had to reinvent our program to address these new permit requirements. So the county is going to try and go for this 2-step program. The 2-step part of it is that we have to develop this stormwater management plan with our community, which is what we're doing here tonight. And we have to submit that plan to DNR as part of our application. And DNR has to approve that plan. They have to approve it and say that it is clear, specific, and measurable. And then that will become part of that permit application. So that's the two-step process with DNR. So the trick is we got to convince them that we have a program that's a working program and it is clear, specific, and measurable and meets their permit requirements. Like I said, this came out of some court settlement, mostly over the Chesapeake Bay area. But there were two things that came out of that court settlement a few years ago. One of them is that we have to have more specific public involvement in the development of our program. We need more public comment periods. We need more public notice. We need more public involvement. So again, that's why we're here tonight. The other thing that came out of that is that all program elements have to be clear, specific, and measurable. We have to have measurable goals that measure the effectiveness of our program. So, for example, one of our programs is we offer recycling centers to dispose of household hazardous waste, thereby keeping people from dumping it into our storm sewers. And we do promotion for this. So it's not enough to say anymore that we handed out 2,000 flyers a year about our recycling program. What we need to do is pair that with a measurement of how effective that target was. So we also measure how much debris and household hazardous waste we get at these facilities. We can determine the success of that. If we had a couple years where that dropped off, we probably need to look at how we're promoting our program again, because that's an indication that we're not getting the use of those facilities. So that's more of how this program has to work now. At the end of every year, we're gonna look at these metrics. We have to have a process to review the programs, the effectiveness of the programs, and then we need to correct the programs if they are not effective. So we have an annual report to DNR where we go through that process. If you look at Appendix A of our plan, and this is all on our website, and I'll get to that information, that's where we're going to do all of these metrics. That's where it comes up with these specific program elements, what we're measuring, and how we're evaluating the program at the end of every year. So let's look at MCM1 very quickly. We have to identify target audiences under the permit program, and we have to identify target pollutants for those audiences, and then we have to have a program to address outreach and education to change that behavior. So our first target audience, and one that every community has to address, is their own county residents. And we have 18 specific outreach programs in that Appendix A. You can read them, you can go to our website. I'm not going to go through them all now. But each one of those has a specific measurable goal in permit year 1 through permit year 5, and it's got a process of how we evaluate the success of that program. Typically on the residential outreach, we're just looking at typical things like grass clippings, yard waste, litter in the streets, use of pesticides, household hazardous waste, things like that. We also provide outreach to schools, educational organizations, youth groups. This is where we can target behavioral change probably the most effectively by getting to our youth and informing our youth. Our soil and water conservation district, our parks programs provide outreach to youth, and also our environmental health and protection have educational programs for the recycling facilities and that they go through. So we have 6 specific outreach programs for those groups. We also want to target development stakeholders. We have a lot of construction and development in the county. So we target that audience as well. We have 4 specific outreach programs. What we do require of developers or construction contractors when they come in before we issue our land use permit to them, we have to have a pre-construction meeting with them. We go through all the aspects. We have a little educational folder we gave them and a checklist. So we go through the plans and we make sure that the contractor understands the county's expectations. We also provide an annual seminar to the development community for outreach and discuss a lot of these different programs and ways to implement them. So again, our target pollutants there are basically containing sediment and litter and any other kind of runoff you could get from a construction site facility. Our fourth group that we're targeting is residential homeowners associations and commercial business owners. These people own facilities. Now that we have our new stormwater management plan or stormwater quality ordinance, these people have permanent facilities that they have to maintain, that detain stormwater, that manage stormwater, that clean up stormwater. So we provide outreach to them as to why they have those and what they need to do for those. Our fifth target audience is county staff itself, and we have to provide training for staff at all of our facilities so that we're making sure that we're protecting our stormwater on our facilities. We're not discharging pollutants into our own storm drains or into our own systems, and that county staff's educated on how to store materials, how to use materials, salt usage, fertilizers, pesticides. The Parks Department has a good program for all of that. So we do provide outreach to our target audience on that, and also with environmental permitting for permits that the county has to obtain. And our final group, and a group that we're not required to regulate under the stormwater management plan, is agricultural stakeholders. But 59% of the county's land use is agricultural use. We have a great local soil and water conservation district that can provide outreach and has outreach programs to these stakeholders. So rather than regulate them, we want to provide that outreach through the soil and water district and use their programs to help prevent soil erosion. The second minimum control measure we have to address in our plan is public involvement, participation, and program development, and that's why we're here tonight. We have drafted a stormwater management plan for the next 5 years, and it is now up for public notice. The public comment period is now through the 26th, so there's 9 more days left to submit public comment. We're doing the public hearing meeting tonight, of course. Any major changes that we would make to the SWIMP from here on out, after it gets approved by DNR, we would need to come back and have another 30-day minimum period that's required as part of the permit. And then all of our education and outreach materials try to go back to this permit webpage and try to get involvement in the community in developing this program. So again, this really hasn't changed. Any part of our plan hasn't changed here or in MCM1. We do need to update some of our program in MCM3, and this is the illicit discharge detection and elimination plan. So now when we do find problems or discharges into our waters, we have to have a way to regulate them and enforce that and remediate it. So our regulatory mechanism currently is in Chapter 422. We have an illicit discharge and connection regulation ordinance. And in Chapter 240, we also have a solid waste management code that regulates illegal dumping on county property and county roads. Another requirement we have to have is we need to keep a mapping system of all of our storm sewers, all of our publicly maintained storm sewers. And we keep a record of all of our outfalls to the waters of the state. So we have this system up and running, we keep it maintained. Any new development that comes in, those storm sewers get added to the system. We have to develop operating procedures for tracing, detecting, and remediating illicit discharges and illicit connections. Our ordinance 422 gives us some regulation for that, but it doesn't give us specific operating procedures. So right now we're using some out of the city of O'Fallon, and we're currently modifying those for our use in the county. One other thing that we haven't been doing correctly, according to DNR throughout these years, is dry weather's field screening of outfalls. We've been doing field screenings on the waters themselves downstream of these outfalls, but we now are responsible for screening all of the outfalls that discharge the waters of the state, which is quite a task. But that's why we have the map, and what we've committed to is in our priority areas, inspecting 50% of those outfalls annually. So throughout the 5-year permit period, we'll be inspecting those at least twice during the permit period. And our non-priority areas, we're only going to inspect outfalls once in that permit period, or once every 5 years. And part of the program is we have to establish priority areas. We currently have done that, saying that our high-density residential development that's occurred prior to our stormwater quality regulations, which is very recent, those are going to be priority areas because those don't have any treatment other than stormwater detention, which really isn't treating the water quality of the outflow. We have to modify behavior in those areas. So we have to make people understand you can't dump oil in storm sewers. You can't overuse pesticides because these waters go directly into those storm sewer systems and that goes directly into our waters of the state. So our best strategy there is to provide outreach and education and try to modify those behaviors. And when we do see discharges, we do have ways of targeting that with door hangers to the local area. We can put placards on the storm sewer inlets if they're not already identified, saying that they are not allowed to dump in there. They drain directly to streams. So everything goes back to education.
Are you able to actually tell where oil dumping is going on?
We would try to trace that by going back up through other storm sewer inlets if that were the case.
Right.
If it were industrial discharge, which we don't have a lot of, we have 1% land use as industrial.
Yeah.
We might have to do more work. We might have to do sampling, monitoring, but we would try to chase it up to the line. There's no way we're going to find who in the community has dumped that in the sewer.
Yeah.
But on our door hangers, we provide information where you can report those spills. If someone should see someone dumping, they can report that. So we may someday be able to get back to that if it becomes a problem, but that really isn't our goal. Our goal is to target and change behavior, so we stop that in that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And we will definitely continue monitoring these outfalls more often in that neighborhood where we see these hot spots.
Yeah.
So that is part of that strategy. We also are mapping all of our neighborhoods with on-site sewage disposal systems. And these higher density areas, that's going to be our target. Obviously, in the rural areas, that's not as much of a problem where you have a greater amount of land and you don't have as many problems with on-site sewage disposal. Again, we'll target industrial zoning, but that's a very small part of this county. And then again, our hotspot areas. So those areas where we are finding problems, Craig, that's where we will go and make sure that we're identifying those areas on our map too. And so every year we got to review these. We'll review our code compliance cases and that we get for illicit discharges. We'll review our dry weather screenings, and we will go and reestablish where our priority areas are and continue our inspections of outfalls on that schedule. And then we also have to have enforcement mechanisms when we do find these problems. So we do have the ability to enforce. We do have the ability to fine. We do have the ability to remediate and charge the person that's causing the problem to pay for it. And these are all in sections 422-140 through 422-230.
With our enforcement, is it just fines?
I could specifically tell you that because I don't run that program. No, it's not just fines. I think there's like at least 4 or 5 different alternatives that we could use.
Sometimes I can make it, it's just $500, well, that's cheaper than if I have to, so, okay.
Yeah, and when we get into 4 and 5, we've got similar things, and, we might start out with a municipal citation and go to court, and it might be a $200 fine, or the judge may say, no, I feel sorry for you, go blah-blah-blah, but it would depend on the severity of the enforcement, and probably also whether this is a repeat offender, blah-blah-blah-blah-blah. So we do have SOP on how we administer the enforcement of this.
I have a question. So we frequently have subdivisions before us. I mean, what kind of questions should we be looking at in terms of these types of development? For instance, that one that was just the 192. That's going to, between the impervious area on the streets and the sidewalks and the roofs, the way I'm figuring it, it's going to create about 25 acres of impervious surface area. What should we be looking at as a commission?
Well, I don't know that you have to look at anything because we have rules for all of that, and staff's going to make sure that's all done. The only place we don't have rules for that are these 3-acre lot subdivisions and greater. So you might want to be more concerned about the stormwater runoff in those developments. But our new regulations apply to all the other residential and commercial subdivision developments.
So do you address that type of development? Because we get a lot of those too, where there's obviously the same issue of a lot more impervious area. Is there any kind of retention of the water to be self-contained within the development?
That is not required in those types of developments. And part of that reason is that the thinking is that you've got open drainage on lots. You're not putting water directly into storm sewers and running those down into streams. You've got the ability to separate impervious areas, give the water a chance to spread out, soak in a little bit. So that's kind of the philosophy behind that. We still are doing the non-structural things in those developments, so we're preserving stream buffers, and we're preserving tree preservation.
So basically, it's more on the 3-acre developments that we have to, look at that in terms of what are they doing with their water.
That's where there would be less requirement.
Gotcha.
And we'd be addressing it more with non-structural things than structural BMPs like detention.
Okay.
And bioretention.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And that'll be coming up in MCM5. I'm trying to get through, sorry guys. MCM4, construction site, stormwater runoff again. This isn't something that we need to change any of our programs, and we're not changing any of our programs. We started regulating land disturbances in 1990 before probably any other community in the state around here. So we've been doing this a long time. We use Chapter 412 as our sediment and erosion control regulations and our land disturbance regulations. And we have a design criteria manual, Section 60, that covers all of those regulations and design requirements for construction sites. The plan also has to address construction site operator requirements. That's in that section. Again, we have pre-construction meetings that are required before we issue our land disturbance permit. We have an SOP packet that we give to the contractor. So we go through all those requirements before any of the ground's broken on the site. We have to have site plan review and approval requirements, which we have a process for. And it is regulated in Section 412.060. We have citizen serve software, we have plan review engineers, we have review checklists. So we have a whole process of going through the review. And that answers some of your questions too, Mr. Cleary.
Thank you.
We have to have mechanisms for receipt of information from the public. So part of that is these public meetings here when we go through the process. People have an opportunity to make public comment. We also have a citizen serve portal on our website where people can make complaints or make comments about our stormwater management plan. And we have a whole web page dedicated to that as well where we'll take comments. So comments can be taken through the citizen serve portal, through our email, through our website, or by phone. We have to have county and permittee inspection requirements, and we do. Our regulations require the permittee to inspect their land disturbance and construction sites weekly and after every heavy rain event, which we consider to be a 1-inch rain over 24 hours, but it could be any rain event that causes erosion. And then the county also inspects these sites. And we have our own SOP on how we prioritize the site. And typically it's how close is the site to a water body or a sensitive environmental feature. How was the public comment going forward? Is it a sensitive public project? What is our experience with the contractor? Have we had problems with him in the past? So we do have kind of a hierarchy of how we set our priorities, and of course the size of the land disturbance is a big factor of that too. So we do prioritize how we spend our time going to these sites. And then we also need to have an enforcement mechanism, which we do. And again, we have more than one means. We have fines, we have municipal court citations, we have stop work orders, we have forfeiture performance guarantees. So there's different levels of enforcement that we can, and some are more appropriate than others. If we're not getting compliance, or the developer has gone out of business or left town, we probably want to get the performance guarantee and have the site stabilized. So there's different methods that we can use for different situations. MCM5 now is this post-construction, so these are these permanent facilities that are left behind after the construction's taken place. The project is now developed, and we have to have these post-construction facilities in place. These would be stormwater detention basins. These are these new water quality facilities, these bioretention facilities, rain gardens, things like that. Our strategy, we have to have strategies to minimize water quality impacts. Our biggest one is our new post-construction stormwater management ordinance that we just brought through to you a couple months ago. That was approved in December of last year. We're still trying to get that out online, and we have a new section in our design criteria for that. We also have regulations for floodplain and wellhead protection that protects our floodplain and wellhead districts. We have regulations for wastewater disposal all over the county, which helps protect discharges from wastewater. We were one of the first communities in the state to have a protection of natural water courses. We protect our water courses with vegetative buffers, either 25 or 50 feet on either side. We have a tree preservation ordinance that again helps with the strategies to minimize water quality impacts. And we also use zoning requirements. We have a lot of different zoning requirements that helps limit impervious area. We have requirements in the PUD that help protect environmentally sensitive areas, require a certain amount of open space. So these would be more these non-structural conservation methods. Part of MCM5 also, you've got these facilities, we make them put them in place, but we also have to have a plan to make sure that they stay there, they aren't taken out, and that they're being properly maintained by the facility owners, because these are all privately owned facilities. So we do have a program that we require for commercial facilities, both commercial and subdivisions. We have an agreement that they have to sign that basically preserves these facilities for perpetuity, and we have a maintenance agreement and maintenance requirements for those. Those are developed by the engineer. We're working towards standard templates for things like that, but those basically set out the maintenance requirements and preserve those facilities down the line. And then in subdivisions, those are preserved on the record plat, and they're made part of the subdivision trust indentures and enforced in there. And then the county also has its own inspection and enforcement program, and that's in section 420 of our county codes. And we inspect all of these detention basins and stormwater management facilities a minimum of 1 to 5 years. So it wouldn't be any more than 5 years before we went and looked at one of these. Again, we have SOP on how we do each type of facility. So these infiltration facilities we inspect more often, because if they get clay in them, any kind of clay or whatever, they get plugged up and they don't work. So we need to look at those a little bit more frequently than some of the other ones that don't need such intense maintenance. So we do have a SOP for that. We also inspect all of these facilities at the county facilities, so it's not just the private facilities. We're doing this program for our own facilities.
I hate this, but I have a question. Agreement made part of any subdivision restrictions or trust indentures and recorded plat. So having a homeowners association is optional. So how do we go about getting this agreement? They're gonna have this 194 development houses, and when I asked Drew whether we're gonna have a homeowners association, he could have said no.
No, he said yes.
Well, he said yes, but he could have said no.
Yeah.
And if he said no, how do we, and they had some of these.
Is that correct? They don't have to have a homeowner association? Haven't seen one come in like that in a long time.
But they don't have to.
Right.
How do we
all the individual people that live there would be responsible for that maintenance. It would just make our it would make our job 10 times harder.
Yeah, but I mean, the stormwater management facility, you've got to get that on their deed in some form or fashion.
It'll be on the record plat. I mean, they'd have to have common ground for those facilities, and there's a reason they have to have a homeowners association.
Yeah, they would have to have a homeowner association. I mean, if there wasn't any stormwater requirements or anything like that, or common ground at all, conceivably, they could do without a homeowner association, but when you're talking about a large subdivision like this, there's no way to get around it.
Yeah.
And in subdivisions, these have to be in common ground areas. They can't be on private lots. In commercial sites, we deal with the private lot owner, or the private property owner. They're responsible for the maintenance of that. But we do inspect some of these detention facilities, and they don't have homeowners associations anymore, or they've let them go and they're dissolved and they don't have that organization. That makes our job harder because now we have to provide notification for everyone in the development. I can't just work with the trustee of the homeowners association. It just makes it more difficult, but we've gone through that before. And then, like I said, we have our own inspection and enforcement program, so we are looking at these facilities. We're making sure they are being maintained. The ones that aren't being maintained, they get inspected more often than the others, obviously. And then we do have an enforcement process, so we can go to court, we can fine them. Ones that need to be immediately repaired due to public safety or hazard to an adjacent stream or an environment, we can have the work done, and we can provide tax liens and get that money back for that. But that's the last resort, and we really haven't had much problem with this. The last minimum control measure we're required to address, MCM 6, pollution prevention, good housekeeping in our own facilities. So we have to have a training program for operations staff. We have very little. We have 6 facilities in the county that have their own industrial NPDES permit. So they're essentially phase 1 dischargers. That is our airport and 5 of our county maintenance facilities. Essentially, I don't have to account for those in our MS4 program other than to keep track of knowing that I have those facilities. Because if we should have illicit discharges from those facilities, we'll need to take care of that. So really, that's the only obligation under our MS4 program. The rest of our county facilities have very little O&M, very little operation and maintenance. We have a highway facility that stores materials over off Weldon Spring, off Highway 94 North, by the Weldon Spring Superfund site. And then there's 6 of our parks facilities that do some limited O&M. They might do oil changes on vehicles, they wash vehicles, and they store some waste oil. So we have stormwater pollution prevention plans and standard operation plans for those facilities. And then the county also provide biannual training to all county staff that's involved with construction and environmental permitting. So they understand the permits they have to get from the county and from the federal and state governments. We are also required to maintain lists of county operations and facilities. And we have to have a separate list for those industrial permitted NPDES facilities. Like I said, we have the airport, Smart Field, and 5 highway maintenance facilities that have those permits. And we do update that list annually or as needed. Each of these O&M facilities has to have controls for reducing, eliminating discharge of floatables. Basically, we don't want to be discharging pollutants or trash into our stormwater system or into our streams. Again, those industrial facilities have their own SWIPs. They're managed through another process with DNR. Our highway department also has a street sweeping program. Twice a year, they go and sweep all of our streets, and they collect that debris and bring it back to their facility and dispose of it, I believe, at the St. Peter's recycling facility. We have 3 county fueling facilities outside the highway department facilities. Those all have spill kits and reporting numbers for spills. All of our other O&M is contracted with private services, washing of vehicles, fleet vehicles, just general servicing of the vehicles and whatnot. And those are either done at the indoor facility at the EOC Center. That was the only one that conducts theirs indoors. All the rest of them we send out to private facilities. We have a lot of county facilities that do, like I said, have these post-construction stormwater management facilities, and we do our normal program of making sure those are being properly maintained. And what we have also been doing when we've been inspecting these county facilities is we are identifying any storm sewer inlets that are not marked, no dumping drains to stream, and we're marking those. We have to have a procedure to store and dispose of waste removed from our MS4, which is our storm sewer system. And again, like I said, Highway Department has this street sweeping program. They also have a program where they will come and clean out storm sewer inlets or inspect storm sewer pipes that are blocked. And so Highway Department does take care of that, and they do the proper storage and disposal of that waste. We have to have a procedure for washing of vehicles and equipment. Like I said, most of our stuff is all done under those industrial permits. Only Parks washes their vehicles outdoors. They do it without detergents, water only, and it's in an area that's protected by vegetative buffers. All other county fleet vehicles are sent out for washing. We have to have a program for any storage of paint, solvents, petroleum products, and petroleum waste products except fuel. We cannot allow them to be exposed to stormwater. And again, most of this occurs in our industrial permitted facilities. Parks does have a few storage of oil facilities, but those are sealed, and they have a procedure for that, and they do take those to our county recycling facilities. And then we also have to address water quality in any new flood management projects that are going on. That's not applicable to the county. We are not conducting any flood management projects. Any ones that would come through on a private basis would go through our normal permitting and review process. So we would take care of that with our own regulations in any case. So that gets us through our plan. One of the things that we need to do yearly, one of the things we also have to do is tie those 6 program measures and show how that affects any kind of monitoring or integrated planning or total maximum daily load requirements that we have in the county. And we have to relate how our plan relates to those things. Again, monitoring really isn't applicable to the county. The only facility that I know that has a monitoring requirement is the airport, and that's under a separate NPDS permit. We do monitor a few things for our dry weather screenings, and that ties back to how we identify our priority areas. So essentially monitoring isn't really done by the county. It isn't impacted by the rest of the program. The county does not use integrated planning, so that's not impacted. And the county does have 16 segments of impaired water bodies on the US EPA's impaired water body list, which is called the 303D list. So often what happens when you get those kind of impaired water bodies, the Department of Natural Resources starts developing total maximum daily loads for what you can dump into these. So now all the communities that discharge into these impaired water bodies have restrictions on what they can do. We do not have any of these requirements. None of these impaired water bodies have total maximum daily loads. At this point, we would like to keep it that way. That becomes much more involved in addressing those types of things. So that's why we have these plans. The last thing we have to do as part of this plan is record keeping and reporting. We have to keep all records for a minimum of 3 years. The county does that. The county keeps them in perpetuity. Almost all of our record keeping is electronic. So we'll keep them for the minimum of 3 years. We'll keep them for the 5-year permit period. We'll probably keep them longer than that. Our stormwater management plan is always retained and maintained on our website. We have a stormwater management page dedicated to that. We are required to do annual reporting to DNR. Under the current program, it's biannual reporting. They're going back to annual, which is probably a good idea because we need to look at these programs annually anyway to go through our iterative and adaptive management process. So we start looking at our measurable goals. Those reports are due to DNR in February. We'll start looking at our measurable goals in January. We'll start reviewing the program effectiveness with all the people that are responsible for these minimum control measures, and we have a lot of them. So we'll go and look through whether the programs are being effective or not, whether we need to tweak the programs or not, and then we get that report back to DNR. And part of that report also is a summary of the stormwater activities we're going to be doing for the next permit year. And that brings us back to why we were here tonight. We have a minimum 30-day public comment period right now. It started in February, on February 19th. It will continue until March 26th. Our stormwater management plan and the appendices and all the supporting documents to the plan are on that link in our website. But if you go to the community development webpage, the public notices there. It will link you to these documents on our stormwater management plan webpage. You can review the documents. You can send us comments. I'll take comments tonight. Again, you have 9 more days to review and submit comments. We're doing the meeting tonight. We have also sent the plan out to the HBA and some of our stakeholder technical peer group. We've sent the comments out, or we've sent the public notice out to Commission on Environmental Quality and Floodplain Vision Board. So we've tried to promote this as much as possible to get as much public input as we can in the development of this plan. And with that, again, any response to any comments can be made through email at that email address. We'll accept them in writing. We'll accept them by telephone. You can come into the office. And that is the link to our webpage there. And with that, any questions, comments?
Does the cities, St. Charles, St. Peters, O'Fallon, they've had to go through the same
Yes, sir.
process?
Now, they may not all be doing the 2-step permit. They may be doing the comprehensive. I'm pretty sure the city of Wentzville is doing the comprehensive one. I know O'Fallon's doing the 2-step. I'm not sure what St. Charles is doing. I think they're doing the 2-step as well. But yes, those are all MS4s. And
Yeah, well, that stormwater's gonna, because the cities could eventually end up in the county.
so, part of this permit too is you do have the opportunity to co-permit with some of these, with these other MS4s. That is something that no one has decided to do at this point. But at a staff level, we do share a lot of these responsibilities, especially on education and outreach. And we share resources and we try to work together on doing this in a more holistic manner. But the program is supposed to be holistic. These program elements don't work on their own. They're supposed to be working together. And education's a key component of that.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to keep you here.
Any division updates? I said this goes down as, this is the longest meeting ever. Yeah. Motion to adjourn.
Well, I think we ought to read the notes.
All in favor?
Aye.